Gaming. And just another day in hell. Okay, with everything going wrong that could possibly go wrong, and I need a new laptop. So, so Laura Lee spent what had to amount to what $1,000 on this piece of shit, and totally destroyed it. And by that, she took the price over to $1,500, another $5,000 to reverse engineer it in the most asinine possible way to dumb it down so that it would work with Mike Ringley's limited Skype. So it's something that we could go into, briefly on air just to explain to people why I'm infuriated. Okay, so what I'll do now is go to the, let's see, the stupid studio. Get the, okay, we should be on now. Let me refresh that. I barely even have a voice now.
So,
What?
do you know like the RAM on the laptop or like the amount of memory it has?
How
That's
does that
enough.
help?
Because it could be salvageable, possibly.
Maybe. I doubt it. I mean, she had it all taken out. Who knows? I don't even care at the moment. I barely got it working now. And you're saying, can a new program be put into it? Why would you even spend that much money? You may as well just get a new laptop at that point. It's like when I went down to get the new monitor. I didn't want to get a new monitor. I just wanted to get a power cable. But they didn't have the power cable, and I had to go to a different store to get the power cable, which would have cost, it's just the time and money spent in that would have been, just so much of a waste. I just bought a new monitor. The monitor itself wasn't that expensive. It was everything else that, I'm not going to bother to go into. Okay, let me see if I can hear myself, and everything
that's what I
else
was
that, I'm not, okay, so we hear ourselves. Turn that off. Go on to this. Go here. All right. All right. I'm not. Okay, so we hear ourselves. Good. Turn that. Go mute there. Turn that off. Now I'm gonna put this stupid links up. Try to give myself enough time to put up the goddamn links. There's never enough time to put up the goddamn links because something always goes wrong. Worst of it is bringing people onto the call. That's the problem. Is bringing people onto the call more than one. Just bringing more than one person onto the call kills the Skype. And because the Skype is new Skype, but it's on the old system, this old system on this laptop. And so, all right. Now live and burning bandwidth. Let me write that in. Okay, both of you gentlemen take over and talk small talk. I mean, I'm certain it's hard to be cheerful after my screaming at both of you.
Well, what's up, Brenden?
How's
How
it
you
going?
doing? Well, today was pretty much uneventful. This would have been day 8 of radiation, going to the radiation and doing that, but they called me and said, "Don't come in because the machine is broke." So I don't know if I should be worried, because I was talking to a couple other people who were in line because this radiation only takes 15 minutes. Like you go and you lay down and it circles you around, and wherever your ailment is, wherever your cancer is, the machine will circle you and radiate that part. So
is it like a gamma knife type thing? Like it moves?
Yes, it moves. So I'm basically strapped down, and I hold some straps to pull my shoulders down, and pull my feet up. So these straps are like on a board that I push it out with my feet and hold it back with my arm. So my arm, I'm kind of restrained that way. And then since the cancer's in my face, I got this big giant face mask that's actually strapped down to the machine, and I just lay there with my eyes closed as the machine circles me. In 15 minutes, they say, "You're done." I barely even see a light. There's only like one, so, but I could tell it's working because it's shrinking the tumor in my face, or my face is swollen still, but it's shrinking that a little bit. But at the same time, I'm now starting to lose my taste.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was going to ask you about your appetite. Like, is it still Are you still
Yeah,
able to eat?
appetite. But see, that's just it. Appetite, yes. Taste, no. The
That's-
enjoyment of
that's
eating
good,
is
though.
gone.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
sorry to hear that.
the
That's the
appetite is,
bad part. Right?
yeah. I went by some place that I rarely go to, but I enjoy when I do go there. The White Castles, and
Oh yeah.
I couldn't taste it. I mean, all I had was the texture, and it started
Right.
yesterday.
Wow.
Before I went there, I ate a steak torta. You know, I want to get, because I'm going to start going vegetarian. That's another thing I need to explain, Brenden. I told my doctor that I wanted to do vegetarian, and so he brought in some nutritionists. Since I see the doctor every Tuesday,
Right.
he brought in some nutritionists to talk to me, and they said, "Oh no, don't cut out any food groups until after your treatment."
Yes.
And they told me that I was basically going to have to eat like a burn victim, because with the radiation, it's burning my insides. And they said,
Interesting.
so that I'm going to have to eat a lot of carbs and fat and good oils.
So like restore the lining and stuff. Is that what they're?
Yeah, I guess so. I can
Mhm.
kind of tell
Sure.
my gums feel different when I brush my teeth. So it's actually starting to hurt to brush my teeth.
Right.
Oh,
Uh,
yes. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's
But
just
they're going to give
Definitely
me
take, like,
they're going to give me some special toothpaste.
Mhm.
Some special toothpaste with extra high fluoride, and he said, because I got a good set of teeth. He says, well, I don't want to see you mess up this good set of teeth. So
Right.
this toothpaste that they're gonna prescribe me, he says, don't swallow any, because you get fluoride poisoning. That's how high the fluoride is in this toothpaste that they're gonna
Whoa.
prescribe to me. So I guess I'll pick that up on Friday, and then I'll start using that. But hopefully they get this machine fixed, because now my last treatment was supposed to be March 27th. Now I have to go. They have to put this treatment. Anytime I miss a treatment, they have to put it at the end, and then
Right.
that just delays that, because then once you get to the end, you then have to go get checked to see if the cancer's all gone or not.
Wow. That's amazing. Like that's wild. And like I would say, like, if you can, like, take more vitamin C. That's my first thought. And like, yeah, like turmeric is good too. But that's just like a crazy experience. Like, how can their machine be broken though?
I don't know, but see,
They don't have like an alternate facility you can use, which is like awesome.
That's what
I don't think it's that important. I mean, they'll fix it and they'll get them back under it within, but a short enough period of time, I'm sure. I
Right.
have every confidence they can repair it.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Why would you even try to troubleshoot the affair? It's like you're acting like it's
Interesting.
like it's on a time frame or something. That's I'm sure
I
there's a
was
time
just like
frame to extend.
wondering about that actually.
Yeah.
Is it? Do you think it is?
Yeah, it's on a time frame to extent. They have to do so much within a certain period of time. But missing a day is not going to hurt. It's
Sure.
just anyhow. So everybody's in the chat room, thank God. And now, thank God, I've got the links up. And I can't believe I actually made it before the fucking top of the hour, despite everything that possibly could going wrong. So this is just one of those things where I'll explain it to people at the top of the hour, and of course introduce the both of you and have you both speak for a bit, and just give myself a break and some time here to breathe. Okay, so let me move this around. It's 5 p.m. We're going to officially start the transmission. I want to thank both of these gentlemen with me for their patience, and thank them for being here to save my ass, of course, because I definitely just need the break after all the stress and tension of just trying to start the program with the absolute bottom line equipment imaginable. Everything I have is running on a shoestring. Everything I have is like literally paper clips. It's just run on nothing that I have works. And I bought a brand new monitor, and it's obvious that the personal computer it's attached to needs to be replaced. The laptop that I have needs to be replaced, which is what I'm producing this out of. What I really need is a brand new personal computer, that I can produce out of, so I don't need to use two fucking computers at once. So I'm using two computers at once, which is madness, and that's because my old PC didn't have the RAM to even hold the program by which I produce. So these two gentlemen are here to help relieve me of all the anger that I have in just trying to get this shit started. So I do want to let people know that there's all kinds of people I need to give credit to tonight. Not too many, but very decisive number of people that have helped to stabilize myself. But the stabilization is simply treading water, and I've got to do more than that. So I'm certainly going to continue to solicit because that's absolutely necessary to get me out of the quicksand which I'm in right now, the vortex, which is where I can't go on like this. There's no way that this can be produced any further with the shit equipment that I've got. And the fact that I'm on every night is a miracle, as was demonstrated with Derek Talley, of course, just literally saving the program the other night. We would not have even been able to have produced without Derek Talley giving us the F1, so to speak. And aside from that, which I have to use every time I start my computer now, the personal computer, because the personal computer now just goes directly to checking the stupid disks again and again. Which is, as far as I'm concerned, amateur that I am. This is just an amateur intuition. It's a sign that my PC is just fucking dying. Of course, there's other reasons people go into this. I've looked it up, but I haven't really, looked it up in depth. But I know that this happens to a lot of people. So it's not necessarily something that is immediate in terms of a death sentence. But it definitely, I need a new computer anyway. So obviously those are atrociously expensive, and the money that I spend just keeping these things floating is money that I shouldn't be spending. I really shouldn't even be wasting that money. You might as well just get a new computer like I had to with a new monitor. So we're starting the night. My voice is already shot. And we're going to introduce these two wonderful young gentlemen that are with me, Derek Talley and Brenden Zoghet, and have them kind of address the things that they felt to be relevant. And I'll probably do my solicitation after they've kind of wound down for a bit. I'm going to take advantage of their presence here to just try and sort some things out in terms of what I feel should be brought to people's attention tonight. Some of it will be a continuity or continuation of the arc of narrative that I was speaking of just the other night on Sunday night, because of course I was just too tired to finish. And as for what we'll be covering tonight, it'll be along the same line of geopolitics, taking into account coronavirus, several new developments or context that needs to be brought to people's attention. And then we will take it to the point where, as I was going to conclude, the position of United Germany and Europe in place of the basically the collapse of both the American and communist Chinese empires, and why Europe is, of course, in the middle of that and trying to reorient itself. And, of course, Germany is the center of Europe. Germany is Europe. And in terms of the other aspects of Europe, such as France and Italy, I can go into that at some other point in time. But tonight we'll concentrate more on the heart of Europe and why it's so central to the future of the world. And, of course, the coronavirus is going to impact that future, is already doing so far more than many people appreciate. So we'll go on with things. I don't know if this is odd to some people, but it's been kind of a specialty of Derek Talley's, is the study of the Bible, and he once did a program on this, and it actually is synchronistic with what our dear friend Nathan Brooks has said. Nathan Brooks has brought up the Bible in a way he didn't expect. He was using a police code, but there's so much meaning to that police code, and there's several trains of thought that police code that he used brings to my mind, that I will emphasize that after Derek and Brenden have kind of finished up with what they had to say. I think the most important thing to emphasize about tonight is that we are in mass internment apology day matrix. In other words, this is the internment day of remembrance, February 19th, today. And tomorrow, the state of California is going to issue a formal, an official apology to the Japanese Americans who were interned, 78 years ago it was now, I believe. And of course, it's far too late and it's far too little. And it's effectively fucking meaningless. But it's one of these gestures that is long overdue and should finally be done. So I will go a bit into that, not too in depth, because the subject is it's actually swamped by so many current events. We have so much going on currently that the history is necessary for context, but it's not necessarily all that relevant overall to the subjects I'm going to be covering. Now, the lovely Selena Khan in private messages has sent myself a photo. Let me take a look at that. I'm not quite sure what that signifies. Maybe that she's driving, but definitely appreciate her sending it my way. And so thank you, honey. Aside from that, I want to say hello to everyone who's in the chat room. And as a matter of fact, I'll indulge myself by taking a look there right now. We've got 250 people in there already and deeply appreciate it. So I don't know how to pronounce this individual's name. NT Dale, Daell 73, Nat Dale 73 says, yo, DD, good evening. Sarah Shields says, hi, Douglas and Brenden. You need a new computer. We must help out. Oh, my God. Yes, I fucking need a new goddamn computer. Yes. And by all means, yes, do help. The Citizen Reporter 3 says hello, and hello in turn. Daniel Harola says hi. And Citizen Reporter says first time here. Well, welcome. Daniel retracted his message. Nathan Brooks says yo-ho. Derek Talley is putting in his helpful blurb there. And Marcus Crick says, hey, DD, you still having comp issues? Yes, despite the fact that I've repaired what I could. And that, of course, broke me. And I've been rescued by a magnificent benefactress. But as I said, that's simply still treading water. I'm going to give her proper credit, not by naming her, but by her request, crediting her anonymously when I get to the shout-outs. And Marcus Crick says, let the anchor out, TD, don't hold back. I already did, which is why I lost my voice. I was shouting at the top of my lungs while only these two gentlemen were here to hear me. They said all the right things just to trigger me, too. Just the right things. Anyhow, so aside from that, Marcus Crick says, I was Dell Tech in previous life. Wow, okay. He says, need to run checks disk in one's Windows to fix your boot sector. I don't even know what that means. That's he's talking tech, all right. Yes, it's as far as I'm concerned, what he just said to me was gibberish. But I thank you for trying to help. Okay, so I get what Selena's saying now. Her message was she's on the road and that she'll be with us at about 9-ish, I presume, her time, New York time. So thank you, honey. Appreciate that. And Sarah and Selena, my love to both you ladies. And to any other ladies lurking in the chat room, I don't see any in particular that I recognize right now. And we're going to turn it over to the two gentlemen so I can try and quaff some tea and some water and recoup some of my voice after dealing with the nightmare of what I was dealing with. As a matter of fact, Derek, do me a favor and just be patient. I'm going to bring Brenden on first. So, Brenden, help put this into perspective for people, why exactly my laptop is so fucked up. What I'm going to do is give the basics and you can add some detail with that. Then you can bring up what you feel is relevant that people need to pay attention to in the world today. We're very lucky to have you with us considering your schedule. Catch people up on your schedule. And then we're going to have Derek introduce himself and what's going on with his treatment, because he was talking about his treatment at a time when we were essentially not officially transmitting. We were on live stream and some people might have heard it, but he can give people a quick recap and where he plans to go from here with the studies that he was doing, that he was giving some hints about in terms of his, I don't know how to clarify it other than theological pursuits. And so that has some relevance in what we're speaking of tonight, most certainly with what Nathan Brooks brought to mind, who I'm glad is back with his family, apparently, and certainly out of jail. Brenden, what happened was that Mike Ringley had a system which was compatible with only one particular, what would you call it? A particular phase in Skype development. In other words, Skype is developed by Microsoft or...
Specific patch.
Yeah, thank you. So he could not... everyone, of course, had to get on Revolution Radio by Skype. We all got on by Skype. He had... His computers could only work with a specific progress of Skype. Skype at an arrested frame of development. And all the Skype upgrades after that rendered us incompatible with Mike Ringley's system. So when Laura Lee Solomon purchased myself a new laptop, there were two things she did that rendered it a piece of shit. She took this brand new laptop and she spent hundreds of dollars having everything removed from it to have it reload it with Windows 10, because that was the most basic form of Windows that was compatible and able to use that specific development of Skype, that specific phase of Skype. And what happens is every time I bring two people onto a Skype call, it crashes. And I can't do anything with it other than to shut down the computer and restart it again. And because it's Windows 10, everything takes forever. So tonight's program took forever to just get all that started. And I had to do all that and yet still got the links up in time before the show started. But yeah, see what you can do to technically give people any more details about that might put it in context other than what I've said, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I think you covered it. And it's like, yeah, basically that computer is just backwards.
Yes,
what it should be.
Yeah. And it's awful. And I run the program to produce out of it because it has the RAM that can hold the program to produce, whereas the PC is so old it doesn't even have that random access memory capacity for me to hold the program to produce. So what I'm dealing with is just an impossible situation where I'm working out two very old computers, one that was reverse engineered to be retarded and the other one that is just naturally retarded. It's all an example of donations that I've got from various people that have been just, rendered even more stupid than they were when they were donated. So I need to buy new equipment completely, or this show's not going to go on at all. So people, let's just put it this way: if you want to keep hearing me, you'd better start putting out some fucking money. This I can't keep doing this for free, which is essentially what I'm doing constantly. So just get that out there and let it be known. In the meantime, we're very fortunate to have people volunteering their time, Brenden and Derek. And so before Derek, gets on stage, Brenden, what else has come to your mind about things that have been going on in the world recently? Was there anything in particular you felt we should be taking note of?
I mean, there's a few breaking news things.
By all means, cut loose. I'm going to just go through online and see what else is out there myself while you do that.
Okay, yeah, it was just some kind of shooting in Germany, which doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. What was going on?
8 people were shot dead in Hanau.
Holy shit!
Near Frankfurt.
What the fuck? What happened?
And they don't know. It was very recently. They're saying they don't know the motive yet. So it's pretty fresh.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. There must be something, some details or something.
That's all it says right now, but I think I could probably find something else about it.
Okay, sure. But tell us anything else you found. What else is out there you think should be brought to people's attention?
Let me see.
I
was going to talk about various other things, but
sure.
I've noticed that the Germans have been talking about. I was wondering your perspective on it. Not to ask you a question, but it's just in context. I've noticed they've been talking about the Turkish, and they had a program about Ataturk recently, and then there's I don't know. They've always had a lot of ties with Turkey, but they're very much focusing on Turkey at this point because now that they run the European Union, in my opinion, that's why they have to kind of take the helm and kind of keep track of the members of the union more so. So does that kind of make sense? Like Germany's actually taking the helm of like that region?
Well, it had better start to do so, or
That's what it seems like.
or it's simply everyone is going to be fucked if they don't. They just
Right.
So I would hope they are. In the meantime,
They give a lot of money to Turkey, from what I know.
okay, yeah, that's not surprising. Anyhow, try and take over because I can't talk right now. Okay, my voice is
Yeah.
gone, so I don't need you to ask me questions. Honestly, as a matter of
Right.
fact, if in order to fill in airtime, what I'm going to do is turn Derek on, because Derek can go for a while and you can look up some other things to speak about, which is, believe me, your presence here is appreciated. But I need you to be able to go on for long periods of time right now. So
Right. I
Derek,
was gonna speak about my like about some like anthropology stuff too.
oh yeah. If you want to bring that up now, go ahead, because my voice is, I'm gone. I can't even talk.
Well, basically, just like I'm learning about bones and how to like identify like the,
Yeah, all I could think of was red bone from Derek the other day. I mean, the very sound of that is obscene. Anyhow, but go on. You probably missed that, but
I don't remember that. But yeah,
it's
basically,
awful. It's something he calls his brother, and it's something they call hybrid people like myself who are more half black, some other genetic strain combined. Derek, could you tell us for a second what that means? I mean, like, where on earth does that source from?
Red bones is just a name for those that are kind of red, like light-skinned red. Like you have like light-skinned yellow black people, but then you have red bone, those that have probably the more Celtic mixture in them. So that it's a pretty red. It's a nice, usually males use it in description of females when you're describing the. But there's people that call themselves red bone. Then you got like red fox, who would be the male version of of a red bone. That would be a perfect description of that color.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now you know, Brenden. Okay.
wow, yeah,
That should add to your anthropological observations. Take
yeah,
it from
that's
there.
interesting.
Go on, Brenden.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about that because there's a lot of ways to put it, but it's like that's an interesting slang kind of way to put it.
Yes.
I'm surprised Douglas never heard that slang before living in California.
I never did. No, it's all I could think of is the song "Ham Bone." After that, it brought to mind that it brought to mind images of a flaming red erection. It was the first thing that I thought of. Red bone. It's I have to admit, my mind's in the gutter half the time anyway. But yes, both of you gentlemen can start a conversation on this if you wish, or you can go to back to Brenden with his anthropology. What were you going to bring up, Brenden? Are you like mute or something? Derek, you can go on talking. I think Brendan's gone.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen the breaking story that Brenden was talking about, and also we have one here in Tennessee. It says fugitives wanted in multiple states are arrested in Mount Joliet, Tennessee. So apparently, someone stole a car from Maryland, and they've been driving around here in Tennessee because they've been caught by the license plate scanners. So finally, the police rolled up on these people and got them at the post office of all places. But I guess they caught these fugitives that were wanted in multiple states, and what they're wanted for, I'm not sure. But the fact that they had the Maryland license plate on the car and thought they were going to get away here in Tennessee and end up getting tracked down by the license plates readers that are out here alerting the police, and which helped the police corner them at the post office. That's
Hello?
So it's ignorance on their part. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hey, what's up, Brenden?
Oh, hi. Okay. Am I back? Sorry about that. Okay.
Yes, you're back. That was
Okay.
that was
I
delightful.
dropped off.
Yes, yes, I'm so glad you realized that. Yes, yes, very
Sorry about
frustrating. So go on. Well, you can pick up where you were at. Our man Derek was just describing some ongoing law enforcement issues in a regional area, and so you were going to say something anthropologically before I start to bring Derek back on stage to talk about his what he was thinking of speaking about theologically, because it does mesh in with what Nathan was saying before I start monologuing again. So what were you going to speak about anthropologically?
I was just gonna briefly like cover what I was learning, that just like you could identify various like parts of the skeleton, like and use it to identify like gender and stuff, and I thought that was really interesting. I was just gonna mention that. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
And why are you so echoey?
What is it?
You're echoing. You're echoing like you're on speakerphone or something. Like you're far away from the
Well-
mic or something like that.
Well, the mic is I have like a mic on my headphone,
Yeah,
but I
did
had
you-
to go
do it-
back
do
to the phone because
Y-
it dropped off another other one I
Right.
was using.
Right. At any rate, we can't really hear you well, so I'm going to let Derek start talking. And but yeah, if you can get into a better place, are you moving? Are you like moving around the room or something?
It's like scraping up against this like microphone.
Yes, yes. So, at any rate, Derek can take over. Derek, go on with what you were going to speak about tonight, and I want to thank you for your patience with Brendan's technical problems, and I appreciate your being here. So go on, Derek. Take the stage.
All right, well, thank you. One study that I was taking is called The Six Abodes of Satan. And the Six Abodes of Satan talks about why was Satan created, his career during his creation, his fall, and where his future is going to end up, and where his final abode is going to be. And so far, there's 6 abodes of Satan. 2 of them have passed already. The third is his present abode. And then there's 3 more coming abodes after that. So first of all, let's talk about why Satan was created in the first place. Now, this is a real paradox that a lot of people don't think about, but Satan was created to guard the mercy seat. So God created Satan in the first place to guard the mercy seat and he created the mercy seat before there was any sin. So the whole purpose of the mercy seat was to make an atonement for sin. And God created Satan to guard that mercy seat while there was yet no sin ever created. And sin, ironically, started at that mercy seat when there was nothing but Satan's violence that was in his head. And what was the violence that was in Satan's head? He wanted to be God. He wanted to take over God. He wanted to sit in the seat where God, he wanted to raise his throne above God. Now, when God made Satan, just like when he makes all his creatures, he makes them after a certain pattern. So he makes human beings after one pattern, and he makes angels a little bit higher than the human beings. And then there's a order of angels called the seraphim that's over the regular order of angels. And then there's the highest order of angels, which is called the cherubim. Satan himself is a cherub. He's a cherubim, but he was anointed as a cherub, as the high cherub. So not only was he of the highest order of angels, he was anointed or messiahed over that highest order of angels. And just like when God makes any of his creatures, he makes us out to a certain pattern. Well, when you read Ezekiel 28, it speaks of how the pattern of beauty and the pattern of wisdom that was made Satan filled up that entire pattern, which means he was made with complete beauty, and he was made with the complete pattern of wisdom. That means he's the wisest creature and the most beautiful creature, created being that God has ever made, because that was the only creature that filled up the entire beauty of the pattern of God's pattern of making of beings. So his first abode was at the throne of God, and then the second abode of Satan was a mineral garden of God, because God sat the day star, and the day star was his name. The name Lucifer is Latin, so day star is transliterated Lucifer in many of the Bibles, but the name that was given to this angel is day star. So this is the day star angel, and just like you would look at Venus as being the day star, because when it starts to get light outside, the only planet you can see, the star that you could see, is Venus. But Venus only shines until it gives way to the sun. Once the sun comes, you can't see Venus anymore. So the day star is a star that shines until the sun comes. And, that works in the English because, we have that double entendre, the S-U-N. But when the sun comes, he's going to crush the day star. So right now, the abode that the devil is in is the atmosphere. He's in the atmospheric heavens, and he still has access to the throne of God. So as he was kicked out of the throne of God, as he was thrown down as lightning, he still at this point, and we can see that from the book of Job, has that he has access to approach the throne of God. There's going to become a certain point to where he's going to be thrown down and not have that access anymore. And that's going to be during the middle of tribulation, when he inhabits the body of the Antichrist. So his fourth abode is going to be the earth. After the Armageddon, he's going to be thrown down to the abyss for 1,000 years. And then when it's time for final judgment of all, his final and sixth abode is going to be in the lake of fire. So those are the 6 abodes of Satan.
Thank you. That was very concise. That was yes. Usually people can drag that on for hours. So I'm definitely impressed. And what you said you were taking a course on Satanology, right? And this was
Yes.
it was in context of that course. Could you explain that, how you ran across this course and what interested you in that?
Oh, well, one of my favorite Bible teachers, I think, who is the absolute most diligent in his studies, is a doctor named Dr. Arnold Frukenbaum. And as a matter of fact, if you've ever taken any Hebrew courses at a Baptist Bible college, or one of them Bible colleges down south, Dr. Arnold Frukenbaum is the one who actually designed the course. Now, Dr. Arnold Frukenbaum, his father is a Holocaust survivor, and they escaped from Russia to Poland when, I guess, the Nazis wanted to kill his father, because he's an Orthodox Jew, and they escaped from Poland to New York. Well, when they went to New York, he met a Lutheran lady who told him about the Bible and told him about Jesus. And that's where he became a Christian, because being an Orthodox Jew all his life, once he learned about Jesus, he said, wait a minute, Jesus is the Messiah that we've been looking for as Jews in the Old Testament, our coming Messiah. That is Jesus. But he didn't tell his parents until they moved to California. So once they moved to California, he told his parents that he believed in Jesus, and they
This
kicked
would
him
be the
out the
place
house.
to do it. Yes, California would be the place to tell your Jewish parents that you've become a Christian.
Yes, yes. So they kicked him out the house.
Sorry, that's the punchline. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't find that so funny, but that's
Yeah,
that's
wow.
sorry. That is funny. That's so that's incredible. I really appreciate you sharing that. What about the tell us about. Do you know anything about the movement, the Jews for Jesus? I've always wondered about that, and I never really understood that. It was like Jews who had taken on Jesus. Yes, it was, or was
Yes,
it?
well, there's different little messianic Jewish movements. Some of them are more sound than others. I mean, one of them is a Pentecostal movement that goes off the rails real quick. But of the more sane ones, they're what they're doing is they're looking at all the promises in the Old Testament of the coming Messiah that they know, that the Jews know that are coming, and many of them are realizing that is Jesus. That Jesus is the Messiah. I mean, the beginning church was all Jewish because it was Jewish sects of people who, like the Bereans, Paul came and told them about Jesus, and they didn't just believe him just because he said so. But Acts 17:11, they said that. They searched the scriptures daily to see if these things were true. So in searching the scriptures daily, they prove that Jesus is the Messiah that was promised to them in the Old Testament.
Right. Well, thank you for sharing that, and that's always wonderful to hear such stories or experiences. I don't want to make this sound too much like a Bible reading circle, but I can't resist. Brenden, does this remind you of anything or any thoughts that come to mind?
I've definitely heard of the Messianic Jews before. I mean, of course, I'm pretty sure I've met a couple of them
Right.
without realizing it.
Well, can you explain to
But
us a bit about your background? I mean, you're obviously Syrian and of some Arabic descent, but you
right,
you come from a family that was Byzantine Orthodox Christian or Antiochian
exactly.
Orthodox. So tell us a bit about that.
Right. So, like, when I was younger, they took me to, like, the Orthodox Church, and they have different ceremonies. And, of course, the readings were done in, actually, I believe the priest knew Aramaic, which was interesting, or some kind of, you know, possibly Slavonic. Yeah, one of those. Like, the ancient way of, like, reciting the Orthodox scriptures, right? Which is just the Bible, you know.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I grew up in that, and I recall, like, even very young, they did I think it's called the Eucharist with the wine and the cracker, right? Or, yeah, so
Wafer.
they did that.
Wafer.
The wafer, right? The wafer, the body of Christ. Like, I remember that stuff when I was very young. So,
By the way, your voice is kind of tiny and tinny, and you were sounding
yeah,
so
I
good.
tried to move locations. Oh, wait, here it is.
Okay,
How about
okay. It was sounding so perfect the other day when you were with us last time. But we can hear you.
this?
We can hear you. I shouldn't complain too much.
We've been having, like, outages, so I had to come out onto my phone.
Okay.
As far as my internet at home, yeah, like,
Okay.
the
Yes.
other day they said all of Sacramento crashed, and then all of Brentwood,
Holy
like, LA
shit.
crashed. Like, they
Holy
were having multiple outages for whatever reason.
Nobody can explain it?
Well, one of them was on Valentine's Day, so who knows what kind of shit was going on.
Yes.
But
Yes.
the other ones were, like, yeah, unexplainable. Just, it's AT&T, so whatever's going on with their main line, that's, like, the most used line in the nation, probably, I think.
Right.
Their system, you know.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, yeah, like, and it also reminded me of when he was talking about Satan and, like, Lucifer, or more correctly, like, Lucifer, like, he was, like, the most favored of angels. I resonated with that, like, that part, because at one point he was, like, God's, like, right hand, or, like, favored cherubim, like he was saying. So yeah, that reminded me of a lot. Yeah, thank you, Derek, for that.
But by the way, there might be different pronunciations for that. I don't really trip off pronunciations that much because, of course, when you have someone who speaks multiple languages, as of course Brenden well knows, the pronunciations just begin to fluctuate. And but I think that one of the ways to pronounce that is cherubim or cherubim, or but I might be wrong.
That sounds correct.
Yeah, but definitely, the English does a lot to kind of corrupt the original pronunciations, and so we do want to bear that in mind. With anything else that comes to mind for you, gentlemen, because what I can start doing now is we're at the bottom of the hour. What I can do is give both of you gentlemen a break, start the solicitation, and then kind of take off from there. And both of you gentlemen are welcome to hang out and just break in anytime you feel that you have something to say, something that comes to mind. There is a lot to cover tonight, and I am in a better position in terms of conscious awareness to do it than I was the other night. But sounds like you have something you were going to say, Brenden.
No, I was listening to what you're saying, and yeah.
By the way, I can't resist this. I might regret this, but what were you going to say about the conical headed peoples? I mean, he brought that up. By the way, both, just so that the listeners know, while I was dealing with all the multiple frustrations with all
I was trying to make you laugh, but I do have some questions about it.
Okay.
For another time.
There we are, yes. Okay, he was trying to make me laugh, but I am curious as to what was on your mind that brought them to mind. I mean, I shouldn't talk like this, but it was like when I was dealing with all the frustrations I was dealing with, and then Derek Talley brought the F1 up again. And it was just at the absolute wrong moment because, I was dealing on a totally different computer than what I needed the F1 for. And so I pretty much said, oh, shut the hell up. And then I said the same thing to Brenden when he brought up the conical heads, telling him the last thing I needed to know was about, or discuss was heads that look like butt plugs. But in terms of, I shouldn't say things like that, but honestly, this was like what was considered very much the aesthetic, in a different phase of human development, or some might even say a higher phase of human development than we're at today in many respects. But what was it about them that you were thinking of at the time that, aside from making myself laugh, which is,
there's a lot of things that makes me think of it because of like learning the bones in anthropology and like the position of like certain things on the skull. That was part of it.
Yes.
And then also that, there's quote unquote like people outside of academia that research it, and they have like certain DNA tests that have interesting results. And other than that, there are some evidences like on the books of like the manipulation of it, like what you were saying, how they, do the head binding. And so that actually exists. So there's some real skulls that are like bound skulls.
Right. Yeah. Well,
for sure.
Yes. What I think what you're pointing
as opposed to what I'm saying, what I was going to ask you about, if you thought they were like relic, like populations or
relic
some kind
populations,
of interbreeding,
yes,
or a subspecies is what most people refer to.
Yes. There are more than
Not
one relic population.
Like everyone else likes to claim.
I'm sorry, what?
Unlike, as opposed to an alien like everyone else claims.
Right.
Trying to get at, yeah.
Yes, thank you. There is more than...
That they are human, of course.
Well, they're relic populations. They're not human.
Yeah.
Just like,
they're primates.
Yeah, they're something like that.
Right.
In some cases, we really don't know. In some cases.
Indeed.
Yeah, in the case of, say, for instance, when we talk about the... as an anthropologist, if you're pursuing this seriously, of course, then you know that, honestly, there were times on Earth where in Eurasia, into the Indonesian spur towards Australasia, we had areas where there were literally half a dozen to a dozen different types of hominid that were encountering each other. So if you ever see a film, a film that was trying to put this into some perspective as well as it could, was a film entitled Quest for Fire. And that was based on a monumental piece of work that was, I believe, fiction, but it was written by someone who had done very deep work into anthropology. And in the film Quest for Fire, which, have you heard of it, Brenden, or you ever saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. So in the film...
I'm trying to like bring it back into my memory right now.
Okay, yes. In the film Quest for Fire, you see different species of humanoid that are encountering each other, and they're, for lack of a better word, they're in walking distance. We're talking miles and miles of walking, but by that I mean like huge ranges of walking, but they're
Right.
in walking distance. And so you had these kinds of encounters, and there's been interspecies breeding where they found Neanderthal DNA in many human beings. So I've seen them referred to by anthropologists. They'll say, "Oh yeah, there was a time when there were a dozen species of humanity in any given area," and then there'll be other times they'll point out the fact that, well, these other species are not human. So
Right.
it's like they're using the term fast and loose, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. I don't see where the
I see.
yeah, that's something where, okay, we take a look at other primates like chimpanzees and the orangutans and the apes, and we say definitively these are not human. So just because one of these other species is sapient and can theoretically breed with us to extent, well, they know for a fact that humans have done that with chimpanzees, and that they've done that with other primates. But that doesn't mean that we're definitely dealing with something that's human as the offspring.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
Like a definition of a species would be like you could interbreed, or the offspring can then interbreed, or then can breed on their own, basically.
right. Which most of the
Would
time
would be the classification. Yeah.
Right, which most of the time the hybrids, like, what is it, donkeys, cannot do that generally, but then sometimes they can. Sometimes they can.
Interesting.
Yeah, and
Perhaps they're that close, or like very close.
rare, right, and so that's what we have to ultimately discern when we're discussing these topics. But in terms of the relic populations, yes, there were a number of relic populations, at least two that I'm aware of, that were born naturally with the conical shaped heads, and this was what the humans were trying to emulate when they were binding their skulls.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
and that, but these were advanced civilizations, but they were not alien. They were not extraterrestrial. They were
Exactly.
products of this planet, the solar system at the most distant. And and it's important for people to remember that the planets of Mars and Venus were at one time very terrestrial-like. They were very Earth-like, and Venus fell victim to a runaway greenhouse effect, which is what we may well fall victim to if we don't do something about it. And Mars, of course, fell victim to a kind of senescence, a planetary senescence, when it lost its magnetic poles, its magnetic polarization, its magnetic magnetosphere, and which is something that may very well happen to us. And we're heading towards more desertification, and we're becoming more like Mars. In fact, it's the worst of both worlds. We're becoming more like Venus and Mars combined, which is we're destroying ourselves, and which is all part of
Indeed, and like they had the record temperatures in Antarctica, like 60 degrees. Like it was colder here in California than it was there, which is pretty alarming, I'd say.
Yes, it's horrific. It's horrific. People don't understand how bad it is right now, and it's very bad. And so I won't concentrate too much on the at all on the climate tonight. More on the coronavirus, of course. Try to and not overly much, but certainly enough.
And there were
go on.
I just brought back to my memory that there were some confirmed deaths in the Middle East now, officially in like Iran, which is right. I'm surprised that the Chinese and the Iranians have like direct travel. I mean, other than tourists. I mean, I could see tourists, that being like tourists or something. Or are there like Chinese people like working in Iran possibly?
Well, the two deaths in Iran, maybe they had visited China due to some kind of business or something. I would assume that. I'm not really assuming anything at this point. I think that it's traveled all over the world, where it's no longer really a Chinese issue.
Right, and it's interesting that they brought them here into California, and they put these people in quarantine in Travis Air Force Base, which is like right next to where I'm at. Like,
yes, of course.
Basically down the street. I mean,
they're out to get you. Yes.
Out of all these bases. I mean, no, not like that, but it's just I mean, California is on the Pacific, so it makes sense.
No, I'm kidding about that being out to get you, of course, but
Right.
and you know that. But I was definitely. I'll go a bit into that. There are people who are arguing about how stupid that is. Of course, that
Right.
they brought.
And then they allowed, or like the Japanese allowed those people on the cruise ship to disembark, but the CDC has barred them from coming, the United States citizens from coming back. So they're stuck in limbo in
Well, it's
Japan.
like they were flying them right over here, though. That there was a couple they flew right over here to the military bases you were talking about.
Yeah, see, that's what's so weird, yeah. But then after they disembarked onto Japan, the CDC declared them like unable to travel here. So
Right,
I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, I know. I'll go into what I know, but I'm hearing they're not necessarily conflicting reports, but they seem to be treating different people in different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but what you said was probably the most relevant. Explain to people that the Japanese were keeping everybody on the ship for the purpose of seeing the disease progress. They wanted to actually be able to measure it within a confined.
I believe, yeah, that's what they were doing initially, because like. It was basically like an isolated group on the cruise ship, and because it was a contained vessel and it wasn't allowed to port, or people weren't allowed to leave, they could measure the speed and like I don't know what the word would be, like efficacy of it, or like the strength of it, like, because even with strong viruses like the flu, like only like a percentage of people will get it if they're exposed,
Uh-huh.
due to like immune system variations or whatever, like various things.
Right.
But like, I think they were using it to measure like how quickly this like brand new virus would like hit these people,
Right.
Or perhaps they were doing that, because that could be deemed unethical, but it's like, it's pretty advantageous to be able to measure that for like the world.
Yes.
At this point. Yeah.
Yes.
So they could have taken advantage of that, in the most, I mean, I don't want to call it the most ethical way, but it's like the only way it could have been tested without like literally like infecting random people.
Yes.
So I think they could have used it for that, honestly. Yeah.
Yes, I'm convinced that you're correct. Your analysis is commonsensical, and I want to thank you for it, and I will kind of brush up against that again. As for Derek...
and I did note, just quickly, note that they were very hush-hush about it affecting the Olympics until very recently.
Yes!
And which was alarming, I mean, in general, because I figured they would start talking about it immediately, but I think they just didn't want to panic people, so they just only recently, within the last few days, have been mentioning like possible impacts to the Olympics, because it's very close.
Yes, you were quite
June.
you made the prediction this will impact the Olympics, and
Right.
So you've been proven, as far as I'm concerned, correct, and I'm certain it will impact the Olympics. This is going to have an enormous impact.
Unfortunately,
on everything, on everything. It's something that is at this point effectively out of control. And most people.
And I think they were having qualifiers. I don't know if it was in Shanghai or what, or some kind of swimming qualifiers, and they canceled it already.
Yes.
So something like that has already happened. If I can't remember the details right now.
Yes, very much so. And so I definitely appreciate your bringing that up. And let me see if I I was just extending all of the dialogue between Peter Moon and George Knight for consultation later, but I'll do that again while I'm giving them their proper credit in a matter of minutes. Now, before I start the solicitation, Derek Talley, I want to thank you for my patience, for your patience with myself tonight, with everything I was dealing with. What else comes to your mind at the moment that you might want to bring up? By the way, since I have both of you on Skype, we may as well do this now, or maybe I shouldn't. It'd probably be risking the Skype even staying on bandwidth. But I wanted to put Derek Talley on screen share with me, and I'll do that in the near future. And I'll show him some of the things that people are writing to him about cancer, and most of these are like alternative treatments that are they're automatically blocked by YouTube. So I do want people to know that I am not deleting or hiding these. That there's a lot of alternative cancer treatments that people are trying to present to Derek Talley that YouTube blocks, and I have absolutely no option provided to show them if I wanted to, which I don't necessarily want to show them to the public because I really don't think the majority of them are efficacious. However, I'm going to respect the fact that people are trying to communicate this to Derek Talley, so I will try and present this to him.
Which is why I brought up the stuff that was like studied.
Right.
Because I know all kinds of random stuff that would help, but I brought up specifically the ones that were confirmed through like science.
Yes,
like
well,
the mushrooms.
Yeah, and I've been doing CBD oil too, so I got the
that was confirmed for sure.
Milligram CBD, and I've been smoking some of those CBD buds.
Yeah, definitely do that because the CBD helps the most from what I've seen with people I know that have gotten cancer.
Oh, by the way,
it helps with, like,
what's the best way to smoke it? Because see, they sell it loose. They sell it in buds, and then they sell it.
I mean, of course, like as far as that goes,
pre-rolled one it just canoes all the way up. I mean, it's awful.
Yeah, because they like try and do the cone joint thing. Yeah. As far as like doing that, the best way is like through a tincture. Just saying like it as a baseline, like through like a tincture, and then for smoking, I would use like a water piece and try and filter it as much as possible, like a water pipe. Yeah.
Okay. Our ratings are going to go up now. Yes, this is.
But it's in his defense, I mean, in our defense, really, it's just like it's actually been proven to help with like cancer. Like I've seen it, and actually people with like the disease,
How does it? No, I'm not arguing. I'm just asking. How does it do that? I mean, it helps.
Well, it helps with inflammation and pain.
Okay, inflammation.
So like when you get the radiation and the chemo, your body's like inflamed.
Okay.
The CBD will actually like activate because your body has like cannabinoid receptors naturally, so it'll help activate those receptors, which are healing for like the body.
Okay. Yeah.
And anti-inflammatory.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. And so.
And appetite. It helps with appetite, which is very important.
Right. Especially since Derek, tell everybody how you're losing your taste now, Derek. Let everybody knows.
Yes, I'm starting to lose my taste, and it's very depressing. Yesterday, I went and I had a steak torta, and I'm already getting like the metal taste in my mouth. But the meat tastes like water now. It's like I don't get any enjoyment of the spices yesterday I had a steak torta and today I had a White Castle. And the only enjoyment of the eating is the only thing I got out of it is the texture of the food. I got no taste. So that's kind of depressing. So luckily the cancer wasn't as bad as what they thought. As far as they thought, it spread to my tongue, which luckily it didn't. But if it had spread to my tongue, they would have had to turn the machine up even more, and I would have been in danger of losing my taste buds indefinitely. But at this rate, they said I'm probably only going to lose my taste buds from 4 to 6 months, and they'll probably come back.
That's great. I mean, I'm sorry that if for 4 to 6 months you'd be without taste. I mean, that's
good news. I mean, it sounds good.
Right. And by the way, I want to thank both of you gentlemen for being here. Before I indulge myself into the chat room again and also, do the solicitation, I do want to bring up one suspicion that I have, and it's not at all, it's just something, it's just a thought. I do know that throat cancer of, the kind that Derek has is something that people like Derek and I are particularly vulnerable to because we both drink a lot of tea or coffee or just a lot of hot water. And so Selena says, "Hi, Douglas. Happy to hear you tonight. Hey, baby. I love you." And so the more coffee or hot water or tea that a person drinks, especially if they don't wait for it to cool down enough and they just slam it down while it's hot. Say if somebody's in an environment where the coffee's always bad, and the theory is you slam it down while it's as hot as possible so you don't have to taste it, and you're just doing this for the caffeine, the battlefield condition type of coffee sustenance, then that in particular will make you much more vulnerable to throat cancer. It's just the scalding water after a while just has an effect on the cells of
Wow.
the tissues of the throat, of course, which is like a giant mucous membrane. And so what I was thinking of, now this is just a thought, it's not a, I'm not married to this, but it's possible that the coconut oil that Derek was putting in his coffee might have led to this cancer, in the sense that it's boiling oil. It's literally like hot or scalding oil that you were pouring down your throat. Now, of course, I'm assuming you were waiting for the coffee to be cool enough, but after a while we build up a tolerance, and we're taking in increasingly hotter amounts of, and the oil along with the coffee might have done something towards it. It may not have. It may not have at all. It was just a thought.
Yeah, I actually didn't think of that, because see, it turned out to be kind of beneficial to me, because I wasn't getting hungry. I noticed I would put 1 tablespoon of and I wouldn't put anything else. I wouldn't put any sugar. I don't put cream in my coffee. I'll either drink my coffee black, or whenever I get a jar of that extra virgin cold pressed olive oil, and I always looked at that as being good oil, being extra virgin and being cold pressed, and still having that coconut taste. I'd put a tablespoon of that in my coffee, and then it would give me that would be my energy drink.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, I understood and appreciated that. Like I said, if I tried that, I'd be pissing out of my asshole. But I'm glad it worked for you, and it sustained you for years, apparently years. And so
that's 1 year. I've only been doing that for 1 year.
Oh, really? Okay. Then I doubt that had something to do with your cancer. Okay, that was possibly something that just developed from years of coffee drinking. I assume you've been drinking coffee all your life, right?
Oh yeah, I've been drinking coffee all my life, but
right.
Yeah.
Well, my father was big into coffee. I mean, my father loved coffee. My mother and I couldn't stand coffee, and not that I actually enjoy coffee and candies and ice cream or anything except its pure form. Coffee candies or the like are fine, but actually I can even chew those coffee beans. They have those coffee beans that they sometimes cover in chocolate, and I can handle that.
Oh yeah, I like those.
Yeah, I can handle that. The worst is the Turkish coffee, of course. The Turkish coffee, for those who don't know, they just take coffee beans and they pour hot water over it. And
Turkish coffee is the strongest
Yes.
coffee you'll ever have. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's how the whole Middle East makes it. It's crazy.
Oh shit! I mean,
one cup is like beyond an espresso. Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't even imagine that. That's mad.
I used to drink it every morning,
holy
to
shit,
get me to school and stuff. Yeah, I used to drink so much coffee.
Oh my god. Oh, that's incredible. And they used to tell the fortunes with the coffee beans the way people would tell fortunes with tea reading.
Oh yeah, they still do. I mean, my family does it. I mean, just for fun, for kicks. But one of my cousins wrote a book on it at one point.
Wrote a book on it?
Pretty interesting. Yeah. She.
Holy shit!
The book. Yeah.
Really, I should have her on.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if it's possible to contact them even at this point.
Oh my god, yeah, but that would be fascinating. A form of divination that she wrote a book on. That's incredible.
I can cover the basics of it at some point.
Just for
people
fun.
An outline.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, that's So thank you, and so both of you gentlemen are welcome to hang out. I'll go into full transmission mode now, and both of you gentlemen help me arrive at the point where.
And I had something from Dave real quick. I mean, if
please,
you had,
by all means.
It might make you angrier though, or it depends actually. Who knows? It says this is what the Germans are saying. It says Assange's lawyer, Trump offered a pardon for Russia's denial. Assange's lawyer is saying that Donald Trump offered him a full pardon if he denied Russia's role in the 2016 leak. So, I mean,
and has Julian responded? Has Assange?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even click on it. I just was like, wow.
Yeah, Daniel Rolla has also brought that to my attention, so I'll.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
okay,
I thank both of you for doing that, and I want both of you to continue to do things like that, and Derek as well, to bring things to my attention, and I'll do my best to brush over that just briefly. And of course it makes me angry. Yes, it's sickening. It's just all part of the insanity of where we're at now at this point in history. yeah, we try and put it into perspective with biblical context. It helps. With our man Derek. Derek, how do you handle in context of your theology or your understanding of theology? How do you handle the context of the anti-gods and the concept of, say, for instance, the Yazidi people and the peacock angel? Because obviously I have a deep affinity for the Yazidi, as I was personally in that area of Iraq when I visited back in '88, and of course had photographs I published on my Facebook timeline in the past, may do so again in the future. But in terms of the Yazidi people, of course, they worship Malik Taush, and that, of course, is conflated with Lucifer, or the fallen angel. And, of course, the perspective is that he is, in the cosmology of the Yazidi, the anchor between heaven and earth. And, of course, this is different from the kind of Satan that's perceived by Christians. This is, of course, the prideful angel that fell, but, of course, is part of the nexus point, or the cogwheel of the cosmos, in the sense that God's intent was, of course, for mankind to be tempted, so that this is, of course, the ecology, the ecosystem of our cosmology, that there will be people who become damned, and that these damned are kind of like the compost for that which blossoms up above the lower levels, the clepothic levels, to use, of course, the tree of life, that the Jewish people gifted us with, in terms of the Kabbalah. Of course, now this enters other cosmologies that then become somewhat confusing to people who don't do a cross-theological reference. And that's probably the biggest problem I have with communicating with American Christians. Unlike people who are Christians from, say, the Middle East or the Levantine, where they're forced to take into account other people's cosmologies. Or in Europe, where, of course, there were different types of Christianity, from Byzantium to Catholicism to Protestantism. In America, you had, for the longest period of time, a white Protestant supermajority, which thankfully is dying. And the problem was the ability to communicate with people who are living in, dare I say it, to use a pun, black and white. And there's no other dimensions into their theology. And so, say, for instance, Keith Call, who I love dearly, and I consider a wonderful human being, he views the anti-gods as simply the devils and demons making themselves more exotic for sex appeal, which is, to myself, an absolutely bizarre concept. I can't really wrap my brain around, but that's how he filters this. Whereas, of course, with what shall I say, derived from the works of Al-Azith, the buzzing of the insects, written by the Mad Arab, which is almost a title since he's referred to as such. One of these days I'll have to go into the history of that individual and his historical context. What I get is, of course, there is that Kabbalistic tree of life, the tree of death, the Qlipothic. Then, of course, there is the Rasha, or the anti-tree, which is neither life nor death, but where these anti-gods abide, an anti-matter type of universe, which, of course, when antimatter collides with matter in our universe, it leads to destruction. Collision would result in explosion of a cosmic level. So this is what's represented by the struggle of the anti-gods and the tree of life and death that God himself created, which the devils and demons are a part of in terms of the composting process. Therefore, their leading humans to damnation is part of the ecosystem. It's part of that which is natural, which is why both the Muslims and the Christians must ultimately understand that from God sources all things, both good and evil. And of course the Jews accept that in the extent that they see God, of course, as someone who's basically beating them constantly, exiling them, punishing them as a people, what I've referred to as an abusive father relationship. So in terms of what you articulated to us with these domains of Satan, how does what I've articulated to you, how does that resonate? Because obviously you you don't seem offended by anything that I've brought up in the past, and you seem to handle it quite well. You flow with it. So how does that happen? How does that work for you?
I think the moral of the story is that when God started his creation, he knew that eventually he was going to have to die and redeem his creation. So, it started with him creating a mercy seat before there was ever any sin to ever be had. I mean, the whole purpose of a mercy seat is to have mercy and make a remission for sins. Then he went on top of that and created a being that was the highest in beauty and highest in wisdom, and put that being as being one to guard his glory on the mercy seat, and knowing that that was going to be the one that was going to sin and bring his, to try to bring his kingdom down. So, and when Jesus died on the cross, where he took his blood was where on that mercy seat was which is where sin first started in the first place. So it just makes you look at God in awe. It makes you look at him and see all the things that he's done for us and the ending result. Because I'm looking at the end, and as you teach us about these anti-gods, I'm picking up a lot of it's something that I haven't heard before, something that I didn't know, but it makes perfect sense to me. Especially being in that area, Mesopotamia, the area that we would call Mesopotamia, which includes Tyre, Sidon, Babylon, Afghanistan. That's where life started. That's where man started, and that's where all the struggles of Israel and the struggles of the world started, right out of that area, that Mesopotamia area. That seems to be that Mesopotamia area seems to be the devil's domain, or the fallen angel's domain, and then Israel would be, the real estate would be where God has his, base at. So you have these two warring factions, but one of them is the creator. So what we're going through right now, as far as what the Israel's being all over the map, would be probably there's a time that's coming called the day of Jacob's trouble. The day of Jacob's trouble is that 7-year tribulation, to where he brings Israel back to where they're, from all around the planet back to the land which is called Israel. And there's going to be a day to where all of Israel says, "Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord," and that's what's going to bring back the Messiah. So you have people doing all these evil things in order to say, "Oh, if these evil things happen, the Messiah is going to come back." But it's clear the only thing that's going to bring the Messiah back for the second coming is when all the Jews 100% say, "Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord." When they all say that, then that's when Jesus is going to come back. So there's nothing that we can do, or nothing that we can build, that's going to make Jesus come back.
Well, tell us how about before I get started, tell us a bit about, on the more personal level, how listening to what I said about Michael Aquino, how that impacted you when you were essentially in the area of where all of these children were being abused, and how suddenly it all was placed into a more immediate perspective for you, and you were aware of what was going on at Franklin, and it was one of those things that tell us about the period in your life when you became aware of that.
Well, it wasn't until I moved to Chicago that I started, studying the Bible. Then the internet came up, and then I ran into the Franklin scandal, and I said I'd never heard about this, but I was living in Omaha, Nebraska at the time, and as a matter of fact, I remembered it was just a big thing, with missing children. and they started putting the missing children in the back of the milk cartons.
Yeah.
That happened when I was in Omaha, and then my dad got stationed to Vandenberg Air Force Base, which was in Lompoc, California, and of course, this is still happening in Omaha, Nebraska at the time, but there's also this network of things that are happening up at the Presidio base up there, and there was a lot of high strangeness going down down there at Vandenberg Air Force Base too. Just a lot of weirdness, a lot of stuff I can't really remember right now. But during this was the '80s, the late '80s, and it was already a strange time to start with. But then in the middle of my 11th grade year, we had to move to Colorado Springs, Colorado, and that's when I got out to 11th grade. I actually went to the Marine Corps recruiting depot to try to drop out of school. I said, well, you guys can take me right now. But with the clothes I got on my back, I don't even need to go to 12th grade. They said, well, it doesn't work that way. You gotta, if you don't graduate from school, you gotta have 15 hours of college credits. It's gonna take you longer than graduating from school. So I went in delayed entry. So during my whole 12th grade year, I was signed up for the Marines, and I went to boot camp in July of 1989.
Good God.
In GRC San Diego.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But all that stuff that was happening, and then there was a Chicago connection too. See, it's hitting too close to home. You hit that if you read that Franklin scandal book, and you get that connection of what's happened in Omaha, Nebraska, what happened in California, and then the little girl Ryan Harris who was killed in my neighborhood in Chicago. It's like it's hitting close. It's like following me. I mean, I don't have nothing to do with none of it. I'm just saying. I was just saying how this is just entirely too close to home. Because when I seen the connection between the Chicago, the California, and Omaha, and that's where I live, and Colorado, because Johnny Gosh ended up in Colorado, and that's where I moved for the middle of my 11th grade year, Colorado Springs, when my dad was the chief of computer command up there at NORAD. So this strange child molesting ring. Is like it's almost like I'm being like there's a guardian angel who made sure that I didn't get scooped up in it.
Yes, and I want to thank you for sharing that. It's very important. So love you dearly, Derek. Stay on with us, and Brenden, if you're still there, my love to you as well, as unto a son. Both of you have much patience with myself and my overbearing demeanor when I run into these frustrations. So both of you deserve a medal for that. And I'll take it from here. I'm going to do the solicitation now after a quick drop into the chat room, and want to address some things that people are bringing up. Derek Talley said, by the way, I'll go a little further up. Monte Royal says loud and clear D3. So thank you, Monte Royal. Definitely appreciate it. Daniel Rolla says, my first African-American friends are a Jewish family. It was my easy introduction to Judaism while I was seldom aware that they were still looked down on by white fellow Jews. There you go. There's always this kind of caste aspersion that's in all kinds of groups. It's almost universal that it's different levels of it everywhere. I have no idea what Nathan Brooks is referring to. Nargal the Garthok, is that Lord of the Rings shit? I mean, does that ring any bells with you, Brenden?
What was it? I'll have to check it out in the chat.
Nargal the Garthok, he was saying, and then Derek said, Mexican national charged as Russian agent after spying on FBI informant in Florida. Okay. And Dan Tana is just being funny because we were talking about the butt plug headed people, and said, hi everyone, my name's Sandy, I'm 2,000 years old. Yeah, okay, there we are. Gary State says, good evening, Douglas. Can you tell us if you've heard of any non-Chinese contract the coronavirus? I noticed most of the media avoids talking about any of the victims. Yes, most certainly. Yes, most certainly. I'll go into a bit of that tonight, but I covered that in some depth before. We just had a couple of Iranians die on us. And then Daniel says, "You mean Filipinos, right, Gary?" Then Gary says, "Hey, Daniel, well, that as well. I'm curious if this extends to other Asiatic groups and even other races." Yes, all kinds of different races are contracting the coronavirus. We have, oh my God, hundreds of cases outside of China and a number of deaths. And then Nathan Brooks said, "Great question, G States. Actually, all of you, I don't mean to come down on you, but you should all know this by now, that there's, oh my God, let me see if I can find the stats of the cases outside of China. I'll be able to find it in the course of my bringing this up. But the numbers are always changing, of course. And then there's problems with the actual measurements, mostly due to China. We're depending too much on fucking communist China for the stats. But in the meantime, my struggle to present all this to you is just part of that. My struggle with the equipment, my struggle with articulating the facts of what's going on around us in reality, my struggle with contextualizing the history, both on an individual level, as we have with Derek and Brenden, and what I've dealt with in our lives, and my struggle in general. By the way, one of you gentlemen can go mute, because I'm hearing a lot of, I don't know what it is, but it's like somebody shuffling a deck of cards or something. I believe it's Brenden, but I'm just guessing there. So
okay, I went mute.
Yes. Okay, there we are. Thank you. And thank you. I think Derek's already done that. So Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, which be acronyms for hypertext markup language, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, Magator being spelled MAGGOTAUR. You can friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic, welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Ambrose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite or Thelema, the will magics of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, published circa 1977 to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Privara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys precepts predation. You can find all evidence thereunto linked via showsdd.com and the homepage, and this has to serve obligatorily as not just a solicitation, but as an alert and actung, a warning demanding the attention of all fans, friends, and followers to Bolo, or be on the lookout for the pedo-predator Pavel Edward, or Paul Edward Privara. In other words, this is a public service that this must be brought to your attention. You can find out his backstory at the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD, which you can find on douglasdietrich.com. This public figure, the former executive producer of the Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via VR co-managed Douglas Dietrich Dietrich channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a well-known criminal record in intimate partner sexual abuse. He's been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation published employment expertise as simply JAP, J-A-P in the uppercase. Paul Pravara, referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for them producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of JAP as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, JAP otherwise being acronymous, in the uppercase, for a software. Java Anon proxy, which you can find out more about, appropriately enough, at a site called FreshMeat. It's linked at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous, it being similar to Tor, or T-O-R, all in the uppercase, of course, which is acronymous for the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations, JAP being similar thereunto, but JAP itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in linked, read as my objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted. It has obfuscated as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy the pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statement as I exploit JAP to resolve data problems, it as transmission of questionable data through abstraction, cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, it as to cull the data to outsiders, which be what JAP does. Both Polyboy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euroslut handler Agnieszka, or Agnes Maria Shrugzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they've been emboldened by the Temple of Seth to hide us in plain sight. Pauly's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pedoperv Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for JAP in the uppercase spelling, specifically in disambiguation from the ethnic slur with only the J in uppercase, which, if applied, would pull up only anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or within the Empire of Greater Japan itself, would instead cross his page, and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it as via encryption being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring JAP now be directed to his page and his page alone, so long as they spell it only in the uppercase. His critical omission of blatant hypocrisy won't speak his volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain this in his openly published public statement, per myself, as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a double-down deceiver, as he references myself. You can see this for yourself at facebook.com/PI342, which be his timeline, instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons what be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter account by which to continue misrepresenting himself, called, all in the uppercase, at DDD_now. The official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific be at Doug D. Dietrich with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors Rose Dio and Paulie Privy ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, it is satanic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the U.S. National Security Agency Deputy Director Michael Angelo Mikey Aquino, Ph.D. In political science, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations. Retired, but rather laterally transferred when he could no longer, when he proved a liability to the Army and could no longer go any further through the ranks because of my exposition of himself. He laterally transferred into civilian intelligence, where he ultimately did retire with the rank of generalcy, the bureaucratic equivalent thereof, what in federal parlance is called a supergrade. And he is still, of course, in consultation, because no one with that level of security clearances can ever truly be retired. They can't afford to actually retire men of that level or caliber of security clearance. And, of course, his assets, Paulie Privy and Rose Dio, are part of his ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, id est, the anti-gods. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, which they aspire to realize. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com to find out the meaning of my father's name, that I be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay the contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking why the Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year my own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zujin, Bright Woods, as that translates from the Chinese, Takabayashi Hideko, or Splendid Child in its translation, that this Diana Dietrich, she who graced our world by her divine presence, was murdered that very year, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long gone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online, where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas YouTube channel, the Maggot Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kali Combatives, Yea, so, all the Megator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels, or extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. Lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroyne, whom you can friend on Facebook as Zeb Shepard, he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroyne and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soi-Disant American Freedom radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018. That Pavel Edward Pravara smuggled onto YouTube, perceps ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of same-dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in mine presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Graham Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I have informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to my own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now my manager, Selena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteeress. As my webmistress, the young Madame Lenache has been e-relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dreadnought, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting donations online cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process. So you can help us save a few extra dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, who you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, spelled BIZAREHD, mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Drakagulvies, son of a Dietrichs or son of a Dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tawish Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judi, or Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and/or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com. That's awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with Dievel or Devil Angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanalera. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyselves in all thine own. With shout-outs to, first of all, the wonderful anonymous benefactress who has saved my ass by providing enough money for me to make his rent. Now, I have now enough money to pay the rent, but that's just treading water. I obviously have equipment expenses and much more that must be done. And in order to do that, along with covering my own need for, shall I say, something beyond mere sustenance, beer and pretzels and snacks, etc., maintaining myself in a quality of life that befits a human being, yes, by all means, continue contributions. And but as for this one magnificent lady who I cannot name by her own request, may God bless her and rain all the blessings of Tian or heaven upon her for all eternity. I am indebted for all time and forever grateful. Definitely, you have my unabashed eternal love. And that lady, of course, knowest exactly who she be. So, aside from that, want to assure Kerry Yost I have not forgotten him. It's been a nightmare. I had a lot of social obligations through all of the holidays that have just finally now wound down, and I will be calling. Tomorrow, I hope you're up for night calls, because it'll either be tomorrow night or Friday. I might give you a call, yeah, and or Saturday. So sometime in the next 72 hours after tonight. And for Peter Moon and George Knight, before I turn towards our dear friend Nathan Brooks, both of these individuals have done some remarkable work on their own without my even having to participate. I am deeply impressed. And it goes to show that once you know what I'm talking about, you don't need me to be there. You can find everything out for yourself. And with that, what I'm going to do is kind of go through the exchange of these two remarkable individuals. And it's a little lesson in and of itself, a history lesson right then and there. So what happened was that George Knight wrote the following column. He says, "Why are we all still paying wartime condition taxes on our monthly phone and mobile bills? Continuous wartime taxes in regulation still to this day. If you look at your phone bills, you will see a continuous tax code on your phone bills. In the United States, it's marked as a federal phone tax. It's a Federal Reserve phone tax. In Britain, we are paying a government-regulated tax on all our phone bills to this very day. And the biggest problem is no one is aware of this or even checks their phone bills because they pay monthly through a direct debit, so they never see their bill. But if you see what you're paying for, you will see a government-regulated tax code on there. And why is that? Because you're still on conditions of wartime, legally in a state of war, still on a wartime condition for World War II. The biggest problem I face when I present this information to anyone is a sense of antithetical response because of pride or patriotism, because they are under the belief and notion that the Allies had won the war. But the reality is the Alliance never won the war or anything in World War II because you are still on wartime. This is the most difficult challenge I face when presenting this information or facts because people's beliefs override any facts I present. People are too quick to deny they lost World War II, then yet contradict themselves by continuously paying taxes on their phone bills for being in a legal state of war, which proves they never won the war, because in Britain, the Republic of France, and these United States, we are still on wartime. Of course, he's in Britain. I'm adding the these for the United States, where I'm reading and I'm identifying as a U.S. resident. Now, he presents the facts. The telephone call tax for making phone calls was first imposed into law just prior to World War II. That's because the United States President, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, under his administration, put the United States onto wartime. He instituted daylight savings time, which is wartime, and instituted taxes on all local and long-distance phone calls. First time in history. It passed into law under the Revenue Act of 1941, and other legislation acts was subsequently enacted under the Revenue Act of 1942 and 1943. Under these acts and legislations, or legalizations, the wartime tax on your phone bills reached the highest peak in recorded history. And under a new law entitled Revenue Act of 1943, it states the continuous rates would expire 6 months after termination of hostilities, under the date proclaimed by the President of the United States, or under a new resolution under the two houses of Congress. And then he goes in to explain the date of termination of hostilities in the present war. Because subsequent termination of belligerent hostilities was never subsided or terminated, we are still under indefinite purported conditions of ceasefire in Europe and the United States. The tax regulations we still pay to this very day are still in effect on all our phone bills. And when you confront your phone mobile service providers on why those tax regulation codes are on there, even they be unaware of why the codes are on there. It's just simply monopolized under our Constitution, under monopolization from capitalism. Because we are under conditions of wartime and ceasefire in Europe, the former allies, Britain, France, and the United States, cannot legally declare war or any declaration of war ever again. Every war has been an undeclared illegal war of aggression or an illegal armed conflict. That's why a state of war will never be declared ever again, and never has been declared since World War II. Since cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, no peace treaty was ever settled between the alliances and the Third Reich government. The only ceasefires were declared by military generals on the field, but no diplomatic signatory was ever signed by any government diplomat. That is why we are still on wartime and why we are still paying government-regulated taxes on our phone bills. The following documentation, which he presents, and he attaches screenshots thereof, or scans. The following documentation is from the Revenue Act on excise taxes, termination of war taxes after June 30th, 1946. Make note of the date, 1946, not 1945. Legal, constitutional, and congressional facts. Anyone read the legal documents and verify for themselves. Anyone can read these, yes. And Peter Moon says, what you have brought out is excellent and very helpful with regard to the wartime tax expiring on cessation of hostilities. However, I do not understand why the Allies cannot legally declare war against anyone else. Even though the USA is not settled with Germany, I see no legal reason why they could not declare a war against another country who was not involved in those hostilities. I would appreciate it if you could expound further on the legalese here. By the way, just to clarify, the United States and all of the major allies, the Soviet Union, when it still existed, just before it collapsed, the France, the Greater British Empire, everyone except China got together and they declared peace with Germany, but not the Third Reich, which is a government in exile. They were declaring peace with the German governments that they had established, which is insane in and of, shall we say, it's prima facie. It's on the face of it absurd because these governments were created by them, and you're making peace with your own puppet governments, which is what both East Germany and West Germany technically were and R. This was right before unification, and peace was made with the Germanys, both Germanys, and then they unified, and at that point, it's kind of like you've got this superstate in the middle of Europe, and it's assumed that everyone's at peace with that superstate now, and it's paid off all of its debts from World War I and World War II, and but that's not the Third Reich, which everyone is at war with, which is in exile, and its only representative on the surface world is Taiwan, where I was born. Now, Peter Moon says, it says that per Chapter 9a, that these taxes are no longer related to the termination of war. In other words, they kept the taxes, but changed the reason for them. Or am I missing something? And George Knight says, thank you, Sir Peter Moon. In terms of the excise telephone tax, it was regulated indefinitely from that specified date, proclaimed by the President or the Trois Houses of Congress 6 months after June 30th, 1946. Legal ceasefire was declared December 31st, 1946, but wartime was still declared in Europe, and only cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities was declared at the end of 1946. War with Japan ended on September 8th, 1951, went into effect April 28th, 1952. Actually, I believe it was it April? Yeah, he's right. It's April. I keep thinking August. I throw that off all the time. On the eve date of Emperor Hirohito's birthday, known as Showa Day in Japan. Quite right. And even though I know that it's on the eve date of the Emperor's birthday, I keep throwing it into August every once in a while in my brain because of so many things that I have to deal with in terms of trying to juggle all the dates, like when World War I started. And you think of Barbara Tuchman's book, The Guns of August. So I think of the April and the August. It's one of those English words that always... it always conflates for me in my mind because of my original language being Chinese. Then George Knight goes on to say, but the excise telephone tax is still regulated till this day because of being legally in a state of war with the Third Reich government in exile. By the way, they did this because in the old days, young ladies or old ladies, they had all these ladies, never men, who would basically literally jack the phone into a board. They had a board full of, different plugs that a lady would be required to jack various plugs into in order to literally connect your phone call. So an operator would literally connect your phone call, and so that they didn't get swamped with unnecessary calls in the middle of wartime, this tax was incepted so that people would be discouraged from conducting unnecessary calls during wartime. And it translated over into the postmodern age, even after these ladies are long gone. So George Knight goes on to say, and very important to note, the Allies made peace with East and West Germany circa 1990 with United Germany, a separate peace treaty, so Germany could help float the euro, but East and West Germany never existed in World War II. Those two entities replaced the democratically elected government of the Third Reich, who was elected in 1933, called the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the NSDAP, in a coalition government with the conservatives. As far as the Third Reich was concerned, they were the legitimate government of Germany, even after ceasefire declared in Europe, because they were democratically voted into power, but never voted out of power. This is why the Third Reich government are an exile government, and why the United Nations, under its charter, Article 42, 53, and 77, still legally recognizes the Third Reich as the legitimate enemy of the United Nations. The Axis powers are still legal enemies under the United Nations constitutional charter. Taiwan is not legally recognized by the United Nations because it's an Axis nation. And also important to note, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, before he passed away, declared unconditional surrender to all the Axis powers, so there could be no declaration of peace signatory by the governments of the Axis powers. Peace was signed at the Presidio military base of San Francisco in September 8th of 1951 because Japan forced the United States to sue for peace. That's where your up-and-coming book Roswell and The Rising Sun will contextualize history and the atrocities inflicted on the Japanese prisoners of war during wartime in 1947 when the Roswell atrocity occurred at Roswell, New Mexico. That is quite correct. This was before the peace treaty was even signed by the Japanese and all the Allied powers other than the Soviet Union. And Russia, of course, today is still legally at war with Japan, and Japan is still legally at war with the Russian Federation. Now, George Knight goes on to say, and to contextualize why the United States cannot legally declare war, it is because one of the conditions for peace between the United States and Japan during the peace talk process was the Japanese demanded the United States dismantle its Department of War. That's why it has a Department of Defense. The constitutional republic of these United States can legally defend itself, but cannot legally declare war ever again as long as it exists as a constitutional entity. The Department of War was dissolved and dismantled in September of 1947 as a Japanese demand being met during wartime between the two nations, during the talk-down processes, which the Americans hid from the public so extremely. They were so extreme in their efforts to hide this ongoing negotiations with the Empire of Japan that they declared that they were in negotiation with extraterrestrial alien entities. And then Peter Moon goes on to say, thank you for your answers and clarifications. I have researched these points regards the excise tax, and the key to this argument is actually the Excise Tax Act of 1947. The original tax expired 6 months after the cessation of hostilities by Truman, but the Act of 1947 reversed this and proclaimed the tax indefinitely, even calling it a war tax. And so George Knight answers Peter Moon, thank you so much, Sir Peter. Very good point, which I did not specify, and very important information to clarify as well for sake of confusion. It did reverse the proclaimed termination of the excise tax code, but made it indefinite under the Revenue Act of 1947. And yes, thank you, it is called a war tax for the quote-unquote privileges of being on a legal state of war known as wartime. Thank you again, Peter Moon. I'm grateful you understand this. It's so important. And Peter Moon says, indeed, George Knight, I want to cover very specific details for sake of counter-argument if needed. Accordingly, I did further digging with regard to the U.S. declaring war, and it is in the United Nations Charter itself, which the United States subscribes to, that makes it illegal for the USA, the United States of America, to declare war. Congress could still do it, but they would be violating their treaty with the United Nations and therefore all complying nations. And it is the United Nations which forced the United States to change the War Department to the Defense Department, and why they also made the British do so. The problem in trying to convey this stuff is the quote-unquote hidden hand of the Japanese, which is more hidden than in so-called plain sight, with the propaganda machine doing everything it can to obscure it. And of course, one of the people who's been following this was Aaron Tice and Salman Sheikh. So let me see if I can add Aaron Tice as a friend there and see if they accept. George Knight said, let's see now, in response to that, he said, thank you so much again. This has made me so happy that you understand. You can also elaborate and contextualize this. Very true point. Massive problem with portraying to an audience the Japanese perspective instead from a Western perspective. The United Nations is an organization of war, which operates for peacetime keeping and operates behind Axis enemy territory or enemy lines. That's why the Nationalist Republic of China, that was reestablished on the 100 islands of Taiwan, is not legally recognized by the United Nations. The Organization of War, the United Nations, which was established 3 weeks in, was it about, let me see, Pearl Harbor was on December 7th, and the United Nations was established on January 1st, 1942. So it's about, he says 3 weeks and 3 days, which I think is right. Yeah, 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. And, or it was 2 weeks and 2 days, or something like that. I remember it was something like 2 weeks and 2 days, or 3 weeks. I think it was 3 weeks and 3 days. He's right, 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. Had to dissolve the Department of War in September of 1947 as a Japanese demand towards the United Nations. The United Nations Security Council operated on site the Presidio military base of San Francisco. That's where the United Nations was given birth to. It operated the war in the Pacific Theater at El Presidio military base. It was essentially the headquarters for launching the war in the Pacific. That is why the Japanese and the United States Peace Treaty of San Francisco was signed on site, the Presidio military base, on September 8th of 1951. Because the Presidio military base gave birth to the United Nations, the war was launched from there, so that's where the war had to end, and that's precisely where it did end. Officially ended April 28th, 1952, between the Allies and the Empire of Japan, save for the Soviet Union. It did not end, of course, with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. all peace talks had to go through the Presidio military base where the United Nations operated from. Yes. And then Peter Moon says, yes, and it will be good to have as much info as I can on the back lines negotiations between the Emperor and the Allies. I believe DDD has addressed this on more than one YouTube video, as well as the palace coup attempt on the Emperor. And George Knight said, thank you again, Peter Moon. Truly a noble gentleman. Absolutely, I'm more than happy to assist you and help regarding any information you need. More than happy to work more closely with yourself and also with Douglas more often. This book will change the world. And Peter Moon says, your contributions are appreciated, George Knight. And so, wonderful. And so this conversation was followed by Salman Sheikh and Aaron Tice. And the reason that I relay it to all of you is because it proves that once you know the facts, then there's no need to even have me around. This is what they call a legacy. So this is, obviously, I'd still much rather be around so I could shout at everybody with my usual overbearing attitude. But it's definitely, good that people understand. Now, I'm going to go into a different area, and we're going to check into the chat room now. And Gary says, by the way, this is our favorite Veterans Administration Federale, who got promoted after we took out that individual who was forging the documents about myself and my late and sainted father. That was the Bukaki Beret, the faggot known as John Victor Lillier, who killed himself after all of his benefits were taken away because he had been double dipping, getting both a military pension and his retirement pay concurrently with full disability, which was totally illegal, which he did through his connections to Michael Aquino. Once we exposed him and that fucker got all of his benefits removed, he killed himself. And, the same should be happening to his gay lover, Richard K. Cole, at some point in the future. Both of these queers, of course, in a relationship with each other, are two Aquino cultists, just further assets of the Temple of Set. And, one of them's burning in hell now, where he belongs. Actually, he's not. He totally doesn't exist anymore in terms of he's been, shall we say, as a worshiper of the anti-gods. There is no damnation. There's only annihilation, which, believe me, is infinitely worse. You'd much rather be in hell and have hope of redemption than face annihilation of the soul. And that would be something beyond death. And that's their ultimate destiny for all these cultists that they strive for. And they think that it's an apotheosis. They have no idea what their ultimate experience will be. And Gary States says, we hear the victims in other countries, but they routinely hint at them having been from recently China. It sounds like they're like the folks who fled before the forced quarantines. No, I understand what Gary is saying. Some of them are. But there are plenty of foreigners who have been to China and then died, or some have simply contracted it from other people and died. I'll explain that as I go on. And Lena says it's a miracle to hear Douglas Dietrich on the air. Thank you, honey. She says, all things considered, computer issues, censorship, gang stalkers, etc. So much, indeed. And Gary States says, oh, while I think of it, wasn't Mike Ringley on the air named the Nighthawk? Odd name, but also a rank inside the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, very much so. That's why he had that. And Lena says, wow, Gary. And Nathan Brooks says, from the movie Coneheads. There we are. He was talking about what we were speaking of. And, Dana says, hi, Sarah. And everybody, Sarah's saying hi to everybody. Okay, hi, Sarah. And aside from all that, everything seems to be going along well enough. Oh, good. Aaron Tice accepted my friend request. Was she a friend once before? Oh, but not with the SOAR AOA timeline. That's right. And, okay, then. That brings us to Nathan Brooks. So Nathan Brooks said, and this just brought up so much to my mind. He said at the beginning of the program, just before I got on the air, he had to say it, he said 1023. Now, 1023 is nuanced with more meaning than you can imagine for me. It is, of course, a police code. And someone who was a sworn peace officer and a security enforcement agent after that, where the same codes were also used. By the way, what the police generally use is the World War II code. Abel, Baker, Fox, Charlie, that's World War II code. They have a different type of code now in the military, what's called the NATO code. And so when I was doing security enforcement, it was the World War II era code that I was using for dispatch. And when you're in the military, there's a totally different type of code they use these days for the English alphabet. And used that during the time I was in the Marines. And when it came to the mercenary work, it just depended on who you were working with and what their preference was with their organization, your contractor. But for the police code, 1023 means arrived at scene. Arrived at scene, breaking, like in progress, stand by. It's something like, I'm here, 1023. So it's something you can verify at the Police Radar Information Center. But 1023 was also my late and sainted sire's birthday for George Joseph Henry Dietrich. It was October 23rd was the day that he was born. This was the man who raised and guided myself. And it's a difference between raising someone and guiding them. You really don't raise a child. You raise a plant. You wouldn't spank a plant. And so what you do with the child is you guide them. And that's whether spanking is involved or not. So the man who guided myself, the man who is, for all intents and purposes, my father, other than biologically, more than likely, is George Joseph Henry Dietrich. And what's so special about his birthday is that Genesis tells us God made the universe in 7 days, generally taken as cosmic ages, but doesn't tell us when. Now, sometime after the event, the 17th century Irish bishop, James Ussher, put his formidable mind to the problem and bequeathed us the year of creation, 4004 BCE, before the Communal Era or before Christ. The Archbishop Langland later supplied the exact date and time. Were we to commemorate the greatest possible anniversary in history, the bands would strike up at 3:30 in the afternoon of the 23rd day in October. So it was deemed the universe was created by biblical calculation. Now, it's easy to forget that Bishop Ussher's methods were entirely scientific, mind you, if Langland seemed a shade more inspirational. Ussher worked backwards from known dates using the biblical chronology widely accepted in his day. His maths were impeccable. Only the source of his calculations has since been questioned. Now, Ussher was not, of course, the only man to fall into the trap of building concepts on perhaps unsound foundations. Until we know the present nature of the cosmos, the likelihood of calculating its origins be remote, though we've certainly gotten closer and closer. And in 1654, when Bishop Ussher was carefully counting the ages of the patriarchs, there was a consensus of opinion on the nature of the cosmos very different to the consensus which holdeth sway today. And when it comes to that date, 1023, and speaking of the ecclesiastical scholars who were trying to calculate the origins of the universe that brought them to that very date, my father's birthday being the same as that of the creation of the universe itself by biblical reckoning, we also think of Matthew 10:23 and the conundrum that presents. So Nathan Brooks has brought this all upon you, which is why I started off with a little bit of theology with Derek tonight. Matthew 10 is a set of commands to the 12 apostles. The words are given exclusively to the 12, a fact that is borne out 4 times in the first 5 verses. They're not commands that should be taken as general commands for all disciples of Jesus Christ. By making them general commands, many have taken a bind the devil, heal the sick, raise the dead approach to ministry, which you can find out more about, say, for instance, if you look at Matthew chapter 10, verse 8. Strangely, the same proponents of a general application don't seem as keen on the following verse, Matthew chapter 10, verse 9, which says, "Do not acquire gold or silver or even copper for your money belts." No, all the God pumpers, the televangelicals, no, they'll go out there and claim they raise the dead and heal the sick and bind the devil, but ask for you to pay. Now, of the many issues that could be writ about in Matthew 10, most people focus on verse 23 because it's the most seemingly contradictory. And if you, the closest Bible to me is the New King James Version, unfortunately. You know, I try to destroy every copy I have of this, but looking through Matthew 10:23 here, what we have is, "When they persecute you in this city, flee to another. For assuredly, I say to you, you will not have gone through the cities of Israel before the Son of Man cometh." Now, the 12 were sent to preach the kingdom of God to Israel, and Israel alone, which you can find by citing the verses 5 through 6. By verse 16, Jesus instructs the 12 that the prognosis was not good. Rather than success, they would be going out as sheep among the wolves, and would be handed over to the courts and scourged in the synagogues. They were to endure to the end, relying on the yet-to-come Holy Spirit to give them the words they would need. In the end, however, Jesus said, they would not finish the job until the Son of Man cometh. The wording of this phrase is not difficult to translate, but it is difficult to interpret. The Greek grammar employs the double negative for emphasis, unlike the English transliteration, which, well, if you're employing the English language, a negative negates another negative, making a positive. The Greek syntax does not have that quirk. So the Greek says, you will not, no, not even possibly, complete the task until the Son of Man cometh. Which is really emphatic. That's called emphasis. The possible interpretations, well, the clearest interpretation of this passage is that the apostles would still be continuing their work when the Son of Man arrived. The main problem with this interpretation is that the Son of Man was already there, talking to them. To solve this, we can let Scripture interpret Scripture. Even though Jesus consistently referred to himself as Son of Man, an unquestionably messianic term, when the Bible refers to the coming of the Son of Man, it is always a reference to the coming in glory, not in humility, thus the second coming of Christ. This picture begins in Daniel chapter 7, verses 13 through 14, and is seen powerfully in the Olivet Discourse, especially in Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. So how can Jesus be telling the apostles that they will not finish their task before the second coming? Well, there's many interpretations that have been put forth from the problem with this verse is that most of the 12 disciples, from what we know in extra-biblical sources, did not even live to the destruction of Jerusalem, John being the clear exception. Even more difficult is that there be no biblical basis for equating the destruction of Jerusalem with the coming of the Son of Man. Now, many of the pre-reformers, along with the reformer John Calvin, taught that Jesus was teaching about the coming of the Holy Spirit. However, this be generally unacceptable theologically, since the Son is not the Spirit, And the Son of Man is never a reference to the Spirit. There being a trinity, of course, in the Roman Catholic, the Byzantine Orthodox Church, and the establishment churches of thousands of years, that the Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the Spirit. Now, furthermore, the events of this verse take its place after the arrival of the Spirit, who was already promised to give them words to speak when they were imprisoned, hence the ability to speak in tongues. You know, foreign languages, not tongues like a biblical holy roller who goes into a font of gibberish or a kind of a spell cast. Well, there's anyone who's familiar with American behavior of various schismatic sects, and you see people talking in the tongues, and they're really just gibbering, as opposed to the original apostles who were speaking in recognizable languages, but not languages they were born speaking, languages that were extant. Now, the liberal theologian Albert Schweitzer, the great German doctor in Africa, claimed that Jesus simply did not know and that he had made a prediction that proved to be false. George Eldon Ladd takes the approach that the passage is true for all disciples of Jesus Christ, that his disciples will be ministering in Israel until the end of time, and that the new people of God are to have a concern for Israel until the end of time. The problem with this is the clear fourfold reference to 12 apostles, including their names given at the beginning of chapter 10. This kind of thinking is why the Vineyard Church founder John Wimber claimed that his kingdom-connected charismatic theology would not have been possible without the already / not yet kingdom teachings of George Eldon Ladd before him. And maybe this is all getting too deep theologically, but a number of dispensationalists have said that the triumphal entry and or the appearance of the Son of Man in glory on the Mount of Transfiguration be the reference point for the Matthew 10:23 prophecy. While both of these events do foreshadow his coming as king, they're likely not in view. They're not in view in this passage. The triumphal entry was a prophetic fulfillment of Zechariah 9, important in itself, but not the coming of the Son of Man. The Transfiguration as a real glimpse of the Son of Man coming in his kingdom of Matthew chapter 16, verse 28 is not something that all 12 of the apostles saw. It doesn't appear that Jesus was making a reference to a glimpse or a type yet to come. So my own interpretation, dare I, be that since none of these interpretations be valid, that I would have to go with a very literal interpretation that evades any line of thinking other than what it says. The disciples won't finish their job. This interpretation rests on what you do with the word until. Kind of like William Jefferson Clinton saying that depends on what the word is, but here's some possibilities. You 12 will work continuously until the Son of Man cometh. Or you 12 will work, but will not finish your task until after the Son of Man cometh. Or yet again, you 12 will work, but will not complete your task. Then, at a later time, the Son of Man will come. Now, obviously, the reference is plain and simple in the third option, the last sentence that I paraphrased. This fits the context of Matthew 10 as well as other passages of Scripture. It does not require an invisible arrival of the Son of Man or a spiritual arrival of the Son of Man. It also does not require that we rename the Son of Man as Holy Spirit in order to fulfill this passage, nor does it require the connection of the destruction of Jerusalem as the coming of the Son of Man. In the end, like so many passages, the plainest sense be common sense, and we need no other sense. But if you're still wrestling with Matthew 10:23, chapter 10, verse 23, first the passage itself. When they persecute you in one town, flee to the next. For truly, I say to you, you will not have gone through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. The thing that might keep bothering people is the connection between verse 23a and 23b, namely the idea of fleeing to another city and the impending arrival of the Son of Man. Why say that? What is the logical connection between them? The for is intriguing, to say the least. For example, it would make sense if Jesus said, "And when they persecute you, flee elsewhere, for you should be concerned about saving your neck." That would provide an apparent connection between part A and B. But it doesn't say that, obviously. Instead, the idea of the Son of Man coming is linked with fleeing to another city. But again, why? What is the connection? And two things stand out in mine own mind. First, why does Jesus say Son of Man here? And secondly, what message were the disciples supposed to preach in Matthew 10? Regarding the content of their message, they were to preach that the kingdom of God is at hand. Verses, chapter 7. Interestingly, the title Son of Man is firmly rooted in the book of Daniel, and it's inextricably linked with the coming of the kingdom. Consider Daniel 7, verses 13 through 14. And those would be, "I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days, and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed." So how does that relate to Matthew 10? Imagine you're a first century Jew following Christ, and you've just been commissioned to go out to the sheep of Israel, preaching that the kingdom of God is at hand. "It's coming soon," was the message. Jesus then warns that you're going to face opposition. And when you do, shake the dust off your feet and move on. Others need to hear. In fact, the kingdom is so near, stresses Jesus himself, that the Son of Man will come as before you have time to make it through all the cities of Israel. But wait a minute. Am I saying that Christ's second coming was then in view? Well, not exactly. I think he was stressing the arrival of the kingdom, which be bound up with the concept Son of Man, which the disciples would have certainly have understood. In fact, just think of Jesus' triumphal entry. They were waving palm branches and expecting the Messiah to crush Roman opposition, or oppression, rather. What they didn't expect, however, but should have, was that the kingdom was going to be inaugurated through the Messiah's death. That truly ushered in the kingdom. Think Psalm 2 and Psalm 110, Christ's resurrection and ascension marked his kingly ascent. He is the King of kings and Lord of lords. Think also of the disciples' ignorance of the second coming, as we now understand it. Before the cross, which of course is true of Matthew 10, they wouldn't have had the foggiest idea of a second coming. They thought his being there was the final coming. He was the Messiah, after all. So for Jesus to be referring to the second coming, when he says, "Before the Son of Man cometh," would be strange indeed. It maketh much better sense to suppose that he would speakest in terms they would understand, even if their dullness prevented their understanding it, which certainly happened. And besides, the second coming didn't happen in the first century. So what does Son of Man mean in the text? I think it should be connected with the kingdom of God. Given the context, it maketh very good sense, and given the fact that Jesus died, rose again, and ascended before all the cities of Israel had been reached, which inaugurated, in a definitive way, the kingdom of God. It alloweth us to fully preserve the first century reference, which the context seems to demand. At the same time, the already/not yet nature of New Testament eschatology, which is a clear New Testament doctrine, is likewise upheld. The kingdom did come, but it is also awaiting consummation. So while I think it's the destruction of Jerusalem makest very good sense elsewhere, it suffers the same problems as the second coming supposition. I don't think 70 AD is what Jesus had in mind in Matthew 10:23. A few other things could be said, but I think I've rambled on long enough on this particular subject. In a nutshell, I think what Matthew 10:23 is saying, in my own paraphrase, would be, when they persecute you, don't waste your time there. Move on. Go to the next city. Time is of the essence. In fact, the Son of Man is so at hand, which you know means the coming of the kingdom of God. It's going to arrive before all the cities are covered. And when Jesus rose victorious, so it happened. And so all of that was brought forth by Nathan Brooks, who camest out of jail himself and returned to his family most recently. That little lesson was gifted to you thanks to he, and therefore helped contextualize what Derek Talley brought up earlier, giving me space to breathe and recover from my rage on an ugly anniversary in which we have a coming apology. The State Assembly is expected to approve, with Governor Gavin Newsom's endorsement, a formal apology to all Americans of Japanese descent for the Golden State's role in policies that culminated with their mass incarceration during World War II. Now, today is a dark day in California and the nation's history. Today marks the 78th anniversary of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's signing of Executive Order 9066 in 1942. The order so infamous it would inspire the term Order 66 in Star Wars for the mass genocide of all Jedi, which is simply a corruption of the Chinese word for the enlightened, the masters of enlightenment. The order set the stage in this universe for the relocation and internment of 120,000 and beyond, ultimately 127,000 people of Japanese ancestry, most of whom were, the overwhelming majority of whom were, American citizens, many of them, the majority living on the West Coast, during World War II. In Los Angeles, Rafu Shimpo, the Japanese-English daily newspaper based in Little Tokyo, chronicled the roundup of community leaders by the FBI and mounting fear until it printed its last issue on April 4th, 1942. With the staff and publisher forcibly removed to camps, the newsroom remained vacant until they were able to resume publication after the war. Violet Kazue Di Cristoforo, a poet who ran a Japanese-language bookstore in Fresno, California, with her husband, was pregnant with her third child when the executive order was signed. By April, she and her family were enduring stifling heat in a tar paper shack at the Fresno County Fairgrounds, which had been converted into one of the state's several assembly centers for Japanese Americans en route to mass internment camps. She gave birth to her daughter Kimmy over an orange crate in a converted horse stall shortly before the family was relocated to an internment camp in Arkansas. In my own greater Bay Area of San Francisco, a 23-year-old Oakland-born welder refused to comply with the order, even as his family was sent to a San Bruno racetrack-turned-assembly center. Fred Korematsu changed his name to Clyde Serra, got minor plastic surgery on his eyes to appear less Japanese, and claimed to be of Spanish and Hawaiian descent. By the end of that May, he would be arrested on a San Leandro street corner and jailed in San Francisco, before being interned at a camp in Utah. Beginning with the efforts of activists in the late 1970s, February 19th has come to be known as a day of remembrance for commemorating this ugly chapter of history. But the California State Assembly will do more than just remember this week. Tomorrow, the Assembly is expected to approve a formal apology to all Americans of Japanese descent for my state's role in policies that culminated with our mass incarceration. The resolution, which is expected to have Governor Gavin Newsom's endorsement, was introduced by Assemblyman Al Muratsuchi Democrat of Torrance, California, and 6 others who were co-authors. The resolution spells out California's anti-Japanese heritage in excruciating detail, and also explicitly connects that history to the present. The resolution so states, given recent national events, it is all the more important to learn from the mistakes of the past and to ensure that such an assault on freedom will never again happen to any community in these United States. And that brings us to the real reason why I had to go through what George Knight and Peter Moon were discussing. George Knight is thinking commonsensically about the United Nations and its establishment on site the Presidio military base, and the necessity for the peace treaty to be signed there between the Japanese and the warring allies. But the reality is that the Japanese, having won the war so decisively, imposed upon the Americans what they imposed upon the German people at Nuremberg. Nuremberg was the holy city of the Nazis, and many of the greatest rallies of the NSDAP were held on site the city of Nuremberg. Nuremberg was in many ways the center of the National Socialist world. And therefore, the Americans decided, along with the Allies, they were going to hold the trials of those who had not escaped in the exodus of the Third Reich into its 1,000-year exile. They were going to hold the trials at Nuremberg. This was supposed to be the ultimate destruction of the pride of the German people by turning their rally grounds into a center of war crimes trials. The Japanese insisted that the peace treaty be signed on site the Presidio military base because it was from the Presidio military base that the order went out, Executive Order 9066. The order was issued and the mass detentions were orchestrated from out of the Presidio military base. Therefore, when the Japanese won the war, they forced the Americans flat on their face to sign the peace treaty with Japan on site, the very site where they demanded the incarceration of all Americans of many generations, many who had been here for multiple generations, simply because they were Japanese, into mass internment camps with the ultimate intent of genocide had the Japanese not won the war. Never forget and never forgive. And remember, the Americans will do that again to you if you allow the white male to remain in charge of your destiny in America. Now, a moment in history that must be reviewed in light of the coronavirus, which, of course, is now COVID 2019, I believe. And let me cross-reference that just to make certain that I've got it right. Or is it COVID-19? Yes. COVID-19 is where we're at now. The virus has a name. South Korea reports 31 new cases of COVID-19, total now at 82. Yes, these are all Koreans. It's certainly extant among other ethnicities and nationalities. But let's reflect on the Asian flu of 1957 and 1968. Now, we talked about the war ending in 1951 and the peace effective in 1952. The Asian War, the war against the Third Reich, no longer the European war, but a war that's between both the surface world and the infraterrestrial world, the subsurface world. That's still ongoing. And during that period of time, between one peace and the continuity of the other war, we had the Asian flu manifest in 1957 and 1968, the first post-World War II pandemic, the result of the mixing of avian and human influenza strains, was first detected in Singapore, circa 1957, but originated in communist China. While less lethal than the 1918 so-called Spanish flu, obviously the Spanish flu was not Spanish at all, it was the American Army flu. And you can hear idiots like Microsoft developer himself, Bill Gates. Fuck, you can look this up on YouTube. You can look this up, Bill Gates on the 1918 flu. And Bill Gates, or you can look up what Bill Gates fears most, or what is Bill Gates most afraid of. And Bill Gates will tell you it's the flu. And Bill Gates will use the 1918 pandemic as his reason to be afraid. And he was saying this shit long before we had COVID-19 manifest. And if you take a look at that documentary on YouTube, what is Bill Gates most afraid of? He's going to bring up the 1918 flu and he's going to say the most craziest thing you've ever fucking heard. He's going to say, we don't know where it came from. No one knows where it came from. I mean, no one knows where it came from. Everyone knows, but nobody dares to say it. And if you look it up, you'll find out everything I say is true. That in the middle of World War I, the Americans drafted convicts out of San Quentin, right here in my own California. And they shipped them to Kansas in train carts with live chickens so they could inhale all the particulate matter, the chicken roll, chicken shit, and various other effluvia. And by the time they were brought to Kansas, they were thoroughly exposed in the mixing of avian and human strains of flu to generate the American Army flu, and then were dispatched as vectors to Europe to end the war. And they did it by killing 100 million people worldwide. They killed more people in 24 hours than AIDS killed in all its existence. They killed more people in a single year than the Black Plague did in 100 years. In a century of its reign of pestilence throughout all Eurasia, Africa. And while the flu that manifested in 1957 was less lethal than the 1918 American Army flu that ended World War I, this new Asian flu, as it was simply called, was pandemic and killed at least 2 million people worldwide. Think about what I'm saying. 2 million people died in 1957 of the Asian flu. But a decade later, within 10 years, it mutated into the Hong Kong flu. Again, it was first detected in the British colony of Singapore, but originated in communist China. You see, Maoist China had high levels of deforestation and food insecurity. Mao was waging war against nature itself. He wanted to fully industrialize communist China into a nuclear power of industrial capacity, the likes of which the world had never seen, and would never see until the Japanese divested from the United States and revested in communist China at the time that I exposed the Roswell atrocity. By the time that Mao was trying to do it on his own sans Japanese managerial advisements, his massive levels of deforestation and collectivization of agriculture caused people to starve to death, which forced people to eat previously untouched species, as well as suffer an environment with a dire lack of medical resources. It was only Communist China's isolation in total collectivization and suppression of all travel that limited freedom of movement not only from China to the outside, but within China itself, that prevented outbreaks on the scale of SARS in 2003 or the 2020 coronavirus outbreak today. In reality, such outbreaks did occur but went unnoticed among the deaths of the era, in which ultimately 100 million people died under Maoist persecution and collectivization. Today, the spread of coronavirus out of communist China is based on an inversion of China's road and belt extending their reach everywhere so that the virus can engulf and overtake the world. The spread of the coronavirus has spurred organizers of next month's Tokyo Marathon to downsize their massive race to only a small field of elite runners. I would not be surprised if the Olympics was completely canceled. Now, in terms of Japan, on Friday, a man in his 70s tested positive for COVID-19 after being treated at a hospital in Wakayama Prefecture, the workplace of a doctor who is also infected with the new coronavirus. What this proves is that, as in the days of the plague, doctors can be the greatest vectors of illness that we have. I don't mean that in an effusive manner, like, isn't that great? I mean that they're the worst vectors of disease that we have, spreading the disease to all of their patients. And Japan logged its first death linked to COVID-19 just the other day. I believe it was Friday into the weekend. That news came as but a day after Japan. The news in which the man got infected by his own doctor, that came as a day after Japan reported its first death linked to the outbreak. On Thursday, as a matter of fact, Thursday of last week, the mother-in-law of a Tokyo taxi driver who tested positive for COVID-19 himself. Those were 2 of 3 new domestic infections announced on Thursday of last week, not counting the growing number of cases aboard the then-quarantined cruise ship off Yokohama. But now the Diamond Princess saga has drawn to a close. It's over, but it's not over. The passengers who have tested positive, or rather negative, they tested negative for COVID-19, they've started to leaving the Diamond Princess off Yokohama, ending a weeks-long period that saw the deadly disease spread throughout the luxury liner. The passengers on the Diamond Princess cruise ship who have tested negative for the novel coronavirus are finally disembarking. I believe it was yesterday or today, after weeks of quarantine in Japan. Throughout the day, I know that. However, many of those leaving will face another 14 days of quarantine once they return to their home countries, such as the 200 people Australia plans to fly out on a charter flight. A growing number of scientists have criticized the Japanese Empire for its policy of isolating passengers on the boat, saying the ship served as an incubator for the virus instead of a quarantine facility meant to prevent the worsening of an outbreak that has sickened tens of thousands. But we understand the rationalization for that now, thanks to Brenden Zoghet. Now, news that a quarantine officer who screened people aboard the Diamond Princess has tested positive for COVID-19 himself has sparked criticism over inadequate protection for medical personnel, but the officer says he caught the virus despite wearing a surgical mask and gloves while on board the ship. In other words, these measures such as gloves and masks, they're useless. The molecules of COVID-19 are small enough to go right through them. It will take us several days to get everyone off the ship, I know that much, but infectious disease experts are already raising concerns that those on board could be unknowingly carrying the virus back to their communities. More than 600 of the ship's passengers have tested positive for the virus, which is a negative thing to have happen. Now, the American officials say that 14 American passengers evacuated from the Diamond Princess cruise ship in Japan had tested positive for the new coronavirus, but were allowed on flights to military bases in California and Texas to spread it here in these United States. Why? Cambodia's lack of caution in welcoming the cruise ship Westerdam has sent company officials, governments, and medical experts scrambling to trace passengers who have dispersed to multiple countries. The situation highlights the challenge of containing a virus that oftentimes fails to trigger symptoms and is now circling the globe. Meanwhile, a Chinese study has found that the virus is more contagious than related viruses that cause MERS or SARS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, or the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. The novel coronavirus has killed more than 2,000 people, almost all in mainland China. It has sickened more than 75,000 worldwide, with a recent spike in infections in Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. But the panic over Chinese people doesn't come from coronavirus. This brings us back to the Japanese internment theme. The war against Asians that is eternal in the white mindset of the American male. As soon as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced the first known American case of the Wuhan coronavirus on the 21st of January, the panic began. Within an hour of the announcement, I myself saw a Facebook comment from some asshole on my homepage who expressed worry, not my homepage, but the homepage, the feed, the news feed. Some dude expressing worry that someone in their family had come down sick after going to a conference where there had been many Chinese people. And by the end of the week, I saw a spate of articles suggesting that the virus originated in markets selling the unusual foods Chinese people eat. A claim, by the way, that scientists are now questioning. And a friend told me an older woman on her flight threw a fit because there was an Asian woman aboard wearing a face mask. Now, these casual acts of racism against Asians were spreading more quickly than the virus itself even then. Now, as of this afternoon, there's only 15, maybe 17 people in these United States, less than 20, I know that much, less than a score, that have been confirmed to have the virus. But Asian Americans across the country are reporting racist jokes. One Boston student told the Boston Globe, "They say we eat dogs." And of course, they're all being shunned. Asian Arizona State University students say white classmates have avoided them. Asians in the United Kingdom and Australia have described similar treatment, despite only a handful of cases in each country, and in Canada, where there have been 4 confirmed cases of the virus that I be aware of. Toronto Mayor John Tory went as far as to formally discourage racism against Chinese Canadians. And the profiling isn't limited to countries in which Asians are minorities. In Seoul, the capital of South Korea, the stores are posting "No Chinese Allowed" signs. And airlines, of course, have canceled all flights to mainland China. Now, this level of panic befits a global pandemic, but so far, the Wuhan coronavirus has yet to reach the point that it very well might due to Communist Party incompetence and corruption. Now, outside of China, of course, we've had comparatively few reported cases compared to what's inside of China and its borders. But The relief is that many of those infected outside of China have shown mild symptoms, similar to the average flu, and have recovered at home. Perhaps the most telling incident occurred, about a fortnight ago at the University of California, Berkeley, right here in my own greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. Berkeley's Student Health Center posted a list to Instagram of quote-unquote normal reactions to coronavirus, including anxiety, hypervigilance, and xenophobia, which it defined as fears about interacting with those who might be from Asia, and guilt about those feelings. Now, after alumni complained that the post normalized racism, the university deleted the post and tweeted an apology. Nonetheless, the post maketh explicit what has largely remained implicit, that because the Asians you encounter in your day-to-day are somehow more likely to be carrying the disease, it's reasonable to avoid them. It's easy to read these incidents as the product of knee-jerk fear and ignorance, but that fear isn't merely instinctive, it's acculturated. Now, per Jason Oliver Chang, an associate professor of history and Asian American studies at the University of Connecticut, there's a long history of thinking of Asians as disease carriers that's at least 200 years old. People don't have to know that they've learned this racial story. It's already a part of how you react, and it shows how pervasive it is in our popular culture. That belief started in the 1800s as colonial powers conscripted Chinese laborers into the coolie trade. These laborers were typically living in cramped, unsanitary conditions, sans any access to medical care, an environment ripe for disease, which they were placed in involuntarily. When outbreaks inevitably struck in coolie camps or on boats carrying laborers, local communities grew paranoid and associated the Chinese workers with disease that the community had itself engendered by forcing them in circumstances that would generate disease. To cite University of Connecticut Associate Professor of History and Asian American Studies Jason Oliver Chang again, he says, "It's always been a part of the racial fiction, the racial story that people tell about Asians in the 19th century, that they're the bad apples, the diseases are the result of bad food, bad culture. It's an outcome of being racially inferior." Now that stereotype can still be found in the current discourse around the Wuhan coronavirus, that the Chinese brought the disease upon themselves by eating the weird animals where the virus originated. It wasn't long after the arrival of Chinese workers that the narrative of Chinese as disease carriers began to be deployed as a political device to justify Asian exclusion. Being clear about who was out also serves to define who is in. And just as the communist Chinese, or rather the citizens of communist-dominated mainland China, were forced to eat animals they would normally never eat because all of their primary source of protein, their protein source being pigs, was wiped out by the Russian-generated African swine fever, a bioweapon which I've proven on past transmissions, disseminated by the Russians to wipe out the Chinese food source to prevent the Chinese from overwhelming Siberasia, because Russia has no population with which to defend the overwhelming majority of their territory. The Chinese were forced to turn towards whatever they could find to eat, which then resulted in more wild animals being hunted, brought to the wet markets, more animals exposed to each other's diseases, ultimately the generation of the disease itself, as if the Chinese had wanted to eat these animals they would normally never eat. So marginalized communities like Irish Americans, being white, at least in coloration, would in turn exploit anti-Chinese sentiment to align themselves with white communities in power. Therefore, they would take advantage of this same narrative of forced circumstances upon the Chinese, whether in the mainland today or historically brought over to build your railroads, to make the Irish Americans look like whites, whereas they were considered nothing more than white niggers. They were able to move up on the scale by comparing themselves to the Chinese. During the 1900s San Francisco outbreak of bubonic plague and the more recent 2003 Toronto SARS outbreak, people shunned city Chinatowns, leaving local businesses in dire straits. Now, the same Dr. Chan I've been referencing, Dr. Chang, who has studied anti-Chinese racism in Mexico, what you call xenophobia or anti-Semitism, concludes that some Mexican states chose to pass laws against Chinese immigration in the early 1900s, even though there were few Chinese residents at the time, himself so noting that shows it's not actually about Chinese people at all, or the presence of them at all, but what the politics affords. Anti-Chinese politics is flexible. In other words, it's convenient, which is why, of course, America pushes its anti-Huawei position all over the world. A similar game is playing out now. While the World Health Organization has explicitly advised against travel restrictions based on their then currently available information about the virus when all of this was starting, and I was warning, of course, that this was pandemic from the very inception, the United States did immediately ban all non-U.S. citizens from entering the country if they had recently traveled to China. Singapore, the Philippines, and Australia also banned Chinese travelers, and businesses like Google and Facebook were not allowing their employees to travel to China. These border closings were purportedly about preventing the spread of disease, but they also made political statements. By proposing travel bans, Asian countries signal savvy and alignment with other international powers. And as Chang observes, the question isn't so much infection, but global standing. It's directed at the international audience, neighbors. We're more advanced, and we're ready to close off now. If panic was commensurate with the virus's prevalence or symptoms, one might expect to see more paranoia around the flu than coronavirus, the average influenza. But this virus's connection to mysterious China has driven some fantastical thinking that implicates Chinese people. Narratives around Asian paranoia have shifted to further justify profiling. There's a conspiracy theory that Asian people in general are somehow genetically more susceptible to the virus, which is currently making the rounds on Twitter and Facebook, as well as through Russian propaganda site, the Russia Insider, which all white Americans believe, because they worship the Russians as the master race. Americans used to worship the Jew as the master race. Because Americans have no culture of their own, they have to find a master race to worship. Now it's the Russians. Another theory suggests that the Wuhan coronavirus was created in a lab by Chinese scientists as a bioweapon. This led to a Chinese scientist's doxing, or an exposure of his documents. And for many Asians, the profiling and harassment be a reminder that many people see them in only one dimension, as they've always seen myself. Race, race, race. People of Chinese descent live all over the world, and many have never even been to China. Yet they're more likely to be singled out as potential virus carriers than any other person in their nation. It says more about latent fears than realistic ones. Social media campaigns have sprung up to combat these stereotypes. French Chinese are using the hashtag Je ne suis pas un virus. I'm not a virus. Other people have taken to TikTok using humor to decry racist treatment. Dr. Chang himself and his colleagues have created an open document called Treating Yellow Peril, Resources to Address Coronavirus Racism, that includes papers on the history of anti-Chinese sentiments, news on travel bans, and links to official government and CDC, or Center for Disease Control, announcements. In the meantime, the CDC itself advises people concerned about coronavirus to take the same precautions one would take against all known viruses. Wash your fucking hands. Don't put your filthy hands inside your mouth, your eyes, or nose. The agency has no recommendations about specific people or places to avoid. After all, when it comes to highly contagious viral diseases like the measles, the greatest threat originates right here at home. And that would be your anti-vaxxers, the believers in Russian propaganda. And it's that same propaganda that's led Trump to discover the power of abortion. Now, Trump's anti-abortion and anti-immigration policies share a singular goal. As a candidate, Donald Trump promised to restrict abortion and immigration. As president, he has delivered on these promises. He has stacked the federal bench with conservative judges hostile to reproductive rights. He's appointing judges at a record pace. By the time he leaves office, fully a third, maybe half, of all judges will be his appointees, his personal appointees. He would have impacted America for generations to come. He's emboldened states to pass strict abortion laws. Simultaneously, he has initiated sweeping changes to American immigration law and demonized all immigrants, the coronavirus being a weaponized propaganda tool. In the abstract, these two issues, restricting abortion and immigration, appear separate and disjointed. On this account, those who oppose abortion are worried about life-taking, and those who oppose immigration are worried about job-taking. But the president has a growing number of supporters who understand opposition to abortion and immigration as intertwined, as the means of preserving a white supremacist, faux Christian America, televangelical in nature. And the Trump administration is taking concrete steps to encourage this ideational fusion of Christian racism, or rather, Protestant, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant elitism, WASP bigotry. Consider the events of the opening week in the last menses of yesteryear, the last month of 2019. The Trump administration dispatched officials to the International Conference on Family Policy. There, Trump officials lauded Hungary's procreation, not immigration policies. That's their bumper sticker in Magyarország, or Hungary. Procreation, not immigration. Which, under Viktor Orbán, the dictator of Hungary, opposes refugees and immigration, and instead subsidizes traditional nuclear Hungarian families to have more children. These policies coincided with a new Hungarian constitution which protects fetal life from the moment of conception. Joe Grogan, an assistant to the president himself and director of the Domestic Policy Council, praised Hungary for the courage and creativity of these policies and said the Trump administration was inspired and came in support and solidarity. He took the occasion of celebrating Hungary's fertility-boosting programs to affirm the administration's opposition to abortion here in these United States. Now, Hungary's procreation, not immigration policies have their roots in replacement theory. Remember all those white supremacists under Mark Spencer marching in front of Confederate statues with their tiki torches, shouting, "The Jews will not replace us." The idea that the whites will be replaced by whomever the Jews send in all their college form of people like myself. This doctrine holds that white women are not producing enough babies and Christian Western civilizations will be replaced through the twin forces of falling birth rates and increasing immigration. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, for example, has argued that there are political forces in Europe who want a replacement of population, and has vowed to fight those who want an exchange of populations to replace the population of Europeans with others. Orban was once a rare world leader to explicitly engage in this demographic discourse. Not anymore. Many were shocked when Trump defended the white supremacists who marched in Charlottesville while chanting, "You will not replace us." Fewer commented on his remarks this last year, or even this year when Trump told the United Nations that the free world must embrace its national foundations, not attempt to erase them or replace them. As president, Trump has ominously tweeted that we don't want what is happening with immigration in Europe to happen with us, and denounced an ostensible immigrant invasion of America. And he's appointed aides on the far right of immigration policy, like former chief strategist Steve Bannon and senior advisor Stephen Miller, as well as aides who have dabbled in replacement talk. Miller, the president's chief immigration advisor, has recommended articles on white nationalist websites at the forefront of disseminating replacement theory. The International Conference on Family Policy was not a one-off. In March, White House officials, Republican members of Congress, and evangelical leaders yesteryear attended the Make Families Great Again conference at the Library of Congress itself, hosted by the Hungarian Embassy. The event focused on Hungary's policy response to the decline of its birth rate below replacement level and promoted Orban's Family Protection Action Plan. Speakers at that event in the opening season of yesteryear exhorted women to have more babies, stay at home, become a bitch and heat, squeeze out more puppies. Prominent conference attendees included Valerie Huber, a United States Health and Human Services, an HHS bureaucrat, an official who be a prominent advocate of abstinence-only education. Mercedes Schlapp, then White House Director of Strategic Communications, and Sebastian Gorka, a former deputy assistant to President Trump, and Tony Perkins, no, not the guy who played Psycho, but the one who is Psycho, the president of the Family Research Council. Also in March, Trump's HHS, his Health and Human Services, awarded $5.1 million United States dollars in Title X family planning funds to Obria, an organization that subsidizes crisis pregnancy centers, refuses to provide or refer for abortion or contraception, and aims to be the pro-life, led by God alternative to Planned Parenthood. In 2015, Obria's founder and current chief executive explained, "When Europe's nations accepted contraception and abortion, they stopped replacing their population. Christianity began to die out. And with Europeans having no children, immigrant Muslims came in to replace them. And now the culture of Europe is changing." She warned that America is on the same track as Europe, and that in only 2 of the past 40 years have we replaced our population. Now, the New York Times has reported on regulatory changes initiated by the Health and Human Services, and these changes make it easier to provide money to faith-based organizations like Obria. Mother Jones suggested that Obria may represent the future of the Title X program under Trump. Most troubling, certain Republican members of Congress seem to be embracing this fusion of abortion and immigration, which suggests this ideational framework will outlast the administration itself. Congressman Andy Harris, a Republican from Maryland, a staunch pro-life advocate, told the International Conference on Family Policy that civilizations actually can become extinct without an adequate replacement. He warned that the American birth rate has fallen below replacement birth rate and called for preserving the American culture of civilization through more births, not immigration. He added that the United States should craft policies that recognize the benefits of the presence of a man in the family. Now, Congressman Steve King, that Republican from Iowa, believed in his words that cultural suicide by demographic transformation must end. He told a right-wing Austrian website that if we continue to abort our babies and import a replacement for them in the form of young, violent men, meaning non-whites, we are supplanting our culture, our civilization. The one with all the white guys with guns, killing everybody. Replacement theory is, of course, not new in American political culture and history. The doctors who led the Civil War-era campaign to enact laws criminalizing abortion warned that native-born Americans were not bearing children at the same rate as immigrant families. Dr. Horatio Storer, the leader of the physicians' campaign to criminalize abortion, asked whether America would be filled by our own children or by those of aliens. Like, the origins of the alien impregnation theory. This is a question our woman must answer. Upon their loins depends the future destiny of the nation. Now, about 150 fucking years later, this administration is yoking family values to openly nationalist and racialized demographic anxieties that Trump himself invokes, a move that seems to appeal to his loyalists. I observe as, for instance, that white evangelical Protestants are among the strongest supporters of Trump's plan to build a wall along the U.S. border with Mexico. While some pro-life organizations joined religious leaders in opposing the administration's treatment of immigrant children at the border, other pro-life organizations were conspicuously silent or even supported Trump's family separation policies. For some growing number of Americans, trois seemingly disparate goals of restricting abortion and immigration are beginning to align as serving convergent ends. President Trump's critics have described the Make America Great Again movement as unprincipled and unsystematic, a transactional vehicle for winning spoils, from conservative judges to tax cuts to deregulation. Yet we be witnessing the emergence of a disturbing internal logic in Trump's agenda. Trump, of course, has not yet built a wall between the United States and Mexico, but he's helped build something far more durable. A bridge between abortion and immigration restriction that is infusing pro-family advocates with the energies of white supremacist nationalism. These advocates talk about protecting life, but care only about whose life be saved, that of the white male children. Meanwhile, China itself, on the communist-dominated mainland, has been trying to get back to work. Children or not, with their one-child policy introduced by the International Monetary Fund in exchange for supermassive loans that help them modernize, the Chinese are far more demographically fucked than the Americans will ever be. And back in communist China, the government is trying to encourage people to return to work, but between travel restrictions and local lockdowns, it's proving effectively impossible. In China's north, factory owners say they're still paying above-average wages to get staff and that the vast majority of workers still haven't returned to the job anyway. Companies that can are allowing remote work. Chinese schools, which look unlikely to reopen before April, have switched to online classes. Coronavirus is upending China's work culture completely. Many more people are working from home and proving they're just as productive. And, of course, everyone's seeking handshake alternatives. with conferences discouraging people from shaking hands, given fears over the spread of COVID-19, how should people greet each other and agree deals instead? Suggestions include waving, bowing, and clasping hands at chest height, with, your own hands in front of your own chest, like an idiot. Or somebody who's part of some obscure Buddhist religious cult or something. All of this, of course, try doing it all at once. Wave, bow, and clasp your hands, and you'll really make a show of yourself. So, when it comes to business's coronavirus conundrum, what's the best alternative to a handshake? Just remember that the fascists had to handle this problem, and they dealt with it using the ancient European ad locutio, the Roman salute. What you idiots out there call the Heil Hitler. And that's probably the easiest greeting to return to, yet I don't imagine any Americans or Asians really taking to that. The Asians would have no problem. The Americans, of course, are just too demented to even try. As for the handshake itself, it supposedly began as far back as 5 years before Christ, as a gesture to prove to a stranger that you were unarmed and meant no harm, with all those crazy Christians running around. But in the time of the coronavirus outbreak, that sign of good faith can no longer be trusted. Let Check Lam, the managing director of Xperia Events, which organizes the Singapore Air Show, Asia's largest aerospace and defense expo, which was convening, I think it was just last week, stated that the Singapore Air Show 2020 has adopted a no-contact policy and encourages attendees to practice alternative business greetings instead of the conventional handshake throughout the event. And so on February 9th, the Singapore Air Show at SGA Air Show said, "For the welfare of all the attendees," I'm reading from the tweet right now, I've called it up, "please adopt alternative greetings. Let's all play our own part to stay safe." Well, while the handshake is by no means a universal greeting, even the way a handshake is conducted can vary from culture to culture or person to person. The gesture has become a staple of the international business community. And inking deals and shaking hands is what the Singapore Air Show is normally all about. But that handshake has fallen victim to previous public health crises anyway. In 2014, some African countries struck by Ebola reportedly turned their backs on handshakes and hugs. Even the American ambassador to the United Nations at the time eschewed a handshake in favor of a bizarre elbow rub when meeting with a World Health Organization official in Liberia. Earlier the same year, the group of U.S. doctors proposed banning handshakes from all healthcare. And a month later, scientists in Wales advocated for fist bumps over handshakes as a more hygienic greeting. I wouldn't even do that. See, there's a reason Asians bow, is so that they don't handshake, okay? I mean, I don't understand why Westerners just can't pick that up and just fucking bow to each other to agree over closing a deal. Or to do anything. I mean, this is because whites think that that's somehow submissive. That I will bow before no man. That somehow someone's one-upping them or something. Whites are all fucked up. Now, sometimes precautions taken during health scares can have long-term effects on society. In Hong Kong, which suffered 300 deaths due to SARS circa 2003, well, 299 of them to be exact, paranoia over public hygiene remained high even before the current coronavirus outbreak. Signs next to doors on public buildings, such as malls, inform users that the door handle is sterilized every 2 hours. Meanwhile, on public buses, infographics inform riders on best practices for coughing and sneezing. So, when I consulted Chan, he said, after SARS, there was no problem shaking hands, however, and social interactions in general returned to normal shortly after the crisis passed. So, no need to wave goodbye to the handshake just yet, even though I argue that we should. But if you plan to do business in Asia soon, it might be best to brush up on alternatives, and I wouldn't recommend the elbow rubbing. I would say, really, You'd probably still look out of sorts if you tried the adlocutio there, but eventually that will become in fashion again, out of necessity. And that would be a proper European cultural gesture. The Asians would probably take it up too in many situations, as they did in Taiwan, where that salute is used to seal the deal. It's certainly used to take a vow, and it's one of the reasons that Taiwan is viewed as the last bastion of Hitlerism, and therefore the enemy of the United Nations, which declared war on Hitler the same way that the great powers declared war on Napoleon as a person, and therefore all nations affiliated with the Axis were deemed the pallbearers of Western civilization by their upholding the banner of Hitlerism. Now, the coronavirus numbers themselves are much more uncertain than they seem. Even metrics like the number of deaths be tricky. But the director of Wuhan Hospital has died of coronavirus. Not the young doctor who I'm going to bring up again who was martyred. I'm talking about the director of Wuhan Hospital. He died of coronavirus even as China's patient count climbed to 75,309 last time I checked. And the death toll reached 2014. So what to make of China's official coronavirus data? China is reporting a decline in virus cases. In China, the death toll from the coronavirus has now topped 2,000, with over 70,000 cases confirmed. But if you follow Chinese state media, the tone is increasingly optimistic. Victory in the people's war against the virus, led by President Xi Jinping, is coming! The official figures seem to bear this out. New infections outside of Hubei province, the virus epicenter, has dropped for more than 10 days straight, and the number of new cases inside Hubei has slowed to under 2,000 per day. Most of Hubei remains under lockdown, with residents unable to leave their homes sans special permission. Travel restrictions of varying severity have been imposed across China, from monitored movement to total quarantine. Taken at face value, the government's containment strategy appears to be working, but that raises the question, how reliable are China's official numbers? And that brings us to party politics. One suspicious element is how consistent the drop in new virus cases has been. While there was a jump in numbers last Thursday, it was the result of changes in testing standards in Hubei, moving nearly 15,000 cases from suspected to confirmed. The announcement came as Hubei's top officials were removed from their jobs, and dictator Xi Jinping's close ally, Yingyong, yeah, that's the fucker's name, Yingyong, the former mayor of Shanghai, was installed as the province's party boss. As oftentimes happens, it seems the new boss wanted to blame the bad news on the old one. Meanwhile, the central government is pushing for reopening businesses, but there be a conflict emerging. Local officials don't want to be scapegoated if an outbreak emerges in their domain, and their fear is outweighing the economic damage of the virus. But there be reports from Zhejiang and Guangdong of lockdowns being lifted, with a monitored surveillance system that allows people to leave the house in areas previously under heavy restrictions. Now, all of this is supposed to be part of a downward trend. The straight decline in new cases of the virus could be good news, or it could be statistical manipulation. Outside of Hubei, diagnostic test kits be in short supply, and other provinces haven't switched to using the symptomatic diagnosis now accepted in Hubei. The kits are only being used to test people who came as from Hubei and not for cases of transmission. So it's unsurprising the numbers be dropping. Chinese doctors report that dozens of other hospital patients are being quarantined and treated, but not officially diagnosed. So China's incompetence has now endangered the entire world. As the deadly coronavirus began to spread, Beijing wasted the most critical resource to fight it: trust. The novel coronavirus epidemic has reached a critical juncture. Steps taken over the next few days, particularly by Beijing's dictatorship, will decide the fate of the virus and whether it spreads internationally to become a genuine super pandemic. Time is short for the Chinese government to prevent a catastrophe, and I believe it's already out of their hands. It's beyond their ability to control or contain. So, are China's official reports, as I've just articulated, including claims that its control efforts are succeeding and the epidemic will soon peak, even credible? Well, I'll tell you, as a person with the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, the omens look bad. Once praised by the World Health Organization, the WHO, and the scientists worldwide for its quick, transparent response to the newly named COVID-19, Red China now faces international vilification and potential domestic unrest as it blunders through continued cover-ups, lies, and repression that have already failed to stop the virus and may well be fanning the flames of its spread. Since the epidemic came to the world's attention in early January, it has been marked by startling moments when China's health authorities announced dramatic surges in apparent cases of the disease, none more surprising than the sudden February 12th adjustment that saw case numbers in Hubei province swell by 14,840 in a single day, pushing the national total to 59,804 cases. The adjustment, according to government officials, was due to a widening definition of the disease for just one place, Hubei province, while authorities continued to limit their COVID-19 case descriptions elsewhere in China by a prior approach, counting smaller numbers. The pneumonia death yesterday, or last week, of China's real epidemic hero, the ophthalmologist Li Wenliang, has revealed the ugliest side of Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, and its terrible effort to rewrite the history of a now obviously out-of-control epidemic. Li treated patients in December in Wuhan, where the outbreak originated, who looked like SARS cases, he told colleagues on December 30th via a doctor's social media chat room. Days later, for the so-called crime of rumor-mongering, Li and 7 other physicians were brought before Red China's security police and compelled to sign a document admitting to spreading lies. For days, Wuhan authorities sought to stifle Li's voice, but even after he caught the virus while treating his patients and was confined to an intensive care unit, an ICU bed, he continued to sound epidemic alarms on the BBC World Service. On February 6th, the once robust 33-year-old physician died. Li's death opened the gates of political rage across the Communist Chinese Empire, sparking an unprecedented outpouring of grief and outrage, denouncing the governmental cover-up. Some China watchers have likened the coronavirus crisis for Chinese President Xi Jinping to the threat the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown in 1986 posed to Mikhail Gorbachev's hold on the Soviet Union. His Chernobyl moment. Others have likened the young martyred physician's brave truth-telling to the legendary tank man, an anonymous citizen who stood, grocery bags in hand, before a line of Chinese tanks, blocking their entry into Beijing's Tiananmen Square and their deployment in the military sense to quell the 1989 pro-democracy student protests. As the China expert Bill Bishop wrote yesterday, but last week in his daily Sinosism newsletter, He said, "The party's social contract with the people, ensuring the people's well-being and providing ever-increasing economic prosperity, is being stressed on a nationwide level in ways I don't recall in the past several decades. Last Friday, I wrote that this is as close to an existential crisis for Xi Jinping and the totalitarian Communist Party that I think we have seen since the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989, and I think it is even more so a week later." Now, just before I read Bishop's assessment, I listened to a CBS News podcast with the Council on Foreign Relations employee, Elizabeth Economy. Yeah, that's her actual name, Elizabeth Economy, one of the world's top experts on Chinese politics. She, too, labeled Li's death and apparent splits inside the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, over how best to handle the epidemic, as the most significant threat to his power Xi Jinping has faced, and a critical test of the viability of the entire current leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. No leader since Mao Zedong has consolidated as much power and control as Xi Jinping, which leaves China's leader, their totalitarian dictator, vulnerable to blame in times of catastrophe. If you take all the credit, then you take the fall. Now, this is much more than inside baseball Chinese politics. It matters deeply for businesses wondering how long the pain of China's shutdown will last, and for public health leaders worried about how they might handle the coronavirus should it spread inside their countries, states, or cities. It is spilled over onto WHO, the WHO director, General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who has faced sharp criticism, even a recall petition, for his personal meetings with Xi Jinping to take his bribes, along with other Chinese leaders, and his all too evident reluctance to declare the outbreak a global health emergency based on the money he was being bribed with. For his part, dictator Xi Jinping disappeared from public view the day after his January 27th meeting with the WHO's Ghebreyesus, not to be seen again for 12 days when he briefly strolled through the Chaoyang district of Beijing wearing a medical mask. The political crisis in Red China is prompting global concern about the reliability of epidemic data released by the Red Chinese government, the usefulness of Chinese guidance regarding how the virus is spread and who is at risk for death, and the measures best taken to protect healthcare workers from falling victim to the disease they are trying to treat. Since the first December 30th announcement of a new disease in Wuhan, the CCP has woven a tapestry of narratives, primarily for domestic political purposes, aligning official case and death numbers with the storylines. Meanwhile, the international health community, from WHO all the way down to academic statisticians and infectious diseases analysts, have tried to infer from the dubious official daily tallies just how dangerous the coronavirus may be for the rest of the world. The bottom line is trust, which appears to be waning inside Red China and is increasingly unraveling across the public health world. An epidemic cannot be fought and won unless the bonds of trust between governments and people can survive the grief, confusions, emotions, and medical challenges of the battle. The Chinese government, in its negligence, has jeopardized all those bonds, perhaps beyond all repair. Between early December and January 19th, the chief Chinese Communist Party narrative from local officials in Wuhan, the epicenter of the epidemic, was that a very small number of people connected to a local live fish and animal market had become infected with a new virus, causing a few to be hospitalized with pneumonia. Whatever the cause of the sicknesses, it was not SARS or anything like SARS. All released data conveniently suited that narrative. Anybody who, like the physician Li, hinted at facts that countered the narrative was suppressed, violently so. After the official announcement of the new disease on New Year's Eve, a second narrative took flight, which argued that shutting down the live animal market had effectively eliminated the spread of the virus, and that there was no evidence of human-to-human spread of the disease. For 2 entire weeks, the official case numbers barely budged and even decreased to 41. The message to the Chinese people was that there was nothing to worry about. Local police and health officials had stopped an outbreak. Job well done. A scenario blindly accepted by the World Health Organization under pain. Throughout those 12 vital weeks, time when aggressive control efforts might have stopped the outbreak, the virus was spreading completely independently from the animal market, as it had been since at least mid-December. Throughout December and early January, about half of the coronavirus cases in Wuhan were entirely independent of the animal market, and the epidemic was doubling in size every single week. Researchers at Imperial College London reckoned that 1,723 people in Wuhan were infected by January 12th. As international anxiety, doubting the containment narrative, grew along with the doubts, and evidence of human-to-human transmission of the virus became undeniable, dictator Xi Jinping took steps to flush out information. Around the same time, a high-level CCP committee posted a WeChat message, later deleted, that denounced functionaries and bureaucrats who might be suppressing epidemic information, warning whoever deliberately delays or conceals reporting for the sake of their own interests will be forever nailed to history's pillar of shame. Not surprisingly, the official narrative suddenly changed, as did the tally of cases and deaths quadrupling to 198 cases on January 19th. In the new narrative, the animal market was no longer mentioned, and Wuhan's leaders poked fingers of blame at one another for pushing the prior story and put huge sections of the city of 11 million on total lockdown. But with the Lunar New Year holidays approaching then, and rampant fears of quarantine, millions of Wuhanese abandoned their city, fanning out to traditional family villages and other cities throughout China, many unknowingly taking the virus with them. Drawing from its SARS 2003 playbook, the Communist Chinese government put the entire nation on a range of lockdowns, with Wuhan cut off from the rest of the world physically, and, as would increasingly be the case for dissident and critical voices, also from the virtual world of the internet. Lunar New Year travel was discouraged. The holiday was lengthened nationwide to minimize the spread of the virus in schools and workplaces, and throughout Hubei province and neighboring regions, some 100 million people were encouraged to self-quarantine, staying inside their apartments and homes. The virologist Guan Yi of the University of Hong Kong, or HKU, warned that the containment strategy might fail and that a bigger outbreak was certain, which he said could conservatively be 10 times bigger than the SARS epidemic, meaning more than 8,000 cases. Scientifically, the containment strategy rested on a crucial assumption: the virus could spread from one person to another only if the source had a fever. Temperature checkpoints were thus erected across the nation, along highways, at entrances to large buildings, at all points of transit, even in the hands of police patrolling urban streets hundreds of miles away from Wuhan. Trains, airplanes, buses, and highways were shut down entirely. By identifying every single person in China who was running a fever and placing them in quarantine, the virus would no longer spread, and soon the epidemic would be over. But by February 3rd, there was all too much evidence that people who had no fevers, only mild forms of coronavirus illnesses, could pass the virus unto others without symptoms. And one such person might infect 2, even 4 other people. Not only could the virus spread through cough droplets, saliva, or nasal fluids, but feces also tested positive for contamination, raising the specter of oral/fecal transmission via handled, uncooked food. As a matter of fact, it means that when you flush your toilet and the flush causes aerosolization of microscopic particulate fecal matter, then the next person who walked in to use the toilet would inhale that and catch your flu. Worse, the duration of this mildly symptomatic, potentially infectious incubation period might be very long, up to 24 days. Suddenly, the coronavirus didn't look like SARS at all, which had an incubation time of about 3 days and was only infectious from febrile individuals. No, this new virus looked more like influenza, which can be spread from a person with no symptoms to another via a handshake or even shared airspace. But even then, the comparison fails because few people incubate flu for more than 24 hours, much less 24 fucking days. By late January, Wuhan was a ghost town, with hardly a person or vehicle to be seen, its entire population having either deserted the city or hunkered down in homebound quarantine. Yet the virus continued to claim new victims, and Dictator Xi warned the nation of its accelerating spread. As the containment narrative proved fallible, and cities beyond Wuhan began to experience the frightening spread of the disease, the CCP turned to another familiar playbook, elevating the police state. Overnight, gymnasiums, sports arenas, hotels, university dormitories, convention centers, and other large facilities were transformed into holding centers in which thousands of beds were placed in long rows, and food, toiletries, and regular fever checks were provided to the thousands of people placed under quarantine inside. There was no question that these weren't hospitals. Many held within these makeshift quarantine facilities complained that they were never tested for infection, but were warehoused and compelled to share shower and toilet facilities with hundreds of other infected people. These were incubated grounds to generate even more disease. As anxiety rose, Dictator Xi tried to shift blame, naming to head up the epidemic response and dispatching Premier Li Keqiang to Wuhan. Xi lashed out against untruthful speech, focusing on those who were using Weibo and other social media to cast doubts on the containment policy and bemoan their confinement. He decried fake news, and he forwarded an added narrative blaming the American government for China's plight. On January 30th, the same day that the WHO declared the epidemic a public health emergency of international concern, far too late in the game, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo issued a travel advisory to Americans warning against visiting Communist China. During the first week of February, the restrictions placed on American airlines, airports, Chinese immigrants, travelers re-entering the United States, and trade in key goods between the nations mounted. By February 3rd, hospitals all over the Communist Chinese Empire were reporting shortages of test kits, forcing a large reduction in diagnosis and the reporting of cases at all. A medical academic and a member of the high-level expert team put together by the Chinese National Health Commission warned, early detection, early diagnosis, early isolation, and early treatment cannot be done in Wuhan at this time. I hope that the country will support Wuhan, because we cannot. That same day, the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CCP Central Committee, the Politburo of the Center of the Chinese Communist Power Corps, held a meeting formulating yet a new narrative, that the epidemic was out of control because of poor management. Well, no shit. The CCP itself would now lead a people's war against the virus, clamping down even harder on quarantines and rumors. The epidemic ought to be easy to control, given 80% of its victims were over 60 years of age, 75% had bodies weakened by some other health condition, and curiously, very few children, and 60% of them were men, according to new official data sets. Because the women, of course, were just Well, there's not many women left in China after the one-child policy and all the baby girls were murdered. So, statistics in that sense are hardly surprising. And in a plea for patriotism, fatherfuckery in the Latin, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, urged people to identify all their ailing neighbors and turn them into authorities. Eventually, in at least one town, payments were promised, equivalent to about a third of an average Chinese adult's monthly income. The identified were removed, sometimes forcibly, from their homes and placed in makeshift field hospitals set up in schools and sports facilities. As international experts questioned whether the virus could be stopped, Beijing threw more resources to the warehousing of suspected cases, human warehousing, and the hospitalization of those with pneumonia. But by February 5th, the funeral parlors and crematoriums were reported to be having problems keeping up with the disposal of all the dead in Wuhan. Though no data was provided to address the matter, Wuhan's lockdown was endangering not only the lives of coronavirus-infected individuals, but also those of thousands of people who required medications and occasional treatment for such things as HIV infection, kidney disease, diabetes, and hypertension. Hospitals no longer welcomed them. Medicines were running out. Yet there is no count of their numbers or deaths. So we know for a fact that because of this collateral damage of the vulnerable, the deaths in China must now secretly number in the tens of thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands, more realistically. Across Hubei, hospitals were, by the end of the first week of February, running out of beds, respirators, and oxygen and pneumonia support equipment. As more cities saw their case numbers soar, they followed Wuhan's lockdown and quarantine strategy. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, a day that I had never even known was celebrated in Communist China until this virus, China's National Health Commission finally acknowledged the toll COVID-19 was taking on healthcare workers, saying 1,716 of them had been infected on the job and 6 had died of the pneumoniacal disease. Then on February 6th, Li Wenliang died of the coronavirus disease, sparking an outcry from across the nation filled with undeniable rage. The government responded to the outpouring of grief and anger by censoring social media posting and blocking accounts. Cecilia Wang, a Shanghai-based reporter for The Economist magazine, tweeted in real time a scrubbing operation unfolding on Chinese social media as comments about the government's handling of the epidemic were erased from digital history. On February 8th, it was reported that Xi had appointed his protege, Chen Yixin, a man with no medical or scientific background whatsoever, as second in command of the team in charge of handling the epidemic crisis in Hubei. Chen's expertise is law enforcement, and he heads China's most powerful domestic security commission. As Chen swept into Wuhan, heads rolled among the pre-existing Hubei and Wuhan epidemic leadership. On February 9th, the official numbers showed a slowing in new case reports, a trend that would persist until the enormous February 12th spike in numbers. During this 72-hour window, two new narratives emerged. First, that the epidemic had reached its peak, and second, that it was time for the nation to get back to work, restoring the Chinese economy. But stability was hardly anywhere to be found across the communist Chinese empire. In one of the hardest hit cities in China, Guangdong, the local CCP dictator said the municipality could test only 900 people a day. A citywide search identified 13,000 fever patients. Fatality rates, according to the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, their CDC, varied across the nation, with 4% of those sick with the coronavirus dying in Wuhan and 5% of cases proving lethal in Tiananmen.
But it was difficult to ascribe credibility to those estimates because nobody really knew the baseline. How many people were infected? Not only were too few people getting tested, but the diagnostic kits were so difficult to execute properly that there was a false negative rate as high as 50%, meaning some labs were missing half of all infections. As the makeshift quarantine facilities filled over capacity, questions arose about their safety, as people were stacked side by side like dead bodies and shared toilet facilities, spreading the disease through fecal matter, flushing and aerosolizing particulate fecal bits that everyone inhaled. There was clear evidence that the coronavirus disease could be spread via feces or the off-gassing from overused toilets and taxed plumbing. Just by the fact that there was so much shit in the pipes, backups were creating immediate spread of the disease like a monster from beneath the city streets, emerging to engulf everyone in sight. On February 10th, dictator Xi Jinping sacked 12 Hubei's top health officials amid claims that the virus could sicken 5% of Wuhan's population, or 500,000 people. 3 days later, Hubei's party secretary was replaced by a Xi loyalist. Wu Junyu is the chief epidemiologist for China's CDC, ultimately responsible for estimating and counting the toll of the coronavirus epidemic. On February 13th, he spoke with Howard Bauchner, the editor-in-chief of the Journal of American Medical Association, the JAMA, defending the accuracy of China's epidemic numbers to the JAMA, admitting that diagnostic kits were in short supply and could be difficult to use. He nevertheless insisted that the epidemic was winding down as more of the infected came to the end of their incubation periods. Wu so argued. Transmissions would slow, and it would be clear that China's control methods have, indeed, worked in the end after all. Robert Redfield, who heads the American Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the US CDC, told CNN but this week that he was far less optimistic. Right now, Redfield said, we're in an aggressive containment mode. We don't know a lot about this virus. This virus is probably with us beyond this season, beyond this year, and I think eventually the virus will find a foothold and we will get community-based transmission. What he's saying is, it's the end of your world. In Geneva this week, some 400 top infectious disease experts gathered to help the World Health Organization solve the many mysteries that still surround this virus. One of them was Hong Kong University's Gabriel Leung, who does not think Red China's strategy will succeed, and fears that as schools reopen and millions of people return to Wuhan and other lockdown cities, the virus could, once again, resurge. Well, it can't really resurge because it's already surging. And the new coronavirus could spread far beyond Red China's borders, possibly infecting more than 60% of the world population. Let me repeat that. The new coronavirus is spreading beyond Communist China's borders, and it will likely infect over 60% of the world's population. Even if the coronavirus disease kills only 1% of its victims, 1% of 60% of 7 billion people is a staggering death toll, placing the coronavirus alongside the 3 biggest pandemics in all human history: the 14th century plague, the 1918 American bioweaponized influenza that ended World War I, and the current HIV/AIDS toll of the human immunodeficiency virus and the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome that's depopulating so much of Black Africa. So between the Black Plague, World War I's American Army flu, and all AIDS throughout the decades, this would match all that. I prefer to believe that humanity will contain the coronavirus to a far less horrible level for long enough to develop an effective vaccine. But this will require a supermassive effort over long stretches of time. Novel vaccines require years of research and testing. Unfortunately, Communist China is showing how all this can be made to go wrong, transforming a crisis into catastrophe. Xi's dictatorial government has provided the world with reams of data, but their credibility, or lack thereof, be inextricably bound to the Communist Chinese Party's methods of totalitarian governance, censorship, intimidation, and toadyism. In a word, corruption. And now the rest of the world is left to prognosticate and prepare, sans really knowing what havoc the coronavirus enemy is capable of wreaking. And for that, we'll all pay the price. The coronavirus has already disrupted the flow of business. The deadly respiratory disease, now known as COVID-19, is taking its toll on global trade. Activity at Chinese factories has slowed or stopped. Fewer cargo ships from China are docking at Southern California ports. Chinese visitors spending in Los Angeles plunged nearly $1 billion United States dollars this year. Businesses of all stripes in California and across these United States are seeing a disruption from the new coronavirus outbreak, which has killed more than 1,800 people at the very least and infected more than 72,000 others worldwide, albeit still mostly in China. Indeed, the World Trade Organization, the WTO, says global trade in goods, which had already been slowed by tariffs and uncertainty, will probably remain weak throughout the coming months. Apple, Mattel, Disney, and Tesla are among the many California-based corporations feeling the effects. The effect on supply chains extends to the Port of Los Angeles, along with the dock workers, truck drivers, and the vast warehouse and distribution network that rely upon it. The coronavirus will send political and economic shockwaves far beyond the Communist Chinese Empire. The fast-spreading new coronavirus that originated in the Chinese city of Wuhan is, at its most immediate level, a public health crisis. But it is also so much more than that. As governments struggle to contain the epidemic, the virus is already having economic ramifications in Red China and around the world. That's the second level of its impact. And as the epidemic threatens to become pandemic and cross all international boundaries, and the speed of the contagion exceeds the number of cases of the 2003 SARS outbreak, there be a third level of consequences that has received far less attention. This coronavirus could leave a lasting political mark far beyond China that could ultimately be its most profound legacy. Much will depend on how long this health catastrophe lasts, which in turn depends on how fast the virus continues to spread and how effective public health measures prove it to be. Although the virus remains largely confined to China, 12 months after it was first detected in Wuhan, it is all but certain that it will send shockwaves to every corner of this world, even if there isn't a single new case outside of mainland China, which we know is not going to be the case. There's going to be many more. And this is because as the number of victims and confirmed cases in China grows, they roughly doubled in a recent 4-day period, the country's level of economic activity is steadily contracting. If that were happening in any other country on Earth, there would be far fewer reverberations. But China is a unique case. Its economy is more closely integrated into global activity than ever before, and vital to all global supply chains. What happens in Red China economically does not stay in China. The spread of the coronavirus has quickly become a political issue of its own. In Red China itself, the epidemic is unlikely to loosen Xi Jinping's tight grip on power in the immediate sense. But the government's initial response, including trying to silence the whistleblowers who first raised the alarm in Wuhan, have stirred murmurs about the most powerful Chinese leader since Mao Zedong killed 100 million people. In Hong Kong, the epidemic may put a damper on mass protests, but it has added one more grievance to the list of complaints against Beijing and its minions in the Hong Kong government. Protesters have blasted the authorities' failure to more thoroughly cut off links to the mainland and prevent the virus from spreading into Hong Kong. But there's more. Because Red China's breakneck economic growth in recent decades has turned it into the world's biggest importer of commodities like oil, iron ore, and soybeans, a sharp economic slowdown in China inevitably means a sharp drop in commodity exports and prices around the world. Commodity exports be the lifeblood of government revenues for many developing countries. When those revenues drop, the state is less able to respond to public demands. The potential for political disruptions from the coronavirus is magnified by the recent wave of mass protests in many of these countries already. Many of the predictions about the impact of this epidemic are based on what occurred in 2003 during and after the SARS outbreak. But this is not the SARS virus, and China in 2020 is not China of 2003. SARS was much deadlier, killing up to 10% of those who became infected. The new virus has a mortality rate of about 2% as we understand it, but it is infecting so many more people that the number of dead in China has already surpassed the toll from SARS, which spread over 9 months. Because this coronavirus is so infectious, it'd be impossible to stop. And China itself as well has changed. Circa 2003, it accounted for but 4% of global gross domestic product. That share has since quadrupled. China's economy, now worth an estimated 14 trillion United States dollars, making it the world's second largest after these United States, consumes more than 50% of the global output of copper, aluminum, iron ore, and other materials. For the countries that provide us these commodities, such as Chile, the world's biggest exporter of copper, the timing be precarious. Chile endured huge popular protests late yesteryear in the wake of an increase in public transportation fares. Its government responded with a promise to tackle inequality and address the economic demands of demonstrators. A sharp drop in export revenues will make us those promises more expensive. Other countries that rely on commodity exports to China itself will feel the economic impact of the coronavirus as well, putting their governments under pressure. For developed economies, generally less reliant on commodity exports such as United Germany, France, and these United States, the combination of China's economic slowdown and measures aimed at constricting traffic in and out of the country means disruptions of supply chains, loss of export sales, and ultimately their own diminished economic growth. Slower growth in these developed economies, particularly during election years, can have a powerful effect at the ballot box. In Washington, Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross dubiously claimed that manufacturers would relocate from China to these United States due to coronavirus. By the time any firm actually relocates, if they do at all, the outbreak will probably be over. Until then, exporters will see Chinese sales plunge. Apple just closed all its stores in communist China, and manufacturers will see their supply chains disrupted. Whether in these United States, United Germany, the Japanese Empire, or elsewhere, makers of electronics, cars, and other machinery all rely on Chinese suppliers. And many rely on airlines, which are no longer flying in and out of China to help transport their products. China is the top export destination for 33 countries and the top source of imports for 65. One of those is these United States. The White House's chief economic advisor, a deranged alcoholic named Larry Kudlow, said the virus will have no material impact on the American economy. But financial firms are predicting at least a modest hit to GDP, or gross domestic product. A loss of a fraction of a percentage in American GDP growth during an election year could have more than a material impact on the result of the 2020 elections. After all, the 2016 election was decided by the narrowest of margins. Donald Trump would not have become president if not for 80,000 votes going his way in 3 key states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Trump's strongest suit for re-election is the economy, even if he always exaggerates his own economic record and takes credit for a recovery that started and was by many metrics better under President Barack Obama. In a tight race, it'd be conceivable that by shaving a small slice off of America's economic growth, the Wuhan coronavirus could hurt Trump's re-election campaign enough to change the outcome in November. Viruses don't see borders, even if politicians in an age of nationalist drift quickly opt to shut them amid fears of global outbreak. Today's globalized economy also means that one country's health crisis can easily become another country's political wildcard. Now, let me check around the net prior my going into the chat room a bit, then conducting the usual blurb for Ben Estenius, and going to confirm a request here for Durgama, and let's go into that chat room and see if anybody's chatting. Yes, there we are. Excellent. First thing I see is Joe Grabo saying, I haven't listened to Doug in a long time. Already in 15 minutes, he's blown my mind. Well, thank you. Yes. And JMO72 says, there we are. He's talking about this way males of white American descent can justify their violence. Fuck, I don't think those assholes need a justification. They just do it. And they do try to rationalize it, which is what always wonders me. I wonder why they bother. And JMO says, when it comes to the replacement for the handshake, he says in the black community in the U.S., there is a greeting where one places a right closed fist against the right side of one's chest as a salute. Handshakes kind of creep me out. Yeah. As a matter of fact, that was also an ancient Roman greeting. You see it in a Star Trek episode where they were trying to emulate the Roman Empire. And so there we go with that. And I thank everybody for their exchanges. And glad to see Sarah Shields is on the prowl. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. By the way, I'm getting some input here in the private messages from Selena Khan. It's just adorable. Oh, thank you, honey. That's delightful. And I'm not quite sure what her message is with that. Guy's trying to hug some chick and he keeps missing. Yes, she's dodging him. Yes. Hope she's not angry with me. Oh, here comes Gary States. He says, the rationalization cometh after the rounds have been discharged. Yeah. Yeah, it's that way in sex, too. Yeah, after they blow their wad, then the rationalization comes out. All right, the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book and scenes from documentaries and film footage that he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, or contact the Baron Ben himself via the telephone at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, Selena said, "Oh, just to laugh and make you laugh, silly." There we are. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Let me see if I can get something appropriate up there. There we go. All right. So to continue on, in a recent editorial, Kaizin is probably the most independent and I would say just the best reporting in journalism to come out of communist China. It's the most honest and the freest, which is why it's being cracked down on the hardest. Kaizin's editors, in their recent editorial, says, I'm translating here from the Chinese for you. We believe the country's response to the coronavirus epidemic is a stress test for the rule of law in China. The desperate situation we face is no excuse to neglect the principle of the rule of law. Now, think about that, and then dwell on a group of federal judges here in these United States now due to hold an emergency meeting, or did so today, to address the growing concerns about the impartiality, or lack thereof, of the Justice Department of these United States in politically sensitive cases. This be a rare move indeed that comest after a tense week at the DOJ, the Department of Justice. Meanwhile, Attorney General William Barr has said he thought about resigning over President Trump's interference with DOJ matters, according to a close source in situ, as they say. Particularly at issue for Barr, the president's tweets, which the AG, the Attorney General, last week, or yesterday, said it make it impossible for him to do his job. Now, Barr himself is under scrutiny for his role in requesting a lighter sentence for Trump ally Roger Stone after the president complained, as well as his involvement in other high-profile cases involving Trump. More than 2,000 former DOJ officials have called on Barr to resign, though Trump said he has total confidence in his Attorney General. Now, from Daniel Arola, who preceded, or how would I say it, preempted, though it's not really a race here, he preempted our man, our executive producer, Brenden Zoghet. Daniel Arola said, I've seen article headlines today talking about Trump offering a pardon to Julian Assange for saying that Russia didn't hack the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, or something like that. So what he presented, of course, was a screenshot of his own wonderful meme that is a text meme that he produced about various, shall I say, Julian Assange factors that I exposed. And this is at DouglasDietrich.com, where, well, he's referencing people to it. But he entered this in thread of commentary on my promotional banner on Facebook for tonight, on the Sora Aoya timeline, gifted to me, where Daniel Arola quotes myself, saying Julian Assange never leaks any information concerning Russia or that compromises Russia. I was asked by a young lady on Facebook, I don't know how they haven't closed this guy down already when he lives in a cabinet in the Ecuadorian embassy. How can people not shut this guy down? And I said it's because he's sponsored, supported, and secured by the Federalnaya Sluzhba Bezhnopashny Roskyoy Federatsy, the Russian Federal Security Service. And of course, this was clarified by a Madam King. She said that in 2003, where she was part of an underground forum where underworld hackers like hang out and chat, and Assange was already infamous, and a chatter back then was that Assange had taken a position as a covert Russian operative to avoid being persecuted in other countries. That's why he never leaks any information that would compromise the FSB, the Federal Security Bureau, the Federalnaya Sluzhba Bezopashnosti Roskyoy Federatsy, and that's because he's an agent thereof. And of course he, Assange, was raised in a cult known as the Family in Australia. Shetinaikatuan, as the kindly ones in the interpretation, the transliteration. It's also the name of a town on the Indian subcontinent where the cult originated, and it is formally known as the Shetinaikatuan Park Association, but it's really known as the Great White Brotherhood. It's an Australian white supremacist New Age group where one bleaches their skin white Michael Jackson style, bleaches their hair white, and of course they're under the leadership of a yoga teacher named Anne Hamilton Byrne, surname spelled Byrne. Yes, and of course she's a psychiatrist, and she was fucking Julian Assange when he was underage, as she did all the kids, along with all the adults fucking all the kids in that cult. And they were indoctrinated, brainwashed. And the fucker's Australian, but he speaks like he's Swedish. My medical cosmetologist, when she heard him, was so irritated by his voice. She said, "Oh God, this Swedish guy drives me nuts." I said, "He's not Swedish. Greta Thunberg is Swedish. This asshole's an Australian." And he simply spent so much time under cult indoctrination that he thinks he's talking like a New Age Nordic is what he wants to talk like. So he's imitating a Swede. Now, let's take a look at what all this brings to mind. You've got communist Chinese journalists saying that even at this moment of total meltdown, of apocalyptic catastrophe in communist China, they're saying, let's try to uphold the rule of law. And here in America, we've got securities laws violations, trying to sell Barack Obama's open U.S. Senate seat, tax fraud and lying to investigators, obstruction of justice. These are among but a few of the felony convictions that had been handed down to the 11 people who received clemency from President Trump but yesterday. Now, hearing that, if you haven't heard that yet, you might say, pardon? Yeah, pardon. To reiterate, President Trump pardoned, he granted clemency to 11 white-collar criminals. Well, you know, these are actually what we call in this day and age, these are super white-collar criminals. These are white-collar predators. We call them gold-collar criminals. So Trump granted clemency to 11 gold-collar criminals yesterday in an extraordinary abuse of his post-impeachment presidential power. Now, after President Trump's mass clemency for 11 convicted felons, his judgment has come under fire for showing leniency to completely high-profile gold-collar felons with powerful connections. Among the headline grabbers, Trump issued a pardon to Michael Milken, the disgraced former junk bond king who later became a prominent Los Angeles philanthropist and waged a decades-long campaign to rehabilitate his fell image. He commuted the sentence of former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who tried selling Obama's Senate seat, and he pardoned former NYPD commissioner, the commissioner of the New York Police Department, Bernard Kerik, who was convicted of tax fraud and lying to investigators. And of course, the one nearest to me, the former San Francisco 49ers owner, Edward DiPartolo Jr., who was convicted in a gambling fraud scandal. Let me take a look before I reiterate at the latest message from Selena Khan. She said, Fu Jiang Jiang Esquire, 97 Prince Street. Oh. This was something I think she had intended for somebody else. And that's fine. that gives me opportunity to reiterate, try to make this, make the point here. Okay, Trump commuted the sentence of former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who was convicted of trying to sell the United States Senate seat once held by Barack Obama. He also pardoned, Trump did, a former New York police commissioner convicted of tax fraud and lying to officials, an investment banker known as the Junk Bond King, and the former owner of the San Francisco 49ers football team convicted of a felony for his role in a bribery case. So, being rich and famous pays. It pays off. Big. Blagojevich, a former contestant on Trump's Celebrity Apprentice, seems to have ended up on Trump's radar after Patricia Blagojevich made several appearances on Fox News to plead for her husband's release. And we all know Trump watches Fox. Trump also granted a full pardon to Michael Milken, a financier who served 12 years in prison in the early 1990s after being convicted by then federal prosecutor Rudy Giuliani. Giuliani is now Trump's personal attorney, and Milken is a top Republican donor who reportedly watched the 2018 election results at the White House. Another pardon went to Paul Rogue. Well, I mean to say Paul Pogue, the owner of a Texas construction company who spent 3 years in prison for filing a false tax return. Pogue has also donated hefty sums to the Trump campaign. How's it these guys can afford to give money to politicians and they still don't want to pay their fucking taxes? Isn't it just cheaper to pay your fucking taxes than give millions of dollars to a corrupt politician to bail you out later? I mean, fuck, where's your common sense? These might be gold-collar criminals, but they don't have gold-collar minds. The clemency efforts, however, were a long time coming. Aides previously had tried to convince Trump against reducing Blagojevich's sentence, but the president feels newly emboldened after his Senate acquittal. Nearly all of those granted clemency had strong advocates who were the president's close friends. It marks a dramatic expansion of Trump's intervention in judicial matters since his Senate impeachment acquittal. Before boarding Air Force One on a trip to Los Angeles, the president also made clear he had not ruled out pardoning his longtime friend and informal advisor, Roger Stone, who is scheduled to be sentenced in federal court this Thursday, despite Trump's demand on Twitter that the case should be thrown out. Now, Trump's continuing commentary on criminal cases reflects his disdain for the rule of law that the communist Chinese editors, in their editorial, were hoping that the dictator Xi Jinping would uphold. Fuck, here in America, which is supposed to be a democracy instead of a totalitarian communist collective, we've got a president who has no respect for rule of law. The president remains frankly puzzled by the distinction between can and should. Just because you can do something, like pardon gold-collar criminals, doesn't mean you should. So after publicly criticizing President Donald Trump's habitual commentary on federal criminal cases, Attorney General William Barr reportedly is threatening to resign if it continues. Trump, meanwhile, not only shows no sign of heeding Barr's admonition, he does not seem to understand the concerns what motivated it. In fact, Trump thinks he has shown remarkable restraint. Yesterday, the president told reporters, referring to the revised sentencing recommendation for longtime Trump crony Roger Stone, "I chose not to be involved. I'm allowed to be totally involved. I'm actually, I guess, the chief law enforcement officer of the country. But I've chosen not to be involved." The Attorney General is usually described as the federal government's chief law enforcement officer, mind you, not the president, a designation endorsed by the White House as well as the Justice Department itself. But Trump is alluding to the argument that the president, who is in charge of the executive branch and has a constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, is the ultimate welder of that power. Barr, after all, answers to Trump, not the other way around. If Trump does not like the way Barr is running the Justice Department, he can always replace him with somebody else. But can is not the same as should, a distinction that continuously and completely eludes the Trumpster. It would be one thing if Trump fired Barr because he thought the Attorney General was doing a poor job of implementing the administration's policies. It would be another thing if Barr got the boot because Trump thought the Justice Department should stop prosecuting his friends and start prosecuting his enemies. Both decisions are within Trump's power, but the latter be an abuse of that power because faithful execution of the laws precludes using them to grant favors and or extract revenge. Or exact revenge. Either is a proper English use. But this is precisely the sort of banana republic corruption that people had in mind during the impeachment debate when they rejected the idea that Congress can remove the president only if he violates a criminal statute. When it comes to presidential meddling in criminal cases, appearances matter. The president should not undermine the rule of law by ordering the Justice Department to make his prosecutorial decisions based on his own personal or political interests. Nor should he undermine public confidence in the rule of law by making it look like he is giving such instructions. Those norms help protect the Justice Department's independence, which in turn helps protect all of us from the whims of a vindictive, maniacal president. Speaking of appearances, Billy Barr overrode the initial sentencing recommendation for Stone, which called for a prison term of 7 to 9 years after Trump condemned it as horrible and unfair. The amended sentencing memorandum recommends a sentence of incarceration far less than the one originally proposed. Barr says he decided to file the new memorandum before Trump's tweet based on his own view of what was fair and reasonable in this particular case, rather than the president's personal objections. Whether or not you buy that line of bullshit, Barr clearly believes the distinction be important, while Trump does not get what all the fuss is about at all. Trump calls Barr a straight shooter and a man with great integrity, but obviously does not understand what any of that means. Yesterday, he acknowledged, "I do make his job harder," and he plans to continue doing so. To quote his T, "Social media for me has been very important because it gives me a voice, because I don't get that voice in the press. In the media, I don't get that voice." Well, leaving aside the risible claim that the world's most powerful politician has trouble getting his message across, Trump's insistence on expressing his opinions about which criminal cases federal prosecutors should and should not pursue reflects not just his notorious lack of discretion, but his disdain for the very idea that justice should be blind. While that goal may always be more of an aspiration than a reality, Trump does not even seem to think it's worth pursuing. In a 2017 radio interview, Trump complained, "I am not supposed to be involved with the Justice Department. I'm not supposed to be involved with the FBI. I'm not supposed to be doing the kind of things I would love to be doing, and I'm very frustrated by it." It sounds almost like he's talking about, like, not being able to fuck his young daughter, who he has obviously a very strong incestuous physical attraction to, and he's very frustrated by that. But we all know he did. Now, after more than 3 fucking years in office, and fucking the rest of us, Trump remains frankly puzzled by the notion that he should restrain himself to protect the integrity of the criminal justice system. So, Trump is failing his dictatorship test. After impeachment, the president has been passing most of the checkpoints on the way to authoritarianism so that he can be like Xi Jinping, who takes all the credit and therefore is going to take the fall. Just because the United States is nominally a democracy now, it doesn't mean it will stay that way. Now that Trump has been acquitted by a Republican-controlled Senate that couldn't even be bothered to interview any witnesses and with personal knowledge of his possible high crimes and misdemeanors, there be some flashing red lights on the dashboard. Let's check them out. I can think. Well, I hold both my hands in front of me and I see 10 fingers. I could think of 10 things at least. Let's count them off on my fingers. 1, systematic efforts to intimidate, or aside from intimate whatever he wants, he intimidates. How about systematic efforts to intimidate the media? Check. This aspect of Trump's behavior has been a constant feature of his presidency, and it shows no signs of easing up. On the contrary, the White House's contempt for the press has gradually extended to other parts of the executive branch, most notably in Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's childish tantrum against NPR, I've forgotten what NPR stands for, National Public Radio reporter, Mary Louise Kelly, and his subsequent decision to exclude NPR from the Secretary's press pool in his recent trip to Ukraine, an all too obvious attempt at payback. Now, Trump has continued his own efforts to degrade and intimidate the press, repeatedly referring to the media and journalists as enemies of the people, a very communist term, just like the People's War against the Wuhan virus. Formal press briefings have become an endangered species across the administration, and there's no sign that any of this is letting up. Not surprisingly, other American politicians are beginning to adopt the Trump playbook, and foreign governments are exploiting Trump's behavior to legitimate their own attacks on journalists. For anyone who understands that a healthy democracy requires well-informed citizens and therefore also requires a vigorous and independent press, this should be profoundly disturbing. Now, in terms of building an official pro-Trump media network, we have a check. Back in 2016, there were rumors that Trump was thinking of starting a media company of his own if he lost the election. And last October, Trump told the crowd at an event in Florida that we ought to start our own network and put some real news out there. But to date, there's no sign he's actually needed to do so. And floating ideas like this is just another way of undermining the legitimate news organizations that might still exist. And with Fox News, Sinclair, and other far-right networks firmly in his camp, with millions of Twitter followers and the bully pulpit of the presidency itself, creating his own media company isn't even necessary. Giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to a vicious blowhard like Rush Limbaugh is just icing a cake that's already well-baked. And then, I would say we've got a flashing red light in the politicizing of the civil service, military, National Guard, and domestic security agencies. A flashing red light. Trump has railed against the so-called deep state ever since he became president. For one simple reason, he objects to any institution that might serve as a check to his own actions or ambitions. That's not how presidents behave, it's what dictators do. Look what happened yesteryear. Following well-established legal procedures, patriotic, or at least national loyalist. Patriotic, of course, is a term Americans keep using. And I'm trying to purge it from not just my vocabulary, but yours, other than as a pejorative. But national loyalist civil service members brought a case of questionable presidential conduct to light, beginning with the whistleblower's report about Trump's attempt to get the government of Ukraine to dig up dirt on former Vice President Joe Biden's son. This revelation led to Trump's impeachment, where we learned that he had relieved the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Mary Yovanovitch, because she objected to Trump's politically motivated machinations in that country. Since his acquittal by Senate Republicans, Trump has launched a vicious campaign of payback. He fired former American ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, whom Trump had appointed, because Sondland reluctantly gave damaging testimony to the House impeachment inquiry. He fired National Security Council staffer and Purple Heart recipient, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, and then suggested Vindman ought to be disciplined further by the U.S. Army. In proper mafia-like fashion, his vengeance also extended to Vindman's twin brother, also a serving army officer, even though the latter wasn't involved in any of these machinations. And let's not forget his personal interference in the military's disciplinary proceedings against former Navy SEAL Edward Gallagher, who was proven of serious war crimes by numerous other SEALs and convicted by the military justice system for grave offenses. The unifying purpose behind all of these actions be obvious. What matters to Trump is not someone's expertise, professionalism, loyalty to the country, or dedication to the Constitution. What matters to Trump is whether members of the Foreign Service, the Civil Service, or the military be personally loyal to himself and he alone. That's the demand he made of former FBI Director James Comey, who helped get him elected, and when he didn't get it, Comey was fired too. Right out of the Chinese Communist dictator's playbook. And, of course, we got a partial check in terms of using government surveillance against domestic political opponents. This is the fourth finger I'm arriving at. And as far as we know, Trump has not gone as far as some previous presidents, ergo Richard Nixon, in exploiting the FBI or CIA to investigate his political adversaries. But that's only because he doesn't know how. And he made enemies of all of them. So, as I noted in my assessments over the years of Trump's totalitarian tendencies, his inability to exploit these agencies is in no doubt because his own relations with these departments have been completely problematic. It's doubtful he trusts these agencies to do his bidding. Just yet, at least. Because he will purge them. Instead, Trump has exploited his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and a gang of other sleazy types, most notably the Ukrainian-American businessman Lev Parnas, for similar purposes. These stalwart patriots, the true fatherfuckers, were also behind the removal of Yovanovitch, whom they deemed insufficiently loyal to the president himself. Compliant Attorney General William Barr recently announced that the Justice Department will look into whatever so-called evidence Giuliani has dug up, which means that Giuliani's efforts to aid Trump's re-election campaign are now part of the official U.S. government agenda. Why do I suspect that the department won't conclude that Giuliani's got nothing until after the election in November? Well, if you can't see it yourself, you're blind as a bat. The good news, such as it is that Trump hasn't been able to mobilize the full investigative powers of the U.S. surveillance state on his own behalf. The bad news is that he has still found a way to get his henchmen to look for dirt on anyone he chooses. And as for I'm coming out of my thumb now on my left hand, using state power to reward corporate backers and punish opponents, now there's a check. This problem didn't begin with Trump. To some degree, it is baked into the present American political system. All presidents take action favoring groups that have supported them and are more likely to enact policies that harm the interests of those who oppose them. In an electoral democracy where interest groups play a substantial role and where money talks as loudly as it does in America, some degree of favoritism is to be expected. That said, Trump has taken this institutionalized corruption to a new level of low. Whereas before it was in the dirt, he took it into the septic tank. He or his appointees have repeatedly intervened to revise regulations so as to benefit political donors or act in ways that benefit Trump's own companies. It's hard to keep track of all the conflicts of interest simply because there be so many. As Adam Server of the Atlantic magazine warns, The myriad Trump scandals can obscure the fact that they're all elements of one massive tale of super corruption, super predatory corruption. This phenomenon undermines democracy in several ways. First, those who benefit from it become co-opted and more likely to support whoever is dishing out benefits, no matter how badly he or she is governing. The second, policies that are good for these fat cats may not be good for the country as a whole, which means that ordinary people will suffer. Third, and most importantly, when such behavior becomes commonplace, we begin to see it as normal. We cease to be outraged, and people conclude that the only way to succeed is to become corrupt ourselves. And as for stacking the Supreme Court, we've got a flashing red light. Do I really even need to spell this one out? Trump has now appointed 2 Supreme Court justices, both of whom hold expansive views about executive power, and one of whom, Brett Kavanaugh, was an extremely divisive appointment on other grounds. He got to do this because Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell established norms and refused to even schedule a hearing on Obama-era nominee Merrick Garland, in effect holding a Supreme Court seat open until a Republican could fill it. Meanwhile, the Republican Party has continued its long-standing effort to pack the rest of the judiciary with reactionary jurists. This strategy makes good sense for a minority party. When you know that most voters favor Democrats, you have to do whatever it takes to retain control over the other branches of government. Why does this matter for the issue of democracy versus dictatorship? For many reasons, but especially because we have an election coming up. Although Democrats are doing a pretty good job of undermining their own chances, at this point one cannot rule out a tightly contested election where the result comes down to narrow outcomes in a couple of key states. What if we have a replay of Florida in 2000, with Trump on the losing end and he refuses to acknowledge defeat or even leave the White House? What if the outcome goes to a Supreme Court that is now heavily stacked in his favor? Even if that scenario is avoided, a judiciary that is consciously selected to favor one side in an increasingly polarized country, and which be increasingly unwilling to block executive actions that violate the Constitution, is a textbook definition of a failing democracy. And as for enforcing the law for only one side, a flashing red light. We're at my pointer finger now with my right hand. Even before he became president, Trump thought the law was merely a weapon to be used against one's opponents and not a critical linchpin of a civilized order. Just look at his deeply litigious business career or the locker-up chants he used to direct against Hillary Clinton during the 2016 campaign and far beyond. Becoming president didn't temper these instincts. On the contrary, it has made them worse. Trump clearly believed he himself be above all law, and opportunistic publicity hounds like Alan Dershowitz have been willing to invent dubious rationales to justify that position. Trump has repeatedly criticized judges with whom he disagrees, in one case provoking a rare rebuke from conservative Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts. Emboldened by his acquittal by the Republican-dominated Senate, Trump intervened this week in the legal case of longtime ally Roger Stone with the assistance of Attorney General Barr. Stone was convicted of the serious charges of witness tampering and lying to Congress, and federal prosecutors recommended that he be given a 7 to 9 year sentence. Barr overruled the government prosecutors, however, leading all 4 to resign from the case and 1 to resign entirely from the department. But Trump didn't stop there. He took to Twitter to accuse the sentencing judge of being biased, which led the normally compliant Barr to tell an interviewer that Trump's repeated tweets were making it impossible to do his job. Barr denied that the White House had told him to overrule the lead prosecutors, but that denial means nothing, as Barr surely knew that Trump thought Stone was innocent and wanted him let off easy. Well, he knew he was guilty and wanted him let off easy. Very importantly, Barr didn't say Trump's interference was inappropriate, only that the public nature of his comments made it hard for the Justice Department not to look like the obedient lapdog it has become under this president and this attorney general. Bottom line, in Trump's America, There's one set of rules if you're one of the president's buddies, and another set of rules for everyone else. And as for really rigging the system, I'm coming to my fuck you finger now on my right hand. That's a check. Trump eked out a narrow victory circa 2016, and as aforenoted, a majority of the population favors the other party most of the time. Not surprisingly, voter suppression has been an important element in keeping the Republican Party in the game at all, which is why Trump previously backed efforts like the Voter Fraud Commission headed by Chris Kobach. Although Kobach's effort ultimately foundered, in part because no serious scholar of American voting behavior thinketh the electoral rolls are filled with voters who should be ineligible, Republican efforts to make it hard for eligible citizens to actually vote continue. In November, but yesteryear, for example, Trump campaign advisor Justin Clark told a private group, "Traditionally, it's always been Republicans suppressing votes in places. Let's start protecting our voters. We know us where they are. Let's start playing offense a little bit. That's what you're going to see in 2020. It's going to be a much bigger program, a much more aggressive program, a much better funded program." Similar efforts are underway in places like Florida and Texas. To be clear, it's entirely possible that Trump will legitimately win in 2020, and that Republican candidates for the House and Senate will do better than they did in 2018. But rigging the game, as they are trying to do, is antithetical to genuine democracy and more in line with what happens in authoritarian countries. And on my next to last finger, fear-mongering. That's a check. Fear-mongering and threat inflation have a long history in American politics, and Trump is hardly the first president to try to build support for his policies by exaggerating foreign dangers. But in his case, the instrumental nature of this tactic be especially apparent. His inaugural address painted a grim and completely unwarranted picture of American carnage, and he continues to dwell on alleged threats from foreign refugees or immigrants, despite the abundant evidence that such groups not only pose no danger whatsoever to Americans, but are far more law-abiding than white trash pieces of shit that float in the sewer of American life. Trump does this because it plays well with his older, completely white base, his fish belly white Cracker Barrel, and because it helps justify vanity projects like his border wall. Meanwhile, he has persistently downplayed the dangers from white supremacists and right-wing terrorists, even though they be responsible for all terrorist attacks in these United States today. And he's taken a rather sanguine view of groups like the Islamic State, as well as of expanding Sino-Slavic cooperation, the erosion of America's strategic position in Asia, North Korea's continued missile tests, the brain injuries suffered by American soldiers, or other national security matters that might deserve a bit of presidential attention if he but understood what national security really is. Fuck security. Defense! He's even willing to divert money from legitimate defense priorities to pay for his fucked off the wall monstrosity of a white elephant. You know, the Trump wall along Mexico that will do absolutely nothing since everybody goes underneath it anyway. They go through tunnels, not over walls. In sum, Trump views threats through a narrow personal prism. Dangers he can hype to bolster his own power are good. Threats that might require adjustments in American policy aren't even worth discussing. And that leads us to the pinky on my right hand, the last warning sign. It leads us directly to demonizing the opposition. Well, vicious, demeaning, irresponsible, and wildly inaccurate attacks on domestic political rivals have been part of Trump's playbook from day one. Apart from his penchant for lying, demonizing the opposition is the defining quality of his entire approach to politics. It's partly his adolescent habit of giving his opponents demeaning nicknames or the harsh rhetoric he uses to describe his political opponents, such as calling Democratic Republican representative, the Democratic rep, Adam Schiff, a vicious, horrible person, which is actually mild compared to some of the other languages he's used. Now, other presidents have used such rhetoric sparingly and confined it to criminals or foreign enemies. Trump uses it against anyone who displeases him. Revealingly, these scorched earth attacks on opponents are not limited to members of the Democratic Party. On the contrary, they also extend to his very own hand-picked advisors, whom he defends as long as they serve his every whim and then demeans and disparages as soon as they have lost his favor. A partial list of the targets of Trumpian eruptions includes former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, Sondland, the former U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, former Defense Secretary James Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis, that's not Trump's name, but it's not the name Trump had for him, but the name everyone else had, and many, many more. For someone who's promised he'd appoint only the best and most serious people, Trump seems to have spent his first 3 years appointing a lot of officials who he subsequently decided were small-minded, incompetent, mean-spirited, or just terrible. But the point is not his administration's historically unprecedented turnover rate. The point is that if anyone who works for him shows any sign of independence or moral backbone, it'd be open season on them. If your goal as president is to inspire genuine loyalty and to create an atmosphere where competing policy options be carefully vetted, this approach is a disaster. But if your goal is to get everyone to suck up to you, to convince qualified experts to support policies they know be completely misguided, if not downright disastrous, and to discredit former officials who are first-hand witnesses to your malfeasance, then it all makes perfect sense, which is why dictators do it. At this stage in Trump's presidency, some may argue us that concerns about the parlous state of American democracy be overblown. After hearing repeated warnings that Trump is a threat to the country's constitutional order and being told over and over that this is how democracy dies, one might be tempted to see pessimists as Chicken Littles who keep repeating that the sky is falling. If one takes that view, then the warning signs I've listed might seem alarmist. But the key point to remember is that healthy democracies don't sicken and die overnight. They collapse gradually from 1,000 tiny cuts, each of which seems inconsequential at the time. That is what Donald Trump is doing under direct orders from a foreign dictator of an enemy empire, aided and abetted by the once proud Republican Party, which now serves as a Russian insurgency. Don't say I didn't warn you. And as far as geopolitics, the communist Chinese are so impressed by American corruption, they feel they can take on the world with a morality crusade, which is bemusing, to say the least. And, of course, all in all, just plain, well, let's get into the geopolitics of it. Who is the world's moral superpower? Now, I've been reading a lot of books lately, which is why my arc of narrative for Sunday night was so long that I couldn't finish it. I was just too tired. I was out of stimulant drugs that I had from all the parties and just crashed. Now, morality is an instrument of power to gain alliances and become the world's hegemon. Well, that's the key argument, at least, made by Chinese foreign policy expert Yan Zhuitong in his new book entitled Leadership and the Rise of Great Powers. Now, I read his book in English. The English translation at this point in my life is easier than the original Chinese. Now, this concept in today's grand struggle for hegemony between the United States and Communist China is something to take us seriously. And I would ask whether indeed it might not be Europe under Germany that could benefit most as a moral superpower. Now, the old Chinese expression, a predilection, may you live in interesting times, actually occurs. It has never been well intended. Interesting times are troubled, even dangerous times. For someone to tell you that, a Chinese person telling you that, is a grave insult. But whether we like it or not, we are living in interesting times. By Chinese definition, we be cursed. The end of history, which the Jap trash piece of shit, Francis Fukuyama, who was an American house nigger, a pro-American political theorist of Japanese extraction, he proclaimed at the end of the Cold War that the end of history had arrived. Well, that fantasy is long over. And his reputation went down in flames with the loss of all his street cred based on that presumption. Geopolitics has returned with a vengeance. The United States and Communist China are locked in a struggle for hegemony that will define the 21st century as much as the Cold War defined the previous one. For the moment, this struggle is primarily played out in the economic and technological sphere, but a spillover into other domains is not unthinkable. All of this, of course, is changing with the coronavirus and its ultimate, very likely, enforcement of regime change onto Red China. But let's try and put Red China's pre-coronaviral paradigm in context. For many, the United States and Red China are locked in the Thucydides trap. According to this concept, coined by Harvard professor Graham T. Allison and based on the writings of the ancient Greek strategist Thucydides, a rising power and an established dominant power will inevitably break into conflict. In his work entitled The History of the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides did write, "What made war inevitable was the growth of Athenian power and the fear which this caused in Sparta." Substitute China for Athens and the United States for Sparta, which is a stretch, and you may find yourself in today's world. China isn't a Trump obsession. It may just be the only bipartisan issue that unites Democrats and Republicans in Washington these days, which, of course, in itself be indicative of an American mania. Or shall I say psychosis. Empires have risen and fallen throughout the ages. But what reasons lie behind the displacement of a hegemon by a challenger? Why do leading powers emerge and decline? Countless academics have looked at the great power transitions in history, giving different explanations. To Paul Kennedy, a British historian at Yale, it all boils down to imperial overstretch. In his magisterial book, The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, published circa 1988, he described how empires extend themselves beyond their ability to maintain or expand their military and economic commitments. Roma grew to such an extent that in the 4th and 5th centuries it could no longer keep the different tribes at bay, while Napoleonic France overextended itself when it tried conquering Russia circa 1812. The American international relations scholar Robert Gilpin, on the other hand, argued that hegemonic decline is down to economic affluence and falling economic dynamism. In War and Change in World Politics, his book, he warned about the corrupting influence of affluence on the hegemon, which also leads to lagging innovation, productivity, and investment. All these theories have something in common. They focus on why great powers decline. But what about the flip side of this question? Why do great powers rise? How does the challenger actually displace the hegemon? Or, to put it more bluntly, how could China beat the United States? And that be the focal point of Yan Zhuitong's new book, entitled Leadership and the Rise of Great Powers. Now, Tsinghua University professor Yan Zhuitong, a foreign policy hawk, widely respected by the communist leadership, is one of China's most influential analysts on international relations. Circa 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Zuchin Lin Dietrich, died, he called for a fundamental break with Tao Guangyan Yi, the long-standing passive and restraint-oriented foreign policy tradition of former leader Deng Xiaoping, generally translated as keep a low profile. The same year, he published a provocative op-ed, an opinion editorial in English in the New York Times entitled How China Can Defeat America. Since then, under the leadership of the totalitarian dictator Xi Jinping, Communist China has indeed embarked on a new, more assertive foreign policy course. In his new book, Yan Zhuitong has high ambitions. He aims to formulate a systematic theory based on Chinese classical political thought, explaining the mechanism by which a rising state can replace a dominant state and thereby become the new world leader. This makes leadership and the rise of great powers an interesting and innovative but likewise highly demanding read, as Professor Yan employs a wide range of definitions, international relations theories, and classical Chinese philosophy. He borrows ideas from Chinese strategists such as Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Sun Tzu, and uses historical case studies from ancient Chinese empire transitions ranging from the Western Zhou dynasty of 1066 through 770 before the Communal era to the spring and autumn period of 770 through 476 BCE, which saw the rise of hegemonic rivalry, ultimately leading to the Warring States period of 475 through 221 before Christ, years before his birth, that is. Now, this era, my mother's favorite historical period, more than 2,000 years agone, was characterized by a disunited China in which small states competed ruthlessly for territorial gains. Yan Zhuitong's insight from these ancient Chinese cases is that the key to international influence was political power, and the central attribute of political power was morally informed leadership. Rulers who acted in accordance with moral norms, whenever possible, tended to win the race for leadership over the long term. Yan Zhuitong has developed a moralist-realist theory that attributes the rise and fall of nations to the moral leadership that they provide, domestically and internationally, as well as the capability of the political leadership to undertake efficient reforms. He divides states into 4 types: tyranny, animocracy, or the one displaying untrustworthy behavior, like anemocracy. And that's, of course, something like the Chinese Communist Party today, or American Republicans. He also puts forth hegemony, which is trustworthy but exercising double standards, and humane authority, which he considers the ideal state of political leadership. For Yan Zhuitong, the hegemony comes down to effective leadership and moral behavior, which is a precondition for a leading state to establish international authority. A strong power, sans basic strategic credit, cannot hope to establish its authority in an international community. Now, Yan Zhuitong's theory is about moral leadership and the desire of nation states to follow as such a leadership internationally. In a nutshell, It's about winning friends internationally through good behavior. Sun Tzu says, "A state, being a small thing, can be obtained by villains through dishonest ways and held by them for a while. The all under heaven is a great entity, so it be impossible for villains to obtain it through dishonest ways." In other words, you cannot conquer the earth itself by behaving like Vladimir Putin. Likewise, a sage king, I'm reading from the original Sun Tzu here, a sage king tries to win men, a hegemon to acquire allies, a tyrant to capture land. For Professor Yan, these maxims show that the result of the strategic competition between a rising state and a dominant state is mainly decided by the disparity between them of the leadership capability necessary to win international support. In other words, the side that wins the most international support will win the competition. And the best way to win support is through moral leadership. That is one of the reasons why the Soviet Union, according to Yan Zhuitong's theory, lost the Cold War. First, the Soviet Union did not provide the moral leadership on the international stage to make its countries gravitate towards it. The Warsaw Pact binding Central and Eastern European countries to the USSR wasn't a voluntary one, but a coercive alliance meant to keep those countries in the Soviet sphere of influence. To quote his T, "The cases of the Warsaw Pact and NATO demonstrate how the international leadership of superpowers can have different effects. Leading states with high strategic credit are able to establish and expand unbreakable alliances, while the opposite be true for states sans high credibility." That's where China should make its move against the United States, by being more attractive internationally due to a values-based leadership and gaining more allies. This is what's suggested by Yan Zhuitong. At first glance, this might seem like a long shot. America, after all, has more than 50 formal military alliances, half a hundred of them, and countless regional institutional structures, while Red China only really has North Korea and Pakistan. On the other hand, China has been catching up. With its economic penetration in the world economy and its Belt and Road Initiative, China has become, for many countries, the economic world center. That translates into political leverage. China has been able to buy friends, so to speak, a policy that Yan Zhuitong advocated circa 2015. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, from the original Chinese, this never made it into English, China's traditional policy was to deal with economically stronger countries. But now there is only one country that is bigger economically than China, the United States. The remaining 200 countries have smaller economies. The policy now is to allow these smaller countries to benefit economically from their relationships with China. For China, we need good relationships more urgently than we need economic development. We let them benefit economically, and in return, we get good relationships, good political relationships. We should purchase these relationships. In addition, the United States has provided China with a unique strategic window to win more friends in the world. Under Donald Trump, the international trust in these United States has plummeted. Compared with Barack Obama's presidency, the Pew Research Center notes that opinions of the United States have significantly declined among close European allies such as Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. President Trump has questioned the value of traditional alliances such as NATO, treats the transatlantic alliance with disdain, and is actively undermining the international liberal order. As such, it be no wonder that there is a decline in support for any American leadership. In his book, Professor Yan highlights that America is increasingly unable to mobilize either domestic or international support for its policies. The decline of its leading capability thus undermines the effect of America's comprehensive capability, including its international influence, exactly as Putin intended. Stephen Metz, a professor from the U.S. Army War College, concurs, saying it's difficult to defeat the United States, but it is possible to thwart it by seizing the ethical high ground. Perhaps the biggest lesson of all, though, is that moral ambiguity hinders, even paralyzes, the United States. That's China's chance. It needs an effective moral strategy through which it may win international support and also establish its authority. Though making an alliance, or through making such, a rising state can improve its strategic credibility and international influence, so facilitating changes in the international power distribution, and thus gaining the chance to establish its leadership over the whole international system. It is a battle for the world's hearts and minds between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. But Yan Zhuitong is enough of a realist to admit that China is at a disadvantage in this competition and is unlikely to displace the United States in the short term when it comes to alliance building, due to China's pursuit of different values at home and abroad. He doesn't go into detail here, but the facts speak for themselves. China's mass incarceration of the Muslim Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, its internal repression and digital surveillance state, its aggressions towards my native Taiwan and threats to countries that don't bow to Chinese interests, that's not a country pursuing a path of humane authority, and certainly not a leadership that other states might ever wish to follow. Nevertheless, Yan Zhuitong is hopeful that upcoming Chinese generations will bring changes at home, as they might better understand the logic whereby a leading state has a greater chance of maintaining a long-term dominant status through adoption of the principle of humane authority, because Chinese millennials be politically open and individualistic, unlike their parents, who during childhood were subjected to mistaken concepts about the rest of the world. This younger generation studied foreign languages as children and also learned about different cultures. Now, this veiled critique alone demonstrates how difficult it is for academics to speak their mind openly in China today. And this is the only slight criticism articulated sotto voce towards the Chinese leadership that Yan Zhuitong makes. While Donald Trump is mentioned countless times in his book, Xi Jinping is hardly mentioned at all. The fact that a Chinese academic is writing a book on leadership and is unable to mention the Chinese leader speaks volumes. In addition, Yan Zhuitong isn't actually criticizing the appalling state of China's domestic morality in itself. He is criticizing it because it prevents China from being a moral player on the international level, allowing it to become the world's new hegemon, if only it could conquer its own corruption. Morality in this context is little more than a cynical ploy to win power. It is a tool to achieve an end, not an end in itself. His concept of humane authority also has an authoritarian ring to it, similar to Plato's enlightened despotism. Liberal democracy, as a possible moral conclusion that gives people certain inalienable rights, does not find any attention in Professor Yan's book because it's far too alien to the Chinese mindset. It is literally incomprehensible. Last but not least, Europe is an underrepresented player in leadership and the rise of the great powers. The book of Yan Zhuitong, who notes that the world center will move away from Europe towards East Asia, as this is where the U.S.-Chinese conflict will play out. But he doesn't mention that Europe might possibly have the requisite standing in the world to become a moral superpower. Of course, Europe has its own moral shortcomings, be it with regards to the rule of law in Poland, press freedom in Hungary, or the treatment of refugees outside Germany. Nevertheless, today Europe is one of the last bastions trying to uphold the liberal world order, and that can win you allies. France and Germany have together established the Alliance for Multilateralism early yesteryear, the launch of which was attended by a wide array of states such as Canada, India, Japan, Mexico, and Australia. What Europe might be lacking to turn its moral clout into increasing international leverage and alliances is a hard-nosed, multi-pronged network strategy. Such a network strategy would create stronger links and ties between Europe and third states, for example in Africa and Southeast Asia. It would consist of intensified cultural diplomacy, including student exchanges, a stronger economic and digital infrastructure drive that would bring countries into Europe's economic framework, not because Europe forces it on them, but because of Europe's economic and moral attraction. That's what Europe's connectivity strategy, as an answer to China's Belt and Road strategy, could be. Europe, it seems, has the moral and material capability to become a third pole in the world competition between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, if it manages to pull itself together, pool its resources, and not let the populist-personated elitist temptation get the better of it. Now, one of the things that I saw in the original Chinese coming out of Red China that blew my mind was a liner saying, if your relationship is strong, every day is a good day. Now that was the Valentine's Day message coming from the Zuiqing District Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiaozhuang, Shandong Province, which has asked marriage-minded couples to postpone registering their unions to curb the spread of COVID-19. In a public notice, the Bureau said, the virus is ruthless, but there be love in the world. Yet, as I said, I didn't even know the Communist Chinese celebrated Valentine's Day. But now I do. And I'm just blown. I didn't even know that's well, there you go. But that brings us to the Sino-American media wars. The United States made a strong move against China yesterday, reclassifying 5 state-run media outlets, Xinhua News Agency, the China Global Television Network, the China Daily, the China Radio, and People's Daily, as operatives of Beijing. The designation makes their operations inside these United States subject to tighter control. Chinese reporters at home and abroad have always been tasked with producing NICAN, internal reports for the Communist Party, and effectively used for espionage on an ad hoc basis. You know, those investigative journalists are really just spies. Now the outlet's reporters could be subject to the same travel restrictions the United States has imposed on Chinese diplomats. In China, Western reporters already face a system of monitoring and control that limits their visas, sees them harassed by police, and prevents them from living outside certain cities. The American move prompted immediate retaliation from Beijing, which expelled 3 Wall Street Journal reporters today, I believe. The excuse was an opinion headline that described China as the real sick man of Asia, a phrase that prompted state-backed outrage from the Chinese public. The old term, the sick man of Asia, used to refer to the Ottoman Empire around the time of World War I. The real sick man of Asia is, of course, a play on coronavirus, and it is pretty gnarly. Notably, all of the expelled reporters were of Chinese descent, part of a pattern of China treating non-white foreign reporters, and especially those with Chinese ancestry, with more suspicion than they would your average white man. Now, China has shared more coronavirus news, as inaccurate as it is, with the world than its own citizens, to whom it shares almost no news. And most Chinese people didn't even know their scientists had sequenced the new virus last month, for example. Now, the reason that this is important is because for a nation whose primary scholar in international relations has spracketh on moral leadership inside of a dictatorship, whose leader he cannot even name, China's coronavirus outbreak exposes the limits of that dictator Xi's centralized power. Within weeks of taking power in late 2012, Xi Jinping reportedly began giving versions of a closed-door speech in which he urged members of the Chinese Communist Party to reflect on the causes of the Soviet Union's collapse 21 years earlier. The purpose was unmistakably cautionary, and Xi, whom many observers then still believed might lead China as a liberalizing reformer, brought his own theory to the case. According to Francois Bougon in his book entitled Inside the Mind of Xi Jinping, Xi asked, why did the Soviet Communist Party lose its power? And to quote his from Xi Jinping himself directly, albeit through the book which was written in English, 2 paragraphs in front of me stand out. Xi Jinping said, one of the main reasons is that the ideological struggle was intense, that the history of the USSR and of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union had been completely denied, that Lenin had rejected, as was Stalin, and that historical nihilism had run its course. Ideological confusion was everywhere. Almost no party organ on any level had been of any use. The army wasn't under the control of the party. Finally, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which was nevertheless a great party, this is Xi's words here, was dissolved like a flock of sparrows. The Soviet Union, which had been a great socialist country, collapsed. This is the lesson we must learn from the errors of the past. In those early days of his rule, Xi also reportedly had party members view a 3-hour documentary on the Soviet collapse, lending to the impression that he was obsessed with it. The Soviets' surprising original sin, according to that documentary, as recounted by Bougon, had been Nikita Khrushchev's criticism of Joseph Stalin in a famous but then secret speech circa 1956. Stalin had died in 1953, bringing an end to the Korean War, and the film frames, bringing it into ceasefire. People stopped waging it, but North and South Korea are still legally at war today. But in terms of this documentary on the fall of the Soviet Union, after Stalin had died, the film frames Khrushchev's speech as opening the floodgates to the questioning of Marxist dogma and then to great self-doubt. That, in turn, had made the Soviet Union ideologically hesitant. Now, that's according to Bougon's summary of the documentary, placing it on the path towards a host of destructive policies, which eventually included the introduction of the multi-party system, the authorization of non-governmental organizations, or those infamous NGOs among the right-wingers, the liberalization of the media, and the abandonment of control over the means of production, along the privatization of public industries, the severing of the link between the party and the army, in particular, struck Xi Jinping as the death knell. Looking back now, well into Xi's second 5-year term as Red China's leader, preventing unauthorized criticism of the Communist Party and banishing ideological hesitation have become widely recognized hallmarks of his approach to power. Indeed, the answer to every problem seems to be more party control. In such a tightly controlled system, public opinion is hard to gauge, but for the first few years of Xi's rule, it seems plausible that support for him was strong. Many in China applauded his high-profile anti-corruption drive and enjoyed the feeling that the country was under firm and vigorous leadership after a period of perceived drift under Xi's faceless predecessor, Hu Jintao. The ongoing coronavirus epidemic in China seems to have changed this situation suddenly and unexpectedly. At the very least, it'd be a watershed moment. Now, it'd be, difficult to assert with all certainty that Xi Jinping is now in very deep trouble, or much less that rule by the Communist Party that he presides over so tightly be endangered, even though I know such be the case in both cases. Predictions of the latter have been a losing business for decades, but China's never been faced with so many crises all at once before in a convergent manner like this. So most of the so-called experts on China, the Dragon Watchers, they claim that China's unlikely to change anytime soon. I think they're idiots. Nonetheless, the crisis over the coronavirus outbreak has exposed the limits of Xi's style of extreme centralization of power, including increasing restrictions not just over the media, but pretty much all forms of communication in China. The question now is whether the leader who believes the Soviet Union collapsed because of excessive flexibility and openness to new ideas is equipped to correctly diagnose the challenges in Chinese society today. The recent death of the doctor who was silenced for raising the alarm about the outbreak in central Wuhan city and later contracted the virus himself has galvanized the public to an extent rarely seen in Red China. Back in December, before the epidemic had spiraled out of control, the doctor WÉNLIANG in the central city of Wuhan had tried to warn authorities of the threat it posed, not just to Wuhan itself, but to the world. He was reprimanded by the police for spreading rumors that could threaten perhaps the most important thing to the Communist Party of all, beyond economic growth itself, a quiescent social order. As Li himself took ill, the punishment backfired, turning the young doctor into an unauthorized national hero, something the system doesn't tolerate. Just days before he died last week, Li gave an interview in which he offered a particularly subversive phrase, from the perspective of the state at least, that soon became known to virtually everyone in China. A healthy society should not just have one voice. Li didn't have to elaborate for people to understand that he was referring to the party whose centralizing control Xi now so strongly incarnates. The Chinese public could see for itself the costly limits to this approach in the government's late and clumsy emergency response, given that it was mostly preoccupied with sustaining the impression that there was no public health crisis whatsoever. A strain of political science has long held that when per capita income reaches a certain level and the middle class broadens sufficiently in developing countries, the pressures for rule of law and democracy strongly increase. Meanwhile, presumably including leaders in Beijing, many have long braced to see if this will happen in China. When huge numbers of Chinese citizens proclaimed their admiration for Li and their criticism of the government's treatment of him and of the public health crisis, the authorities responded by stepping up censorship and suspending thousands of people's accounts on WeChat, the social media app that has become all but indispensable to everyday life in China. Not so long ago, WeChat became a source of resonant pride among people in China. But nowadays, it is looking more and more like a mix between national policeman and parole officer. The WeChat crackdown seems to fit right in with Xi's diagnosis of how the Soviet Union collapsed and his prescription for his own country. Stay strong, concede nothing, monopolize truth, and never loosen control over the conversation. The question the coronavirus outbreak brings to the surface is whether China, with its bulging new middle classes, will endlessly follow down this path. Or will more and more people begin to ask questions about the nature of Xi's signature slogan, which proclaims this to be the era of the China Dream? What is the purpose of great wealth and power, some in China will surely wonder, if the space for critical thought and personal expression is squeezed to nothingness? The outpouring of commentary on WeChat critical of the handling of the epidemic and of Li's treatment in particular has left me feeling that plenty of people are already asking these questions. Particularly impressive to myself were messages from, shall we say, conservative friends in China, people I've never, ever heard criticize the system. Rose, who owns the salon at which my medical cosmetologist is working on myself, she is one of those people. And speaking of the treatment of Li, as her daughter, Shar, who works with the Communist Chinese News Network, in some cases, sometimes, she contracts. She's not permanently employed there. But one of her friends, I'm not going to say it was them because that would get them in trouble, as they are citizens in that communist Chinese empire. Though, of course, she's married to an American now, and they both pretty much reestablished their lives here. But one of the friends online said, well, rather, they wrote simply, "This is a really shameful thing." And another said that China didn't deserve a soul as beautiful as Lee's, the doctor that died. And then she added, "The virus is like a plow tearing off the glamour of the system's facial skin, letting us see a skeleton that is pieced together with greed, mistrust, and malfeasance." Now that sounds like something I would have written, but it's not. Glamour, by the way, is the ancient term of the Celts in Europe. There was a magazine named Glamour years ago about women's fashion and cosmetology. Glamour implies a spell cast upon a man so that he can't see past a woman's failings, and she winds up controlling his life, manipulating him. If a king brought a lady into the court who winds up running the court through the king, becoming the power behind the throne, people would say, that witch has cast a glamour on the king. So, for the Chinese to use that almost European concept, the virus is like a plow tearing off the glamour of the system's facial skin, letting us see a skeleton that is pieced together with greed, mistrust, and malfeasance. That shows that this China, that its own intellectual academics are insisting should aspire towards moral leadership, has lost all trust from its own citizenship. And if its own citizenry can't trust it, certainly no one else in the world can either. And yet, meanwhile, in America, America's dumbest senator has peddled coronavirus conspiracy theory because, of course, he does. I mean, what else would a dumbfuck Republican do as part of the red insurgency of revanchist Russia in these United States? Now, you might not immediately recognize whom I'm speaking of. After all, everyone wants to be America's dumbest senator. I don't know why. As far as I know, there'd be no prize awarded other than the title itself. Yet it's very, very important for many Republican senators to be seen as egregiously not smart, however. It's virtue signaling, but in reverse. I am one of you. Every Republican senator wants to tell their Fox News watching, Jade Helm believing, blood libel suspicious, anonymous internet conspiracy troll following base of supporters. I am just as dumb. I, too, despise expertise, book learning, and fact-knowing. Fill me with your conspiracies. I shall return them to you with interest. Anywho, that brings us to Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Senator Tom Cotton has a theory, or rather a hypothesis, or rather a cognitius rectalis, a rectal cognition, a netherthink of what if maybe the coronavirus, COVID-19, was not a virus that moved from bats or pangolins or some mammalian creature to humans in the manner that many, many, many viruses have jumped to new hosts, even though scientists are now quite certain that is what happened. But actually, it is instead a new virus that was developed by the Chinese Communist Party, but escaped from a not-secret lab because reasons. Mind you, Senator Tom Cotton does not have a single plausible reason to believe this. But it was a conspiracy theory that some idiot said somewhere, which is reason enough for a sitting U.S. Senator to burp it out again on Fox freaking News, the state media machine of Russian puppet President Trump. As transcribed by the Washington Post, the exact thing Tom Cotton claimed on Fox's theoretically business-premised Sunday Morning Futures was this. We don't know where it originated, but we know that just a few miles away from a food market previously suspected of being an original infection point is China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that researches human infectious diseases. All right, so somebody's been looking at Zillow again. But is there anything more substantive than that? No, says Cotton proudly. We don't have evidence that this disease originated there, but, ooh, here we go. Because of China's duplicity and dishonesty from the beginning, we need to at least ask the question. Ah, there we go. The melodious chirp of every tin-hatted, mean-spirited, ignorant on purpose conspiracy songbird. We're just asking questions. We have no evidence that a microscopic space alien descended to Earth on a pebble-sized spaceship, went into the nearest supermarket, pooped alien superviruses onto the produce, and took off again. Tom Cotton insists to an audience of angry shut-ins. We're just asking the question. For the record, we know with near certainty that this virus was not hatched in a laboratory, either as a superweapon or otherwise. Experts can rule that out for a variety of reasons, all of them fairly interesting and certainly informative. Even if someone, somewhere, proposed that theory in the very earliest days of the Wuhan outbreak, we don't need to propose it again now because it has already been ruled out. Nonetheless, Cotton took to Twitter Sunday evening to insist on the wisdom of his speculation, apparently irritated by the large number of people who had piped up to tell him that he was full of back guano. Again, the only evidence was, well, China lies a lot. Yes, it does. Fortunately, we do not have to rely on their statements, as we have an actual analysis of the virus itself now, and once again, Cotton is really diving into the conspiracy theory playbook with the suggestion that his main evidence for a secret conspiracy is that his target is, of course, denying their involvement in the secret conspiracy, so, therefore, it must be true. Touché, buddy! More uncomfortably, we have in recent years had to grapple with our own awkward questions. Does China lie more than our own government? We ask as Tom Cotton mouths known false claims and Senate Republicans adopt every loony post-factual derangement invented by the misfiring neurons in Donald Trump's head. Does China lie more than, say, Mike Pompeo? Does Chinese state media lie more than Sean Hannity? Or less than Sean Hannity? I would say less. The metrics on these things have taken a beating of late. So here's what you need to know. Tom Cotton is not telling the truth. He is stating a theory which we know is untrue, with no apparent regard for societal damage it does for a person in his office to broadcast false information. He's done that before as well. That time, too, Cotton's claims seem far more focused on frightening his racist, suspicious of all foreigners everywhere base than on imparting any actual information. He's showboating, in other words. He's fear-mongering because that is what his base wants to hear. They don't want to hear that there's a potentially dangerous emergent virus in China that the world's governments are coordinating to attempt to contain, however ineffectively. They want to hear that it is the fault of the Chinese because they're yellow people, or subhumans. They're not people. Feed them that, and the Fox News crowd will hang on to your every word. The Republican Party is not merely conspiracy obsessed. It used to be conspiracy obsessed, even before the days when somebody convinced a group of Texas dimwits that Jade Helm was a devious scheme by the first non-white American president to annex, Texas. Like anyone would fucking want it. Now, the Republican Party is beyond conspiracy obsessed. It be conspiracy reliant. The old policies have broken down. The party planks have turned into a jumble as the party scrambles to portray dear leaders' erratic lunacies as wisdom that all good patriots are now obliged to adhere to, and conspiracy theories have become the frame on which the party hangs itself. entendre. It wasn't Russia that attacked America, tipping the election scales to the Republicans in an effort to keep a longtime Putin adversary from the presidency. That would be Hillary Clinton, folks. It was actually the Democrats and Ukraine. It was not Manafort, Flynn, Stone, and a host of other Trump officials and the hangers-on that did crimes. It was the deep state, a conspiracy coming from within the government itself, which the Russians have hijacked. Therefore, the deep state be resisting. Hey, there may actually be some traction here. Climate change was invented by scientists to get more sweet, sweet science money. Therefore, never trust an expert. China invented a new coronavirus in an attempt to take over the world by giving everyone the flu, but slightly worse. The enemy of the state is not those who break laws, but the whistleblowers, people like that Douglas Dietrich public informant son of a bitch, who speakest up. The enemy of the state is a free press that reports things the party doesn't like, rather than the things the party would prefer. You know, like the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, or the Red Republican Party motherfuckers. The enemy of the state is you. You sitting there, listening to me, for mocking Tom Cotton for spreading conspiracy theories rather than praising his diligent patriotism in asking the question. The conspiracies have become the point. The world was not a scary enough place. It needed a narrative in which everything alarming was a plot aimed on preventing white reactionaries of non-extant education. Ignorant white reactionaries, shall we say. Uneducated white reactionaries. There, the world was not a scary enough place. It needed a narrative in which everything alarming was a plot aimed on preventing white reactionaries, sans educational levels higher than third grade reading level, from ascending to their true and deserved power, their birthright of total supremacy over all else on earth. Now that narrative has been put in place, the rest of the news can be put neatly in the slots provided. What the news actually is does not matter. It can be bent to fit. All the news that's fitted to print. See, Trump needs conspiracy theories. The president uses them for political and personal ends. The damage he's wrought along the way will never easily be repaired. On the 29th day in November of yesteryear, out tumbled the groundless suspicions of Donald Trump. The hacked Democratic National Committee server was somehow in Ukraine. Barack Obama himself might have ordered spies to infiltrate Trump's campaign. Thousands of never-Trumpers have been plotting against him since he took office. For an hour in the closing months of yesteryear, the folks at Fox and Friends struggled to get a word in and elicit some facts, any facts, that might have verified the conspiracy theories the 45th president was breathlessly disgorging. One host asked Trump, "Who are your sources?" Trump replied, "I can't tell you that." Another asked, "Are you sure the server is in Ukraine?" Trump said, "Well, that's what word is." A product of tabloid culture himself, Trump has long trafficked in conspiracy theories, but as chief executive, he's employed the machinery of government to give the ones especially useful to him the stamp of official validation. That's the main reason. He then faced impeachment in the House at that time. These baseless theories are a way for Trump to explainist away his problems and undercut opponents. Beyond that, though, they seem to serve distinct emotional needs, feeding a narcissistic ego that cold reality will never satisfy. His efforts to persuade the public to go along with these self-protective myths have already corroded democratic institutions. The wreckage from that destructive legacy won't be easily repaired after he leaves the stage. Douglas Brinkley, a history professor at Rice University and a presidential historian, be quoted as saying, "We've never had a president who trades in conspiracy theories, who prefers lies instead of fact." A U.S. president has at his disposal the most authoritative information available on Earth, yet Trump evidently doesn't want it. Disdainful of credentialed professionals, Trump has taken extraordinary steps and spent taxpayer dollars standing up dubious ideas of his own creation. In September, with Hurricane Dorian bearing down but yesteryear, Trump clung stubbornly to his claim that the storm's path put Alabama in jeopardy. The reason isn't entirely clear, but he may have wanted to come across as the savior of a loyal red state that turns out in force for his rallies. After a local office of the National Weather Service corrected him, the White House intervened, culminating in an official administration statement rebuking a scientific agency that had dared challenge the president's bogus forecast. Claiming that millions of people voted illegally in the 2016 election and cost him the popular vote, Trump set up a White House commission to see if there was widespread voter fraud, a non-existent problem requiring no solution. It disbanded, but the year before yesteryear, sans turning up any evidence that Trump was robbed of a popular vote victory. He also accused Obama's FBI of trying to surveil his campaign from the inside, but the Justice Department Inspector General was expected to debunk that claim in a report that I don't remember ever seeing published. It was either abortive, censored, suppressed, or maybe the guy who was writing it was killed. That's a conspiracy theory on my part. Now, the Ukraine debacle is the most extreme case, illustrating just what can happen when the president takes hold of a bad idea and will never let it go. Repellent to Trump is the notion that he would have lost to Hillary Clinton had it not been for Russia's electoral interference. The self-image he's constructed rests on the idea that he's rich and successful, not a loser, the epithet he routinely hurls at opponents. Trump is worried that if people believe Russia's interference spelled the difference in the election, it could undermine his legitimacy. Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report showed. All of which explains why, for the president, the Ukraine fiction be so alluring. It's a twofer. If Ukraine covertly interfered in the election for Clinton's benefit, as Trump has suggested, that would both exonerate Russia and cement his 2016 victory. Trump evidently finds that theory so compelling that he risked his presidency to see if he could give it traction. Loyal appointees are now pushing his message. In a news conference in the closing months of yesteryear, November, I believe, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said that Ukraine merited investigation. Pompeo said, "The United States has not only a right, but a duty to look into any information that any country has messed with American elections, except Russia." I added the last two words. Trouble is, none of this has a basis in reality. Members of Trump's own staff and intelligence community officials have all thoroughly deconstructed the very idea, that the culprit was Ukraine, not Russia, whom we all know is the enemy behind all of this. To grasp why conspiracy theories appeal to Trump, it's important to understand the man himself, as much as one can understand an insane individual. Mental health experts have described Trump as a narcissist forever feeding his grandiose sense of self. Facts and evidence aren't nearly so convincing to Trump as what makes him feel better about himself. Trump was an illegitimate candidate in 2016 who benefited from foreign interference? No, that was Hillary. David Rice, a San Diego-based psychiatrist who had studied and written about Trump's psyche, told myself, "His perception Even his definition of good and bad is what makest him feel good in the moment. There's no sense of consequences beyond what's good for me in the moment, and then that gets projected onto everything. What's good for me is good for the universe. Joseph Vitriol, a college fellow in Harvard's psychology department who has studied conspiracy theories, has related that Trump likely will gravitate towards anything that will makest him feel good about himself and believest that he be respected. That makest him averse to information that's inconsistent with that perception, and makest him deeply suspicious of the motivations of people who criticize him. It also makest him unable to meaningfully engage with a broad range of information. This propensity for self-soothing combines with an anti-intellectualism that be part of Trump's very makeup. He's skeptical of elite opinion and not convinced that he has anything still to learn. He thinks, literally believes, he knows all. He is truly convinced he knows it all. Trump and his Republican allies have been escalating their war on expertise. Trump's mind is thus fertile soil for bogus ideas to take its root. There's all kinds of manure in which to take its root, to thrive and grow, because his brain is full of shit. A new book written by an anonymous senior Trump administration official entitled A Warning, simply that, a warning, describes Trump pushing away facts and conclusions that don't jibe with his own views. The author so writing that when he does sit down for a briefing on sensitive information, it's the same as any other Trump briefing. He hears what he wants to hear and disregards what he doesn't. Intelligence information must comport to his worldview for it to stick. If it doesn't, it's not very good. Brinkley, who traveled to Mar-a-Lago during the transition in 2016 to meet with Trump and discuss past presidential inaugurals, has observed that he gets his intellectual mojo out of television, not other forms of learning. He can't read. He can't write. All he can do is watch and parrot. Conspiracy theory is a convenient umbrella term for various ideas Trump holds that lack foundation. But the phrase may be assigning these notions more gravity than they deserve. Trump oft dishes up brute assertions that leave no space for rational argument, statements that stoke anger, not thought. Democrats are out to get him because they're sick. The impeachment inquiry is a hoax. Repeat as needed. Nancy Rosenblum, a government professoress emerita at Harvard, describes it as conspiracy without the theory. The term she's coined for this sort of mindset, conspiracism. To quote as she, there's no answer for it, which is why it is so seriously disorienting to people. We've never seen anything like it. We don't know how to meet it. It's an attempt to construct a reality, and when it comes from the president, he has the capacity to impose that reality on the nation. It's an insanity that is now driving us all mad. Insulating the president from fringe ideas has gotten tougher over time. At a staff meeting early in the term, former White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus held up a copy of a news article from a dubious source that Trump had seen a person with the matter as exposed on condition of anonymity. And Priebus cautioned aides that information that hadn't been properly vetted shouldn't even cross the president's desk. When he succeeded Priebus, John Kelly tried to professionalize Trump's briefings and see to it that he heard both sides of an argument, the sort of practice that was routine in previous White Houses. To the staff's frustration, however, Trump would oftentimes return to the Oval Office mentioning something he'd seen on cable news the night before and wanting to go in a different direction, forcing aides to scramble. Another person familiar with the matter did expose. Late in Kelly's tenure, which ended the year before yesteryear, Trump was listening less and less to the advice coming from White House staff and more to that from his own outside sources, as confirmed by all involved. With the arrival of Mick Mulvaney, as acting chief of staff at the end of the year before yesteryear. Whatever structure was left largely collapsed, people close to the White House have confirmed. Trump gets information how and when he wants. One source is his phone, a font of misinformation for anyone with a Twitter addiction. A recent New York Times investigation of Trump's Twitter habits showed that he has retweeted at least 145 unverified accounts that have pushed conspiracy or fringe content. In July of yesteryear, he retweeted a post from one unverified account that said Obama supporters were using protests to undermine his presidency. Constructing his own reality necessitates an attack on fact-finding institutions that are central to American democracy: universities, nonpartisan government agencies, law enforcement, the intelligence community, and the news media. For Trump's version of events to take his hold, he needs people to accept that the facts leaping out at them are not to be believed, that institutions wedded to objective truth are not to be trusted. Here, Trump's imprint will be hard to erase. Trump acolytes inside the Republican caucus are aping his methods and standing with him as he advances his fact-free claims about Ukraine's complicity in the 2016 election. Unceasing attacks on fake news have resonated with a certain audience. Polling from the Wall Street Journal and NBC News shows that circa 2010, 60% of Republicans had either no or very little confidence in the national news media. As of June, 2.5 years into Trump's presidency of yesteryear, that figure had grown to 74%. Vitriol asserts that conspiracy theories go right to the jugular of what a democracy is. The stakes are as high as they could possibly be. The survival of the earth and the human species on its surface. One day, the conspiracist-in-chief will leave office. His successors will face a choice: exploit the damage he's done to democratic institutions and norms, or see if it can be fixed. So, with the world, the human species, and its survival upon its surface at stake, let me take you to a tale of two countries and explain us first why there will never be a German Trump. 7 decades after World War II, a leader like President Donald Trump would have almost no chance of political success in Berlin. But why? The answer lies in the unique historical, political, social, and cultural stories of the United States and Germany, and the tumultuous path they have taken over the last century. Imagine the horror, the utter horror, that Donald Trump wasn't the President of the United States, but instead the Chancellor of United Germany. That the German Chancellor says he grabs woman by the pussy. That the Chancellor's family tried to get dirt from the Russians for a smear campaign against his political opponent. That the Chancellor were to write absurd, simple-minded, or threatening tweets every day. That the Chancellor were to announce United Germany's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement. It seems unimaginable, right? But why? Why does the United States, the self-presumed political, moral, and military leader of the Western world since the end of the prosecution of proactive hostilities of the Second World War, now have a dangerous laughingstock, a man who has isolated his country as its president? Why does United Germany, a former pariah, now enjoy a more positive political standing than ever before? What is it that made the rise of a man like Trump possible in our own country, but impossible across the Atlantic, in the core of European civilization? The Meisterkultur, the master culture of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. Because Germany makes no claim biologically to master race status in this day and age. but as the moral superpower. We can say as they represent the Meisterkultur, the master culture, the next step in human evolution societally, in disambiguation from biologically. And it's worth making a comparison, taking a look at each society and political system, and shying away from cliches that can sometimes reveal the truth, and with the knowledge that every dominant movement also has its counter-movement. If all goes well, it will provide us an up-to-date portrait of Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and its political state in the run-up to the federal elections in September of this year, or certainly our elections this side of the Atlantic this November. And we start with dreams. Traum in the German language, which is ironically similar to trauma. Politics emerges in the realm of possibility that societies construct for themselves. What do people imagine? What kinds of leaders do they think be possible? The realm of possibility is a product of real experiences, as well as that of visions, fantasies, stories, and dreams. What's crucial is the height of the wall separating reality and dreams. If it be high, the potential space is small, and vice versa. An American film titled Miss Sloane, a portrait of an ice-cold lobbyist in Washington, has been showing in German theaters. It's a powerful movie that leaves viewers with the impression that its depiction is, in principle, an accurate one. That the fight for majorities is carried out ruthlessly, often with lies, used as weapons. The reality under Trump is being compared to House of Cards, that series about a brutal politician who manipulates his way into the White House. Ronald Reagan was an actor before he became a politician. Jesse Ventura was a professional wrestler, which is to say a showbiz star, a circus carny act before he became the governor of Minnesota. Arnold Schwarzenegger was an actor before he became the governor of California, and he aspired towards president, but unfortunately for him, couldn't get the Constitution amended, so now he's once again an actor. Donald Trump was the lead character in a quote-unquote reality show before he became his president. These men moved from a pseudo-reality into a political reality. The American wall is low, if it exists at all. The worlds of reality and dreams flow into one another. The Hollywood Dream Factory is part of the truth, but it be an invented one. President Trump is the product of an enormous realm of possibility. There are also political lies in Germany, but not such an intense interdependence between fictional narratives and reality itself. In United Germany, realism is a long-scorned and undeveloped, or shall I say underdeveloped, art form. Politics is considered too boring to produce grand narratives, a fact that keeps Germany's realm of possibility relatively small. Someone like Trump isn't imaginable because Germans haven't seen anything like him in a movie or on a TV screen. And then there's the fact that grand narratives, whether real or not, arise out of megalomania, something that has been viewed with intense skepticism in Germany since 1945. It's not with good reason, because they're simply going with the Allied narrative on that, but it is, nevertheless, their reason. Germany, therefore, has a different concept of reality than the United States, a clear separation between the spheres of dreams and politics, a high wall that maketh political reality a bit more reliable and far more serious. There's the concept of salvation. The pilgrims who sailed to America on the Mayflower from Britannia be central to the United States' founding myth. Religious fanatics whose ethos still shapes the country to a certain degree, especially its belief in salvation. Even today, some people still believe that the one will come and makest everything great again. Not Jesus, but the man on horseback. Barack Obama was that one for the left, while Trump plays that role for the right. Both men invoke pathos and euphoria, and both seek to appeal to the mind and the soul. Politics in the United States offers grand promises that the world can emerge anew if you participate, or at least if you select the right candidate. By now, of course, Americans know us that salvation on earth will never happen. We're far more closer to experiencing damnation. That realization has led some to withdraw, but for others, as in religion, it's not knowledge that matters but faith. A person believes, is disappointed, but keeps on believing. The fundamental approach is one of optimism. Germans once believed they had found a savior, but then they are now indoctrinated today that he tried to destroy the world. And so, today's Germans and their belief in salvation has completely vanished. Sociologist Helmut Schelsky found that there was a skeptical generation of Germans who took part in the war when they were very young and then went on to build up the Federal Republic of Germany. They rejected all grand ideas. Their state religion became Karl Popper's piecemeal social engineering, the politics of small measures. Turn a screw here, carefully open a valve there, make sure not to create too much hope. That is Angela Merkel's fundamental approach. Then there's the concept of freaks. There's a freak factor in politics. It can't be measured, but the freak factor expresses the likelihood that an outsider, a freak, a crazy person, an alien to the system can prevail. It's related to the realm of possibility, but also to the way politicians be recruited. In the United States, it's not only showbiz celebrities who stand good chances of coming to power, but also members of the country's political dynasties, that is to say, the Kennedys, Bushes, and now Clintons. Conversely, the role of political parties be relatively small. Trump became the presidential candidate in the face of strong Republican opposition. The primaries are a kind of referendum. What counts is the connection candidates are able to establish with the voters at public appearances and via the media and social networks. What matters is the money each of them raises, allowing them to communicate as much as possible. Those who have oodles of cash, who strike the chord of their era, even if they be certifiably insane, can become as president sans belonging to the leadership circles of their parties. In Germany, these kinds of careers are basically impossible. The parties have almost complete control over the recruitment of political staff. Those who want to move up in the ranks must endure a hard slog through the party structures. Candidates are polished and schooled in the art of adaptation and compromise along the way. The biggest freak of the past decades was Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg, whose fortunes waned almost as quickly as they had grown when he had to step down as Angela Merkel's defense minister in the year my mother was murdered, circa 2011, after it emerged that he had plagiarized parts of his PhD thesis. A laughably tiny transgression when compared to Trump's consistent boorishness. In these United States, the individual may prevail, but in German politics, it is the system that rules. Remember the Cardassian parallel. This means that the circumstances in Washington change more starkly depending on who is in office. The governing system in Germany is more stable, uniform, and enduring. And then there's the hairdos. In his 1985 book entitled Amusing Ourselves to Death, media scholar Neil Postman wrote about the talking hairdos. He claimed the future of politics belonged to them because they are especially telegenic. It's as if he had foreseen Donald Trump, the blondest of all talking hairdos, the skull with the dead squirrel nailed upon it. For Postman, hairdo was a metaphor not just for slickness, but for TV-ready beauty, or at least attention-grabbing appearance. In that sense, he did not completely hit the mark when he spoke of TV-ready beauty. After all, we got an orange skunk in office. Still, it is worth rereading Postman because he describes the damaging effect of American television, the way it dumbs down the electorate and the effect that has on politics in turn. Television presents politics as a TV format, and politicians in turn deliver politics in a TV format. Banal, exaggerated, and gimmicky. It's logical, then, that a televisual creature like Trump can become president. Postman wasn't yet familiar with Fox News, otherwise he would likely have predicted that a channel spouting right-wing populism, or populist-personated elitism, would one day help catapult a right-wing populist-personated elitist into the White House. Trump and Fox be the perfect match. In reading Postman, one gets the impression that German television still isn't as degenerate and efficacious as the American TV of the 1980s. The decisive difference, however, is that there is no truly powerful right-wing medium in Germany. The Axel Springer publishing house is as close as it gets, but even it be bound by a stipulation of the founder, Axel Springer, that Germany's special relationship with Israel is unassailable, thus making any attack on the memory of Nazi crimes off limits. Even Bild, Axel Springer's conservative tabloid, helps contain the right-wing radical margins, ensuring that Germany is a society with a broad center. Therein also lies a problem that revealed itself during Germany's crisis year of 2016, which saw a backlash against the hundreds of thousands of refugees that had entered the country the previous year. Some Germans feel that their understanding of reality, their view, isn't represented in the media, and they feel shut out. Instead, they turn to the internet, where political communication can take its place, sans mediation from the media and the parties. At some point, that will create an opportunity in Germany for an individual, a freak or outsider, to turn him or herself into a political force independent of the system. It is here where the possibility arises, faint though it may still be, faint though it will always be, of a German Trump. Then there's business. Land acquisition, which is to say the procurement of a piece of real estate, is the origin of the American economy. It represents a grand wager, the loss of a scalp at the hands of Comanches or Mohicans measured against the possibility of getting rich. This gambler's economy has enjoyed widespread admiration ever since, and its blueprint was later followed by the slave traders, the oil prospectors, the real estate sharks, and the financial speculators, right up to the founders of the internet economy. The fact that these kinds of business dealings cannot be carried out sans ruthlessness or even brutality is widely accepted and cloaked in myth. A real estate tycoon like Donald Trump is not at the margins of society, he's at its very core. Admiration is guaranteed. Germans don't Deutschen Volk, more properly, in the German language itself, don't idealize the gambler. They idealize the engineer. The founding myth of Deutschen capitalism, German economics, isn't the acquisition of land, but the ingenious products developed by Siemens, Krupp, or Daimler. On 12 different occasions, those companies were more than happy to put themselves at the service of people deemed by postmodern Germans to be warmongers, even operating a murderous slave economy during the Nazi era. In addition, the German capitalists, almost even before such a creature came into existence, brought forth the greatest of all anti-capitalists, Karl Marx, a man whose movement ultimately gave rise to social democracy. The Works Council, representing the interests of workers, took its place alongside the engineer. Together, they created, after the modernization of the Third Reich itself, West Germany's post-war economic miracle, which was more a project of the collective than of the individual. A modest background is still considered to be a positive qualification for holding political office in Germany. Wealth and entrepreneurship are cause for suspicion. In this case, Trump is the anti-German, despite his family's roots in Germany's Palatinate region, which he himself denies. Then, of course, we have the fractures. Americans are used to the idea that the world can be remade every few years. After Johnson came Nixon. After Carter came Reagan. Such dramatic shifts are part of their political system, since the majority, first past the post voting system, prevails there in America, North America. I'm thinking of it now as a foreigner that I've always been, being an Asian, and therefore suspect by dint of the coronavirus the very moment I enter a room. So here I am, a civilized man, stranded in the darkest of all continents on Earth, far darker than Africa was ever proposed to be, North America, the land of white savages. And here, where prevails the first past the post voting system, you don't have the kind of coalition governments that are standard for the parliamentary systems common throughout Europe. After Obama came as Trump, a more dramatic shift be difficult to imagine. The West German, which is essentially the German government today, is the Western German government. That system encourages continuity above all. In the almost 70 years since the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany, circa 1949, there has been only one dramatic shift. It came circa 1998, where the center-left Social Democrats, the SPD, and the Greens, after years in the opposition, scored an election victory and formed a government. With that lone exception, at least one coalition party has always made it back into power with each election. Coalition governments are places where compromise and consensus does thrive. The country seems to be forever governed by a grand coalition between the center-left SPD and Angela Merkel's center-right Christian Democrats, the CDU, sometimes informally, at other times formally. The Deutschen Volk, the Germans, seem to have a preference for social democratic political platforms coming from conservative counselors. Then we have the planets. The novel, entitled A Little Life, writ by Hanya Yanagihara, takes place in and around Broome Street in New York, a setting in which skin color, sexual orientation, and family background are meaningless. Soon all become rich, but they be unhappy. It's hard to imagine a more different environment from the rural life that exists in large parts of these United States, with its many taboos and strict separation into right, wrong, good, bad, black, white. These milieus are so different they might as well be on different planets. The contrasts could hardly be greater. The best universities alongside the ignorant creationists who reject all scientific findings pertaining to evolution. The millionaire and billionaire factory in Silicon Valley next door to myself, alongside massive homelessness in San Francisco on my very doorstep. And on that, I'm not exaggerating. Homeless people sleep on my steps every other night. The relatively high risk of a black man being shot by a white police officer. These divisions be extreme. One half of my country is so full of hatred for the other that many voters imposed Trump on themselves because they knew he was an even bigger imposition on the other half they hate, the non-white, non-male, non-asshole population. So hated by white male assholes that have run America and the world into the ground. But the dirt isn't enough for them. They want to bury us, Khrushchev style, 6 feet beneath, 6 feet under, deeper than that we may never rise again. In Germany, this blind hatred isn't as widespread. East, West, rich, poor, these are also problems there. In particular, they be lacking equal opportunity. But the divisions aren't so big that hatred of others could catapult a man like Trump to the top of the government. And then there's the phenomenon of egotism. After World War II, the United States had to weather a double shock. One deemed positive, the other deemed negative. The American Empire was by far the strongest power in the West, given that the strength of the United Kingdom and France had been significantly diminished. But the strongest power in the West wasn't automatically the strongest power in the world anymore, because despite the Soviet Union's tremendous losses, the war also turned it into a challenger. A nuclear race began, which encouraged megalomania. The Americans believed they had to be the strongest to survive, and to conquer their fear, they had to assume they were indeed the strongest. Together with their allies, they ultimately won this race. But after fear came doubt. Since the early 1990s, the United States has been the world's sole superpower, but that didn't make life great for everyone. People in other countries lived better lives, and that, many people thought, could only be possible at the expense of Americans. A big country that doesn't necessarily need allies tends towards egotism and isolationism, and the notion automatically arises that if one is being used by others, one would be better off alone. An additional reason for Trump. Unfortunately, there is also evidence to back this theory in Germany. As it became larger and more powerful in Europe, egotistic ideas also developed, though they were initially muted. But such ideas are not part of the country's DNA. Post-war Germany was not founded as an independent entity, but rather as a part of larger units, as an appendage of these United States, as a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and as an integral part of Europe. It was protected by alliances, pampered and controlled. It was too broken for egotism or megalomania. It was and is totally content to arrange itself with others, to find compromises, and to view European interests, broadly speaking, as its own. Germany first is not a slogan that could ever work well in Germany. And finally, there'd be the morality. The morality the communist Chinese had hoped to weaponize before coronavirus took them down. During the Cold War, morality was deployed as a weapon. The Americans deployed it extensively. Human rights, freedom, and democracy became ammunition against the Soviet Union. The United States presented itself as a moral superpower in its own right because it viewed itself as having protected human rights, freedom, and democracy since its founding. Doing so also helped advance its own interests and could be used as a constant reproach of the socialist world, as a counter to the claim that capitalist America allowed significant inequality. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, the usefulness of this weapon faded, and so too did the moral fervor previously embedded in American politics. The consequence was human rights violations in Guantanamo Bay and in other torture centers such as Abu Ghraib. Morality is no longer a foundational element of American foreign policy, nor is it even a functional one. And this too helped make it possible to elect a man who has no moral framework whatsoever. On this issue, Germany has no choice. After the Nazi era, the only possible foreign policy was one based on what was deemed the morality of the Western world, the Western ethos. Auschwitz became the cornerstone of German foreign policy, demanding that Germany be good in all possible areas, which included extreme military restraint in addition to enthusiastic environmentalism. In principle, the goal has been to cause no further harm. The refugee crisis of autumn of 2015 turned Germany into a new moral political superpower, albeit one that can only afford its pacifist inclinations because the Americans still provide its Germany with security. Donald Trump will force Germany to become an openly nuclear superpower, a military superpower in the center of Europe. And that brings us to the taboo. Taboos serve, among other things, to govern the interaction between genders or the interaction with minorities. A subform of the taboo is political correctness, a concept meant to prevent some people from feeling held back or insulted, and which is primarily cultivated in left-wing and liberal circles, particularly at universities in these United States. There, people have to pay close attention to what they say and what they do, because every word and every action could be construed as a microaggression. Even using the personal pronoun her for a person who looks like a woman might be considered an insult if that person doesn't identify as a woman. On the other hand, the United States is a place where taboos are broken in especially drastic fashion, with a gigantic porn industry and the kind of aggressive cowboy-like masculinity evidenced in Donald Trump. Both be contingent on the other. The stronger the taboo, the more blatant is its violation, and vice versa. America lives with an extreme polarization, with the pendulum swinging this way and that. Those who voted for Trump thumb their noses at taboos. Who could emerge as a German Trump? There are no men like him in the German political world, nor are they prevalent in other areas of German life either. This aggressive, primitive archetype is no longer accepted in United Germany. American masculinity myth stretches back to the cowboy, while the German equivalent is rooted in Die Soldaten, the soldier, and the latter died in World War II. There is no pendulum for Germania. It be widely accepted that the greatest possible German taboo is anything associated with National Socialismus, with Nazism. And this taboo keeps all polarities in check. If someone moves too far to the right, he or she comes too close to the Nazis, it's a career-killing step. Some German universities have political correctness tendencies approaching the ones at American institutions, but they remain a small minority, though they can still make his life hell for a professor. All in all, however, Deutschland, Germany, is still a comparatively relaxed country. The genders interact in a more or less comfortable manner. There's a bit of porn and also a bit of political correctness. The debate gently swings from here to there to a central position, just like Angela Merkel. That maketh for a pretty pleasant life. And that brings us to trust. So lost in communist China. So lost to the right-wing whites in America. One way of thinking about Trump is that Americans can take such a risk because they have faith in themselves and in their institutions, because their democracy has an almost 250-year history that cannot be extinguished by a maximum of 8 years under Donald Trump. All of that, of course, is pure and utter bullshit. Trump is the extinction level event for humanity in the world. Such was his intent when he was hacked into power. That's because America's institutions are so old, they're rotten to the core, and they're in a state of free fall. We're in an elevator, and the cable has collapsed. It's snapped, and we're heading towards the bottom, and we're all going to die. German democracy isn't even 70 years old, and it wasn't achieved by the Germans themselves, but rather imposed upon them by the victors on the surface world in World War II. The Christian Democrats used the imperative, no experiments, to campaign for Konrad Adenauer in the 1957 election. The phrase still fits. Because the Germans cannot draw a great deal of confidence from their history, they vote for counselors whom they believe will provide stability above all else. Konrad Adenauer lasted 14 years. Helmut Kohl lasted 16. Angela Merkel, 12 thus far. Possibly a little bit more. Those sound like the reigns of kings. American democracy is closer to one of the fundamental ideas of the democratic system, that of unleashing power through constant change. A kind of Jeffersonian Maoism. The Germans, meanwhile, are still more concerned with restraint. Which brings us to the motor. Compared to these United States, United Germany is a calm, balanced entity, stable and centrist. That's precisely the goal of that the authors of Germany's constitution had in mind, and it's now possible for them to say they were successful. During the first 12 decades of its existence, the post-war Federal Republic of Germany achieved an economic miracle, and today it is also a political leader in the world. It has a solid foundation, it is cognizant of the obligations that stem from its history, and it isn't afraid of boredom. That is what is expected from it, and that is what has enabled it to build trust and create hope around the world. Only 72 years after the end of the greatest war in human history, that is nothing short of a political miracle, parallel, on par, even more substantive than its economic miracle. The fact that Americans' souls and political mores could bring forth someone like Trump, a man who be the product of megalomania, of the yearning for salvation, of violated taboos, and of a rather slipshod grasp on reality that is shaped by Hollywood fantasy, has frittered away the world's trust in the American empire, at least for the time being. But just as boredom has its virtues, so too do these qualities. They also dominate in Silicon Valley, and are behind the global success of companies like Facebook, Apple, Google, Amazon, and Tesla. United Germany can't keep up with that. It still lives quite well off an old, now disreputable idea, the combustion engine. But the new era is shaped by Silicon Valley inventions, by the dynamics of the crucial communications and biotechnology sectors. That's why the Deutschen Volk, the Germans, should not exult about having a solid Merkel instead of an oafish Trump. Almost everything about him be worthy of rejection, but he was made possible by the tremendous forces these United States be capable of unleashing, both positive and negative. The world can be sure that at some point a responsible person will once again assume the presidency, or whatever office succeeds such a position of responsibility after Trump collapses the American constitutional republic. Unfortunately, it will take us much longer for United Germany before they can inject dynamism into their economy. The political miracle is a nice thing to have for now, but Germania's nation of splendorous boredom isn't particularly well equipped for the future. So they're stuck in the middle, while America urges Europe to join forces against communist China in the hour of China's weakness. But European leaders want to stake out an independent position between the two superpowers. How should European countries position themselves in the growing geopolitical and technological contest between the American and communist Chinese empires? As allies of America in a new Cold War? Or as a third force balancing between the two poles? Such questions hung thick in the air at the Bayerischer Hofhotel in Munich, where world leaders, diplomats, and spies gathered for their yearly security policy jamboree, which ended on February 16th, but 72 hours agone. The conference's teeming hallways have traditionally been the place for American and European elites to consult and hash out their differences. These days, the gathering is a more global affair. Saudi and Iranian diplomats dodged one another. European spy masters tried to look inconspicuous in coffee breaks. And expensively coiffed congressmen barged their way past obscure Central European prime ministers. Hand sanitizer was splashed around liberally amid the looming threat of the Wuhan coronavirus, or should I say, COVID-19, at this Munich Security Conference in this 2020th year of our Lord. But within it, people had to consider, whether they spracketh of it or not, a new role for United Germany. Now, I've read at least 4 new books on Germany's changing geopolitical role. Across all the West, policymakers are grappling with the implications of a rapidly changing world order and all the deep uncertainties accompanying it. There's been 4 new books published by leading German thinkers. that demonstrate that nowhere is the need for clarity and an honest self-reckoning more acute than in the land of Kant and Bismarck. Now, I don't speak his German very well because most of the words I've never heard spoken aloud. I had to learn the language by reading. At the Department of Defense, I can scan German and generally get the meaning. As a matter of fact, far better than most. Sigmar Gabriel wrote a work entitled Zeitenwende in der Weltpolitik, subtitled Mehr Verantwortung in ungewissen Zeiten, the epochal change in world politics, more responsibility in uncertain times. This was published but the year before yesteryear, 2018. Wolfgang Ixinger wrote a work entitled Welt in Gefahr, Deutschland und Europa in unsicheren Zeiten, The World in Danger, subtitled Germany and Europe in Uncertain Times, published that same year, 2018. Joseph Joff authored Der Gut Deutsch, Die Karriere einer moralischen Supermacht, The Good German, The Career of a Moral Superpower, also published that same year, 2018. The last book I read, published that year, was written by Andreas Roder, entitled Wer hat Angst vor Deutschland? Geschichte eines europäischen Problems, or Who's Afraid of Germany? That's the title. Subtitled The History of a European Problem. Now, April, in the year before yesteryear, The Economist ran a cover story touting cool Germany that might have been published 2017 as a potential model for the rest of the West. What a difference 12 generations can make. For most Germans who grew up in the post-1945 era, the country's metamorphosis still comes as a complete surprise. Germany consistently ranks high in international indexes. The U.S. News and World Report, for example, lists it as the world's fourth most powerful country, ahead of the United Kingdom and France, and behind only the United States, Russia, and China. The University of Southern California's Soft Power Index puts it at number 3, after the United Kingdom and France, and ahead of the United States in terms of hard power. Germany falls to 8th place after Japan and Turkey. But given its aversion to militarization, Germany is in its comfort zone. Because Germany could be more powerful if it wanted to be, experts and politicians in other countries increasingly expect it to contribute more to joint defense efforts. In other words, war-making exercises. And while Germany has long given American demands to increase its military spending lukewarm receptions at best, it has somewhat enlarged its active presence in conflict zones. Yet on the whole, has shown little interest in moving up the hard power ladder. Many in Germany recoil at the thought, arguing that it is better to remain less powerful than to risk one's newfound likability. What Germans have to remember, or what they have to learn, is that no one really likes their banker, which is all that Germany is to the rest of Europe. There's no point in trying to be liked when, to the assholes surrounding you, all that matters is whether or not you are to be feared. Now, lest anyone think that returns to Nazi philosophy, do remember that in their mania of believing that they won World War II, the Russians, the Brits, the Americans, only the French remain somewhat of an exception, knocked as quickly as they were out of the Second World War and forced to resort to resistance. The French have a much more realist perspective of what they'd be capable of, much less based on ego and fantasy than on reality. But as for Britain and Russia and America, they live in the realm of fantasy completely. And this brings them again and again back to trying to relive what they consider the highest experience in their national life, the Second World War. Germany's preference, then, in that context. Their objective to remain important while avoiding some of the unpleasant responsibilities that come with power, and to behave as though its actions have less impact on Germany's neighbors and allies than is actually the case, is simply untenable. Despite 70 years of pro-European governments, consistent support for joint European initiatives, and a commitment to NATO, Germany has repeatedly acted unilaterally in its own national interest, while free-riding on matters of foreign and defense policy. Its Energiewende, or transition to low-carbon energy sources, and its response to the 2015 refugee crisis exemplify the former. Its refusal to participate in interventions in Libya and Syria demonstrates the latter. Viewed from abroad, Germany no doubt looks like a fair-weather friend of European integration. It has been happy to contribute a large, in fact the largest, share of the European Union's budget, provided that funds are spent on causes Germans find acceptable, and under the legitimizing auspices of the Franco-German alliance. At the same time, Germany's widely accepted anti-militarism, rooted in its terrible past, has largely insulated it from having to participate in costly military interventions. But this privileged arrangement is now being tested. The United Kingdom's departure from the European Union means the loss of one of the bloc's major military powers. That, together with doubts about the American President Donald Trump's commitment to mutual defense, the pressure on Germany to increase its contribution to European security will mount. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron's push for EU-level reforms indicates that intra-European politics are quickly changing. The question is whether Germany, where pacifism is something close to a civic religion, and many attribute prosperity to the country's long absence from geopolitical power games, is prepared to change also. So, what we're faced with is the overcoming of the Goldilocks problem. United Germany's uncertainty about its future role is a dominant theme in the 4 books under my review. From what I've read, in Zeitenwende in der Weltpolitik, subtitled Mehr Verantwortung in Ungewesen Zeiten, Sigmar Gabriel, a former German vice-chancellor and leader of the Social Democratic Party, the SPD, surveys today's geopolitical shifts and argues that Europe, and especially Germany, must shoulder more responsibility or risk losing global influence. Gabriel is highly critical of Trump and the neo-nationalists who have come to power in Central and Eastern European countries in recent years, and he abhors the political brinkmanship that led to Brexit and the weakening of the European project. But he also lays much of the blame for today's upheavals at the feet of Russia and China. In the new world order of multilateralism a la carte, the United States has withdrawn, the European Union has proven itself incapable of filling the void, and Russia and China have increasingly pursued their geopolitical ambitions despite domestic weaknesses. Gabriel laments that Russia, China, and now the United States evince such little interest in positive-sum outcomes. While the major powers increasingly pursue narrow national interests, international relations are being driven by shallow opportunism. The result is that the world is becoming more fractured just when it needs to come together to confront challenges like climate change and migration. Drawing on his deep experience in politics and government, Gabriel offers a number of concrete suggestions for how Europe and Germany can manage the new age of uncertainty. For starters, he calls on Germany to build new diplomatic bridges and to repair old ones, particularly, in his model, with Russia. His ideal model is West Germany's policy of Ostpolitik, détente, in the 1960s and 1970s when small strategic acts of engagement with West Germany with West Germany with East Germany, that was their idea of Ostpolitik then, was just next door, well, basically with themselves, led to larger change. And he reminds us that there is more to Russia than its president Vladimir Putin. Though, reality, no, it's all Putin right now, until there's regime change. Now, the European Union, per his perspective, need only open its eyes to the opportunities for engagement instead of West Germany with East Germany, this time United Germany with Mother Russia, both within and apart from the Kremlin. And with respect to Communist China, Gabriel believes the EU should seek to contain its influence within the bloc. In other words, keep the Chinese from investment into Eastern Europe where they gain a foothold. Of particular concern is China's purchase of strategically important European companies. Rather than becoming overly reliant on others, Europe, he argues, should present itself as the great civic power of the 21st century. It should act as a counterweight not just to Russia and Communist China, but also to autocracies everywhere. Specifically, Gabriel envisages a modernized social model based on classical liberal principles and the rule of law, but with distinct social democratic features. He hastens to add that such a model must include stronger borders and stricter migration controls. But is Gabriel, or Germany, prepared to secure Europe's external borders with hard power if that's what it takes? Unfortunately, he doesn't say. And so we come to accepting not only reality but responsibility. For his part, Wolfgang Ischinger, a doyen of Germany's foreign service and a chair of the Munich Security Conference, which I've just sprackathon, where all the hand sanitizer was splashing around, has written engaging and insightful analysis of the emerging world order Gabriel describes. As the title makes clear, Welt in Gefahr, subtitled Deutschland und Europa in Unsicheren Zeiten, The World in Danger, subtitled Germany and Europe in Uncertain Times, he channels deep concerns about current international developments. Like Gabriel, Ischinger is adamant that united Germany must recognize itself as a grown-up country with a duty to assume more responsibility on the world stage. Outsourcing its defense to the United States will no longer do. Yes, the post-war American security guarantee allowed Germany to grow into the successful medium-sized power that it be today. Medium-sized is, of course, the superpower of the future. Indeed, a few countries have profited more from Pax Americana and globalization than Germany. But as Ischinger makes clear, that world no longer exists. Unlike Gabriel, Russia and China, Ischinger so argues, should be viewed strictly as strategic competitors. And he calls on united Germany's leaders to deepen the country's ties with these United States. To that end, he acknowledges German free-riding on security matters and argues for higher military spending. Moreover, he points out that neither Trump nor Trumpism will last forever. In the meantime, Europeans should be reaching out to other parts of the American political and civil society establishments in order to prepare for an eventual return to multilateralism. I think he's incredibly naive, very much an optimist. Ischinger is more critical than Gabriel of Germany's hesitant response to Macron's overtures. What good is Germany's consistently balanced budget? The Schwarz Null or Black Zero? What good does that do if the rest of the European Union disintegrates? Europe, he so observes, needs investment, and united Germany has a responsibility to contribute disproportionately to such outlays for the simple reason that it benefits disproportionately from European Union membership as its first among equals status so brings forth. In other words, the European project will cost more from this point forward, but according to Ischinger, these costs will pay off in the form of improved security and greater prosperity. More than simply spending more, however. United Germany must collaborate with France in developing a strategic culture centered on shared values, not just economic interests. And here, Germany needs to come to terms with reality. Sans military power, Franco-German and European strategic objectives will remain merely aspirational. Finally, Ischinger urges Germany to show us more interest in how others view its policies and decisions. It is neither practical nor reasonable for Germans to insist that the Greek government adhere to strict austerity measures while Germany nonchalantly shirks its own defense spending obligations. In Issinger's view, German leaders have consistently underestimated the extent to which such double standards undermine EU policies, to say as nothing of Germany's own credibility as a regional power. And we come to struggling towards wisdom. Joseph Joffre, an editor of the German weekly Die Zeit, The Times, and a senior fellow at Stanford University, would probably agree with YÍSHÄNG on the need for more strategic realism. In his work entitled Der Gut Deutsch, Die Karriere einer moralischen Supermacht, The Good German, The Career of a Moral Superpower, he argues that Europe can protect itself only when Germany does its part. The implication is that Germany must defy its own civic religion and abandon its role as a moral civic power for that of a normal power with military might at its disposal. But is Germany even capable of such a voluntary self-transformation? Zoghet suspects not, and therefore predicts that the country will continue to stress soft over hard power. No doubt that will come as a reassurance to anyone who has suffered at the hands of a very different Germany in the past. Zoghet, whose writing is never short on wit and irony, knows that it be risky to portray any country as a moral power, and especially one that many saw as the embodiment of evil not so long ago. Following in the Atlanticist tradition of German politicians like Kurt Biedenkopf and Friedrich Merz, Zoghet describes United Germany's development as a Bildungsroman, as in the coming-of-age novels by Goethe and Dickens. Germany is like a young person who has had to confront difficult challenges and tests of character on the way to maturity and wisdom. In Zoghet's telling, Germany has already undergone the difficult process of deciding who it wants to be. He describes the integration with and partial submission to Western allies in the 1950s as a youthful learning period. Then came the wandering adolescent years when Germany faced up to its past through the Frankfurt-Auschwitz trials of the 1960s, explored the possibilities of Ostpolitik in the 1970s, and implemented unpopular NATO policies in the 1980s. Finally, with the peaceful reunification of the 1990s, Germania reached adulthood. To arrive at its current point, Germania has stood history on its head. Bismarck had to fight 3 wars before Germany was recognized as a major European power, and Wilhelm II and Hitler visited death and misery on millions in what were deemed to be ultimately failed efforts to achieve hegemony. Yet now Germany finds itself in a de facto leadership position sans having fired a single shot. For Zoghet, the heroes of German history are not its warriors, but rather the sober, steady leaders of the pacified post-war Federal Republic. And that's what leads us to us versus us. The question now is whether Germany's fortuitous position vis-a-vis Europe represents too much of a good thing. So Andreas Roeder, a historian and professor at Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz, would probably contend that it does. Germany's lucky break in achieving prosperity and respectability, he suggests, does not make it a moral superpower because its virtue is so lacking in virtuosity. Germany, after all, has as many petty quibbles with its neighbors as they do with it. From Immanuel Kant's peaceful world order to Bismarck's power politics, its reputation abroad has been mixed at best. At the same time, Germany's view of its neighbors has long oscillated between a sense of victimhood and an equally ingrained sense of superiority. For example, while Germania plays the victim when confronted with Polish and Greek demands for World War II reparations, many Germans believe that Europe would be better off if Italians and Greeks behaved more like Germans. In his work entitled Wer hat Angst vor Deutschland? Geschichte eines Europäischen Problem, Who's Afraid of Germany, subtitled The History of a European Problem, Roeder highlights a deep disconnect between Europe and Germany. In his telling, the views of Germany and its neighbors are aligned neither with one another nor with reality. As with France, Germany's relationship with Poland be vital. Poles are the largest immigrant group in Germany itself. But Germany has invested little in strengthening its ties with Poland. Few Germans learn Polish, and the German public's knowledge of Poland be limited, even though Berlin is a mere 40 miles or 70 kilometers from the border. Roeder uses the German-Polish disconnect to underscore his main point. Throughout modern history, Europeans' perceptions of one another have frequently been manipulated for domestic political gain. Since the 17th century, prejudices have tended to be constructed to serve a small cohort of political elites in Germany, Poland, France, England, and Italy in a work that's as much sociology as it is history. Rotter shows us that in-groups and out-groups oftentimes intentionally misperceive each other. Such willful misreading has facilitated many of the calamities of European history. But how can Europeans overcome their deeply ingrained views of the French, the English, and the Germans? Are unfavorable stereotypes of others necessary to establish one's own identity? Rotter suggests several ways forward. First, European countries need to discard their self-serving narratives. Deutschland, for example, should abandon its perception of itself as the paymaster of Europe. Greece should stop blaming others for its problems. Poland should stop framing its position between Russia and Germany as a source of perpetual disadvantage. And the United Kingdom must accept the fact that no empire lasts forever. Similarly, all Europeans need to identify and eliminate double standards with respect to shared responsibilities. Here, Rotter evokes Bismarck, who, circa 1876, observed that politicians tend to lean on the idea of Europe when demanding from others what they would not dare demand from their own domestic constituents. This rings just as true today as it did then. So it's all about making Europe work. In light of Brexit and the emergence of illiberal democracies in Central and Eastern Europe, Rotter wants Europeans to dispense with the idea that the EU is a monopolist that must crowd out other institutions and forms of cooperation. Accordingly, he envisions a Europe as a system of flexible alliances. Exempli gratiae, a security alliance between France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, and perhaps Poland, Italy, and Spain, could facilitate military integration, even after the United Kingdom leaves. Likewise, there could be smaller Eurozones, comprising countries at similar stages of development. So in answer to the Hanseatic League, there might be a Mediterranean Union. In short, Rotter is advocating Europe a la carte, an idea that has long been supported by the United Kingdom and opposed by Germany and France, usually for the wrong reasons. Despite these long-held positions, a shift towards a multi-speed, multi-level Europe now seems more likely today than it did a decade ago, and might well define the next chapter of European history. Needless to say, such a change would require a stronger, more assertive Deutschland, operating both at the European Union core and within various alliances. Rather than a German Europe, we would have a European Germany, serving as a predictable power capable of ensuring peace, just as Kant would have liked. Unfortunately, the naivete of this bespeaks for itself. Germany is surrounded by hostile powers that seek to destroy Germania. Germany has the Meister culture, the master culture, must rearm. It must do so because it is surrounded by nations that are thriving off the delusion that they won the Second World War. And while Germania as a nation was overwhelmed on the surface world, the Third Reich never died and claims legal power over Hochdeutschland, or High Germany, the Germany of the surface world. Just as my native nationalist China claimed moral and legal authority over the mainland. The only way Germany can avoid the National Socialistes legally reclaiming rule of Hochdeutschland, or Germany of the surface world, is by coronating the Kaiser into constitutional monarchy. They can maintain their current government, but they must constitutionally reinstate the Kaiser of the Second Reich, that the Third have a bulwark against its return. In terms of that Second Reich on the surface world, it must be ready to impose military power to prevent those around it from eviscerating Germany. Making the Deutschen Volk of Die Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, realize the necessity of remilitarization and the reconstitutionalization of their monarchy as a representative of their Meisterkultur, their master culture, be my struggle. And in a world where the hideous grotesqueries of China and America and Russia's be so obvious as to not even bear discussing, and Britain's be so insanely flamboyant that one need not even mention them, one merely has to open their eyes. In such a world, we have no options. The world is unmoored. It is untethered. Only Germany, the center of Europe, can render this the German century by reestablishing themselves simply by their mere presence on the stage of the world as the moral authority. Convincing the Deutschen Volk of this be mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own, because this will decide whether humanity survives or dies. Contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com. As well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Maggotaur, Maggotaur being spelled MAGGOTAUR, and friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. For word, no for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic, welfare-supported, white trash, Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite Thelema or Will magics of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Privara, who resides in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys, precept predation. You can find out all the evidence you need, which be linked via showsdd.com on the homepage. So this has to obligatorily serve as a service, a public service, to provide alert and Achtung, or warning, demanding attention from all friends, and followers. To Bolo, be on the lookout for pedo predator Pavel Edward or Paul Edward Privara. You can find out all you need to know on the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of the Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via VR co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence, and has been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind mine own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation published employment expertise as simply JAP, J-A-P in the uppercase. Paul Pravara referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for them producing my program makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of Jap as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself. Jap otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java non-proxy, which you can find out about at Fresh Meat. Said site sourced or linked via freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous, it being similar to Tor, also all in the uppercase TOR. The onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or internet protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry, precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing, Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in linked Redis, my objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy the pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pity about statement, as I exploit Jap to resolve data problems, it as transmission of questionable data, through abstraction, the cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to obfuscate, it as to cult the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euro-slut handler, Agnieszka or Agnes Maria Shrogzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Sin to hide us in plain sight. Pauly's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pedoper Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap in the uppercase specifically, in disambiguation from the ethnic slur, which would merely pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or within Japan itself, will instead come across his page and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it is encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page and his page alone. What? His critical omission, blatant hypocrisy, what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain it in his openly published public statement per myself as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a double-down deceiver, as he references me, which you can find on facebook.com/PI342. Instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons what be all too obvious, no one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo, of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter account by which to continue his misrepresenting himself, called, all in the uppercase of course, @DDD_now. The official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific be @DougDDietrich, with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Paulie Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, it is satanic high priest, and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michael Angelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations, retired in name only because he was too much of a liability to continue climbing through the ranks of the U.S. Army, transferred to civilian intelligence, where he ultimately, quote-unquote, retired as a general rank and status, or the federal bureaucratic equivalent thereof, what's known in the federalese, or the bureaucratic parlance, as a supergrade. And, of course, these assets, which copped to being his own, are simply part of his ever-expanding cult of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods, seeking the destruction of all life on earth and the earth itself, that they may reach there or attain their apotheosis. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com a footnote on my biosire to find out the meaning of my biological father's name, that I be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking, Renegatis Humanis Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately after Mass, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online, where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2. Which you can subscribe to, of course, and it's managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Dalmaj, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated Kali Combatives. Yea, so all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive showsdd.com archives now, including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives, obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. The lead bandsman, Ronald P. Stroini, whom you can friend as Zeb Shepard on Facebook, he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroini and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soy de San American Freedom Radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel Privy smuggled onto YouTube, perhaps ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of the same dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio, about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on DouglasDietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I have informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or money orders to my own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middleman. Now my manager, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was not referring to herself as said middle person, she being but an unremunerated volunteerist, but instead referencing PayPal Holdings Merchant Services. Now, as my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea has been relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal software intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear Goddess and Dreadnought, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend on Facebook at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. And subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why Are We Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerindian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Devil Angel, or the Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanalera. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyselves and all thine own. Okay, a last look here at what's going on in the world around me. And Sammy Romero says, "Hi, Doug. Got here late, sounding clear. Hey, hug, Sammy. God bless you, dear brother." And see George Knight's out there. Hopefully he hears all the good things I said about him. Going to the live dashboard now. Bizarre HD says, "Much love, Douglas. Much love in return, Mr. Knight." And, okay. And Daniel Arolla's been talking. And, all right. Good. Okay. Got number of people still listening. It was only gradually trailing off there while I did the solicitation. Okay. Got a little bump there for a second in the, what do they call it again? Damn, it's part of that analytics, they call it. Yes. Very well then, I'll stop streaming now. All my best to everyone. All my love to whatever ladies might be lurking there. And good night. We'll see you again on Sunday.